Warning, due to adult language and humor, the following content may not be suitable for any viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following live stream or video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome, one and all, to the Sunday edition of PACIFIC414 Pop Talk, joined by Baron Orman Tag and the Smoking Patriot, also known as Common Sense America. I am your host, Mike, and today, not only am I inviting everybody onto the panel, even though I had said earlier back in December, a month ago, that starting this year, it would be 2 open panels per month. This is an exception. But we will be talking about everything revolving around pop culture, whether it's movies, TV, anime, video games, comics, manga, collectibles. But I will also be giving you a preview of a new intro for one of the cornerstones of this channel, the box score. And I'm going to go ahead and show you all that now.
Oh, great.
All right.
You should
that is
that
a little
wine in your beer. Well, while they're all laughing there, and that is the new intro for the Cubs box score, where you'll be hearing lots of rants from Mike about how the game went. And there'll be, of course, music to fill McCracken's ears, and probably even Whoopa Troopa.
But that is something I've been working on. And the reason why I've been working on it is because March 30th will mark the 5th season for the box score. And I thought, you know what? I want to do a special intro for it, especially entering its 5th season. As one of the first items that I put up on this channel, but I knew I didn't want to make it all about baseball. And that's why I started doing episode reviews of different shows I was watching, movie reviews of movies I've seen, or, you know, whether they're current or in the past. And then, of course, Pop Talk was born. Pop Talk was born because I wanted to get my voice out there, whether folks agreed or disagreed. You know, it was. Well, you always disagree.
So you're trying to say that this is talk, huh?
Yeah. but you know, whether we agree or disagree, at least you know where everybody stands, including myself. And you know, along this 350 subscriber journey, I've met a lot of great people. 2 of them are currently on the panel. More will be coming when I put out the invite link. But a lot of you are currently in the chat right now. One of them has been a great supporter of mine from the beginning, and I've been supporting his channel from the beginning. He does great content. He does better content than I do, which is why he deserves to be where he's at. But that person is the Nerporial life form.
Also known as Michael Checkless.
True. But we have been able to talk offline. We've done many streams online, as most of you have known, especially those of you that are subscribed to his channel. And it's been a lot of fun getting to know him and getting to see what he likes, hear, what he thinks about, Super Mario Brothers or Sonic or Zelda or, the original series of Star Trek, Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager. And it's been, like I said, it's been great. And I'm so appreciative that he's given me a chance to come on to a panel, as have so many given me the chance to come on their shows. Baron, Patriot, you two have had me on your channels, and I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for getting to know each and every one of you, whether it's being on panels or just through the chat. I'm grateful. And of course, another person I want to thank. Yes, we root for opposite teams, but you know what? I consider him a good friend. Whoopa Troopa, Whoopa, thank you, brother. I appreciate the support.
You got to say it right. Whoopa Troopa, Whoopa, Whoopa Troopa.
Or should I say Emperor Whoopa? Yes.
Emperor Whoopa, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the... It's a sound
yes.
in my Pokeball. He's like, whoopa, 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 whoopah, as I'm running down the road.
Oh my, it's time for day drinking.
And yes, this edition will be full of laughs, full of tears, full of, what the heck?
I'm crying already.
Oh no. And I've also been able to meet Bush McFadden through various panels that I've been on. And Bush, thank you for your support. He was one of the supporters, aside from Baron, who was there when I was playing Evil West. And there was a certain troll by the name of Phil McCracken who was also there, who was keeping account of how many times I died.
Well, I was going to sit back and say, watching you die over and over and over again. 1-800-555-DEAD.
Well, hey. You know what? There may be 1-800-555-DEAD, but there's also another number that I think we all should take into account, because we do know somebody in one way, shape, or form that plays on this particular mode. And friends, if this is the first time you're seeing it, well, you're in for a treat. Because do you know somebody who plays on easy mode? Do they say they do so for the advancement of the game's story, so that they don't die all the time? Are they afraid to play on a higher difficulty level? If so, please call that number you see on your screen right now. 1-800-555-NOOB. That's 1-800-555-NOOB. Let our specialists get your friend the help they need to play on a higher difficulty. I know, not only am I the founder of 1-800-555-NOOB, but I'm also a client. I, at one point, was playing Jedi Fallen Order. And on the final boss, after dying so many times, I switched to easy mode to beat the game. And I have regretted that decision ever since. That is why, a few short weeks ago, over on the Twitch channel, I went back and played Jedi Fallen Order. And this time, I conquered my demons. I conquered that easy mode monster. And I stayed on the Jedi Knight difficulty, which is the normal difficulty. And I did what I preach. I didn't play on easy mode.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you play on easy mode and you constantly die in easy mode, it's also time that you should reconsider your game options and go back to Candy Crush. Remember, easy rhymes with sleazy. So please call 1-800-555-NOOB. And if you constantly die on, of course, easy mode, please call our alternate number, 1-800-555-DEAD. Remember, easy rhymes with sleazy. And there is the Candy Crush option. We will help you conquer your fears.
Don't let your friends play on easy mode.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the most easiest way to sum it up. When it comes to easy mode, it's just not acceptable. If it's a first-time play and you've never played the style of game before, sure, play on easy for a little bit of the game to get the basic mechanics down. But switch it to normal. Why? Because we don't live life on easy mode. We live life. Why should your game be any different? Embrace the challenge. Grow as a person. All together, we can conquer easy mode and live a better life.
Also, if you happen to know that your coach plays on easy mode, you should reconsider the decisions he makes for your team. So, any coach that plays on easy mode should call this number, 1-800-555-NOOB, and make sure they go to that next level, because then you'll know you'll have a winning team. Is he okay? Folks, we have lost the Smoking Patriot.
You all right, Patriot? Everything good?
God. Everything's good. I'm just crying, laughing over here.
Well, we got the laughing and the tears going right away.
Yeah. That didn't take long at all.
Oh, you know what? You know what, Mike? I gotta do like a actual video for you that you can do like gameplay with and we lace me like doing vocal where I'm playing his game on easy, and then I switch it to normal and you see me getting better and be like, I was on easy at first, but now I'm on normal. Now my stats have never looked better. My gold is up. My weapons are better. Normal mode's great, folks. I benefit.
Remember, you don't get the ladies. You do not get the ladies if you play on easy mode. They can tell. They can tell that you just don't have it in you. You just don't have what it takes to satisfy them. So at least go on to normal mode. And if you really want those ladies, I mean, if you want to win them over, go to the hard mode. Because they love it hard. They love it hard. So please, don't play on easy.
You want to be that alpha top G? You can't be that on easy mode, okay? You got to be minimum. Normal is average. Hard, great. You play that stuff on legendary or insane, you're the alpha top G of gaming. And guess what? Nobody can resist it. Everyone likes a winner. Don't be a loser on easy. Be a winner.
And you know what some might say when they see you playing on easy instead of normal or hard?
It stinks.
Could they possibly say?
This is what Pop Talk is all about. Talking about pop culture, but also having fun while doing so.
If you ain't having fun, then it's not worth doing.
Exactly. But I
Remember,
do want to...
easy is also known as soy mode.
Oh, no.
Put down the soybean and get yourself a rack of ribs, people. Play on normal.
I got another clip I'm going to play.
The hell you say?
I love that one.
Me too. Thank you for providing that clip, Aaron. I appreciate it.
No problem.
But first, let me go down the line of everybody who's here on the opening roster. We also have Kathy Skywalker, who says hello there, everyone. Kathy, thank you for jumping in to the fire last Sunday and joining us on the panel.
Oh, that's right. She was on. I have a short-term memory loss thing. She was bold enough to join the guys.
Yeah. The crazy guys. The wild and crazy guys.
Hi, Kathy.
And hello to Pop Culture Mechanic. Hello, Pop Culture. We also have Jet Sparks 373. Welcome, Jet.
There we go.
We also have, as I scroll down, we have Adega Outlaw. Thank you for coming, Adega. Good to see you, brother.
Watch out for those bounty hunters. They do not play on easy mode.
No, they do not. And as I scroll down here, he's on our left, Tim Stalk. Welcome, Tim. We also have Black Dragon. Yeah, maybe. I can neither confirm nor deny who we are or who we are not talking about.
I think it's who all that we're talking about. We're just not talking about one person here. This is a disease. This is worse than the coof. It spreads, man. It spreads. You gotta stop it.
We also have come on, StreamYard, don't skip her.
Yeah.
We also have the lovely Sherry. Welcome, Sherry.
Come on, Sherry. What do? You like guys who play on easy mode, or do you like them on normal mode? Come on, you gotta admit that guys that play on easy mode just don't do it for you. Just let them know out there. Come on, ladies, all you ladies out there, let us know.
And we also have Captain Fandom Nerd. Welcome, Captain. It was a pleasure having Captain Fandom Nerd on Pop Talk again on Wednesday.
Well, we got to say something, about the fact that we have him on board, don't we? There's got to be something we can say that he's on board. 100%.
Yeah,
100%. Yeah.
And
this is it. This is it.
Permission to come aboard, sir.
Granted, sir. Granted.
And that's what he does. He just turns and walks away, too. I mean, it's just...
All right. And let's see. That is everybody who is in the chat at the moment. Mm-hmm. Now, I am going to go ahead and put the invite link into the chat. Everybody is welcome to come on.
Bush.
And let me just go ahead and put it out there and pin it to the top.
Ow! It poked. Hey, watch how you pin that on, man.
Oh, lighten up, Francis.
What?
I said lighten up, Francis.
What did you say? Did you say
lighten up, Francis?
Did you say that?
Yes,
man?
I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Just wanted to make sure.
So, as I said, the rules for this edition of Pop Talk is you bring your own article as long as it's related to pop culture, anime, movies, and all that. Collectibles, video games, and all that. And as I said, no political articles. None. As I said a month ago, both sides are willing to feed you to the lions, and there's always one side that's just going to cover their eyes and ears and act like nothing's happened.
Oh, I was going to have a big rant on Chancellor Palpatine. Great. Thanks for ruining what I had planned. So instead, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to show everybody my pet rock collection.
Okay, wow, that should get some butts in the seats.
Oh yeah, I mean pet rocks. I mean that was a craze in the 70s.
Oh, hold on. We have an emperor. We have a leader from Whoopastaska. Emperor Whoopa Troopa.
You mean the man that we did not ask for but need?
Yes,
indeed.
Wow.
Indeed.
Wow, it's great that we have that man that we didn't ask for.
He is the man of the Whoopas.
The Whoopas.
Hey, last election I won 135% of the vote. I don't know what you're talking about.
I've been waiting for you, Obi-Wan. We meet again at last. The circle is now complete. When I left you, I was but the learner. Now I am the master.
Only a master of evil, God.
See how imposing Whoopa is?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well, I mean, he wasn't imposing enough to not get into my Pokeball, so someone had to.
Whoa,
lose that.
whoa, whoa,
Yeah,
whoa! Watch what we're talking about here. I know we had the warning, but there are we have ladies here. Okay, just watch what you say about your Pokeballs. I don't have Pokeballs, just to put it that way.
Very interesting, but stupid.
I feel like those things are going to get used a lot today.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And go ahead, Bear. Go ahead.
I mean, they're going to get used a
What the
lot.
hell you say?
Exactly. I love that one. That is one of my favorites right there. It's one of my favorite lines from Al Bundy. Just how he says that. It's just, oh.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
A great movie. I can't wait till we have the watch party with that and a few of the others, man.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Movie. And please welcome Jet Sparks.
Hello, everyone. Happy Sunday, and congrats on 350 subs to you, Pacific, as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
From me and from Mr. Bush McFadden. Happy Tree Fitty.
Thank you. Thank you. And to anyone I have appointed a wrench, either present or in the past, got something to say to you.
If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. What?
Yes.
That is brutal. Every time I see that scene, that is brutal.
Aggressive violence, the greatest deterrent in Whoopstotska.
That is what I expect from each and every one of you when we get a troll or we get a bot. Ruthless aggression.
Just be very careful about banning the wrong people, because as we all learned, we don't want to F somebody in the wrong person.
Do you see what happens, Larry, when you fuck a stranger in the ass?
Yeah, Mike went a little wild one time, and I tell you, I mean, you better be careful. I mean,
it's the cardinal rule of getting rid of the wrong people.
The cardinal rule, you say?
The cardinal
rule.
Really, you had to mention the cardinal rule.
It's not the Cub rule.
It's not the cardinal rule.
The Cubs are those little itty bitty cute little creatures and all that. And they're, it's just, there's not much you get from them. It's, Cardinals, they poop on you.
I mean, Cardinals, there's not a whole lot of meat on them. So, I mean, it's very bony and stringy, and I'm not going to lie, I'll take a good squirrel any day over a cardinal.
Ooh,
you have the cardinal rule, which is like the most important rule, and then you have the Cub rule, which is like spend over 200 million in free agency to be a sub 500 team.
You're gone!
Oh my! Oh my!
What if you got that clip? What if you got that clip with Quark? You got that.
Yeah, it's a great one, but all I can say is,
boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
It did. It really did.
Some of my Quark is just weird, but hey.
Well, was it something I said?
Perhaps. But so far, the articles that we have for this morning on Pop Talk are from Bounty in the Comics. After 2 decades, Johnny Young Bosch returns to voice Vash the Stampede and Trigun Stampede English dub.
Yeah.
And an article given to me by the Smoking Patriot. It's from Fandom Wire. It says, it's become a joke of a franchise. Fans claim Star Wars has finally become too woke for its own good. All right. So, of those 2 articles, which article would you like to discuss first?
I'm so I'm keeping quiet.
I mean, I can go for either.
All right.
I'm not picky.
Let me go ahead and start with the article that you sent me, Patriot, and I'll go ahead and put it into the chat.
Oh no. Here
And
we go.
also, in case you already noticed, I have put as many YouTubers that I follow and support into the Nightbot timed command, so you'll see different people's channels come up, including those who are currently in the chat. If I don't have your YouTube channel in there, I am working on it.
Yep.
So this article from Fandom Wire is the first one of Tibet. And here we are.
Whoa, hello.
And the article starts off by saying the Star Wars franchise has released its third trilogy in the past couple of years. The final installment concluded the story with the Rise of Skywalker. The franchise has made a total of 9 movies so far, with its final movie being released in... Sorry, its first movie. I said final. My bad. Blooper. In 1977, and the last in 2019.
Okay, I gotta say this. There are only 6 movies.
I agree.
Yep.
Yeah, Rise of Skywalker. I've never heard of that. I think there must be a typo.
I think that's a
Must have
portal they
meant-
did. That was a portal.
The only silver lining I can say about this is the only silver lining I can say is if Colin Trevorrow got his way with Duel of the Fate script, I think that would have saved the trilogy. It might have, because I mean, you were only a good writer. I was actually talking about this with Tim Possible about this last night. If he had actually, I mean, again, you're a good writer if since Trevorrow managed to write around all the bad plot points in The Last Jedi, he would have found a way to write around all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And that probably would have saved the trilogy. People would have saw that at least one out of the 3 movies was by far the worst out of all of them. And that, of course, was going to be The Last Jedi. And this day, it would have been The Last Jedi. But that movie had pretty much tainted the whole trilogy. And, of course, they tried to course correct in the completely opposite direction. And that's why people disregard those films as absolute garbage, myself included.
Yep. And I do want to welcome a couple of people that have come into the chat. Phil McCracken. Welcome, Phil. And I also want to welcome our princess, the lovely Leia Rose.
Hi, Leia.
And also, we have Raquel SSG 221 in the chat as well.
Oh, wow. See, the ladies are coming because we play on normal mode, not easy mode. They know that.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
So this article goes on to say, now Disney and Star Wars leaker Doomcock has revealed that House of Mouse is reportedly trying to remove the woke agenda from its upcoming movies and TV shows. It goes on to say Star Wars too woke for its own good. There were many complaints and fans were riled up as a number of things did not add up or made sense. They did not like the direction it was headed, and since then, Disney has been trying to change things in its upcoming work. We see a couple tweets from Drunk 3PO and a few other people. It says, according to Overlord Doomcock, who is much famed and prolifically correct source when it comes to Disney and Star Wars, the franchise has made a new plan that will be changing everything about how the production will work in its upcoming shows. They said that these rumors are not to be taken seriously and further explained. According to a source that has been reliable in the past, the crap is about to hit the fan at Disney. I am told that getting the SJWs out of Disney is now priority one, mandated by the sudden realization that sometimes cliches are cliches for a reason, and a new understanding at the highest level that get woke, go broke is no longer just a slogan. It goes on to say Disney is a platform that survives on the fans and audiences who provide them with revenues by watching their movies and other shows. Now, if a majority of that portion of the audience riles up, they would obviously want to rectify it. Such is the case now, as Disney is only concerned with profitability, the leader said. Goes on to say Disney executives have realized that fans have been driven away from their precious franchises in droves by identity politics. Now it's time to get back to doing business. Time to remember the old adage the customer is always right.
It is. It truly
What
is.
the hell you say?
That was I'm sorry, I had to for that one.
That was perfect.
Yeah.
Article goes on to say the investors and executives are trying to repair the damage that has already been caused by erasing the sequel trilogy by the veil to the. All right, yeah, another blooper. What else is it?
That's not a blooper, it's a stumble. He stumbles and falls. Swing and a miss, everybody. Get used to hearing that. Swing and a miss. Strike three.
That's the, you're gonna hear that a
And
lot. when Cody
Pacific has
Bellinger
struck out
comes up
yet
to plate.
again. Okay, by the veil of the force, they're now trying to revert it back to what George Lucas designed it to be by bringing back the fans. They have now realized the woke elements of the latest Star Wars films have done a tremendous amount of damage to the franchise.
I just want to address Black Dragon. I'm only talking about the Skywalker saga. There's only 6 films in the Skywalker saga. I don't consider Rogue One our solo part of the saga. Neither do they.
Yeah, those are considered
Standalones.
standalones that's supposed to broaden the universe and add backstory or more explanation to certain things.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, again, yeah, and the Skywalker saga only just focuses on mostly just Force users, and I mean, again, it's always great when we get Star Wars stories and books that don't focus on them. Again, Rogue One was about the rebels fighting the Empire. That was mostly what it was about. That story really just brought the war back in Star Wars. We had seen warfare fought with the Clone Wars and again the Galactic Civil War from the original trilogy crew's perspective, but we've never seen it from like the average people who are doing the ground battles, doing the fighter battles, who are doing all the big heavy battles throughout the galaxy, like what we saw on Scarif.
And before I continue, I do want to say hello to Janet from another planet. Hello, Janet. All right, so this article continues to say Disney, with Star Wars under its flagship, released more shows for the franchise than when Lucasfilm was running it. The House of Mouse made sure not to leave any effort in its shows to deliver to Star Wars fans all around the world. However, recently Disney has received massive backlash from its fans due to the woke agenda that is going around and has decided to completely reboot the Star Wars sequel and foray into Star Wars mythos as fans know it. Well, even if they do reboot it, it's not going to work. Even if they want to bring back Harrison Ford and Mark Hamill, you don't have Carrie Fisher. You don't have the Triumvirate.
Or the Quartet if you're going to include Lando.
Yeah.
Or no, Quintet, especially also because Peter Montague also died too as well.
Yeah.
May he rest in peace.
And it goes on to say, a source also said that Disney held a virtual meeting to plan out and explain the new approach that they were going to take for the upcoming movies and TV shows. Their new policy goes: Disney is a for-profit company, and no one who works for Disney will be allowed to insult or antagonize fans. It finishes off by saying Doomcock also announced that the franchise would be getting the complete do-over with George Lucas directing it, hoping to bring back all the fans and the support that they have lost. He also stated that there were ways the franchise could implement, and one of them included George Lucas directing a new trilogy. Here's the thing, though. Does George even want to step foot back into Star Wars at this point in his life?
I highly doubt it, because I think it said in Bob Iger's memoir book that I think he actually wanted to commit some legal litigation against George Lucas. So he's saying, if you do not sign this, I can basically sue you and just take it from you anyway. So he was backed in a corner, and that's why you see that look on his face of like, he looks like he really was not happy. He didn't want to even be there, because he knew that he was signing away his pride and joy away to what he calls, quote unquote, I don't even want to say the word, but you probably know the quote he said. You probably all know it.
Yeah.
Well,
And
he said,
before we continue, I do want to welcome in a new panelist.
The following announcement has been paid for by the New World Order.
Super fan Adam Shawhan. You're welcome, brother.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Yeah, man. It's I had a crown put on a couple days back. Oh my goodness, it's just been hell, but I'm able to talk right now, and dogs are quiet. And yeah, all I gotta say about George is George couldn't do this shit on his own in the first place, yo. I'm just saying. And yeah, we love what we got, but we're never going to get it back. I say let it die. Just let it be done. And then if you're going to do something, start fresh, 110%. You know, we've got plenty of the EU stuff they could go with, but I just don't think they care. I think it's just all BS. They don't care.
Honestly, Superfan, here's the thing. They really could have just played everything safe and just went with some of the stuff that was in the EU, like with the Yuzong Vong or the Thrawn trilogy. Those are the two perfect stories they could have gone with for the basis for a sequel trilogy. And again, it would have been fresh and completely new, because they're fighting. I know the other one would have been largely the same with the Empire somewhat, but yeah, the Empire is just fractured. But it's Thrawn who's trying to reorganize everything, and the Yuzong Vong are from an entirely different galaxy, and they're different than fighting the Empire. And in fact, I think that's also the reason why, like, even Palpatine created the Death Star, because it was in preparation in reality for them when they actually did invade the galaxy.
Well, keep in mind though, these EU stories wasn't Lucas; it was all other people. So let's table that for just a second and talk about what George, if that's okay. Anyway, I don't want to.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I'm not trying to overrun your show, but here's my point on it. Right, we know what Lucas did, and as Janet said, yeah, I think that's the problem. Is we were expecting Luke as a Jedi to be training, right? We didn't really get that. And then, you know, it was supposed to be the Journey of the Wills and shit, right? That's what we were told in the 70s and 80s, those of us that grew up during this time frame. I would love to have the conclusion of that, but I feel they've already messed it up so much that I would rather see, as you're talking about, let's dive into the EU. But for Lucas to come back, I mean, that's the problem. I think, and I don't know because I wasn't in the room, none of us were, but when he signed, that meant any and every, like, I want the original script. Hell, you want to make me happy? Release the original cuts with nothing added to it. Go back to 77 and give us that. I mean, we know the films faded and stuff when they did the THX versions. So that's fine. But give us that. Give me the script. Give me the unaltered, unedited script so we can read the original script where it talks about Star Killer and, you know, give us that so we can actually see what he truly had in mind and then what we ended up with. Because what we ended up with was way better, in my opinion, from probably the original script. Have we seen as many documentaries, so on and so forth. But this Disney crap, like as far as I'm concerned, they could just shut the door on Star Wars and sell it back to the fans, but they won't. And I don't think Lucas, I think he's too old. That's why he stepped away. He knew what it would take to get it done, and he learned. Y'all can thank yourselves from hating the prequels. The man gave up after that. And I mean, yeah, maybe a lot of people really hate. I didn't find them that bad. That's my kids in Star Wars. But this Disney shit, this is not Star Wars for anyone. It's miserable, man. I don't like it.
Mm-hmm. Well, it makes the Phantom Menace seem like a classic now. But you're talking about the original script that Lucas did back in the 70s? Is that what you're talking about? I got him. I got the story treatment, and I got the original script that he had, that he proposed. That's been out there. I mean, I got it at a convention. The people that sell the scripts, and it's verified. This is the real script. In fact, I remember that our illustrious news agencies, about maybe 10 years or so ago, they went out there with this article where they're basically wetting themselves, saying, "Oh, we got the original script that's being donated to a university," and it's like, excuse me, you're acting like it never existed for the public. I have it. I've read it. They turned it into a comic book. So they're out there what they originally had, and what we got was a lot better for the original trilogy. The big problem with the prequel was that Lucas didn't listen to anybody. That started with Return of the Jedi, because Kurtz left, who was keeping him in line a little bit, saying, "Whoa, you're getting a little carried away here," and of course his ex-wife.
Yeah.
Who he did come back and help out with Return of the Jedi and tried to make some semblance of that movie, good as it is. But Lucas was just a wild gun for the prequel. He's just surrounded by a bunch of yes men, saying yes sir, instead of, if you take a look at some of the storyboards and what they're going to go with the Phantom Menace, it would have been a lot better with the original intent, where it was just Obi-Wan Kenobi, not both of them, until you got to Coruscant.
Right.
And of course, they would play in that, Obi-Wan found Anakin and became his master. And this one, of course, it kind of screws things up. And also the fact that Obi-Wan's master was Qui-Gon, not Yoda, like he said.
Yeah.
Lucas lost his way. That's what people were upset about with the prequel trilogy, is that he lost his way on it. Yeah, he makes some good films, but he kind of screwed up his own lore.
Yeah,
exactly.
I always felt it was the sponsorships too, though, not just Luke. When it comes to the prequels, there were so many cooks in the kitchen, that we got what we got because of that. Because he was trying to also, and this is just my opinion, though, he had so many other. Because when it was just him and his money, it was a little bit different from when we get to the prequel. So I mean, there were a lot of cooks in that kitchen. I'm just saying.
And real quick, before we continue, I want to welcome in two more guests. First, you know him, you love him, he's a constant troll.
Excuse me, I'd just like to ask a question. What does God need with a starship?
I hate you all.
And he's got his own channel. How you doing, Phil?
How's everybody today?
Doing good.
I'm alive.
Yeah.
And ladies and gentlemen, the one who inspired this little thing right here is here backstage. 1-800-555-noob. And I know he's going to give me a lot of crap, but I'm ready for it. How you doing, Paul?
You're actually wrong, Pacific. My sights are actually set on Baron today.
Oh, no.
How dare
what didn't you do, Baron?
How dare you insult the Phantom Menace? That is a great movie.
No, I'm not insulting the film. I'm saying it would have been a lot better. That's all I said. I didn't give it.
That movie is a 10 out of 10 perfect movie.
Just for that, I'm going.
Well, that's just like your opinion, man.
No, it's not. I'm just giving you crap. But
well, that's right. You're not supposed to eat on the air. Okay, sorry about that.
You said we have a Snickers bar. You'll be fine.
You said, Baron. You said that the sequels make Phantom Menace look great. I was say if they just released, instead of The Last Jedi, they just released like a 2-hour cut of Mark Hamill in the bathroom, I think that would have been a much better movie. At least I would have laughed probably in there somewhere.
You know what the
Can we
difference
check it
between
up, though, with good old Knight Rider, sitting there eating a cheeseburger on the floor too, since some Hasselhoff, drunk with a cheeseburger with Mark on the toilet.
Yeah, I remember that.
That's always
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what does the Disney 3 films and what's the difference between the holiday special and the Disney 3 films? I can watch the holiday special more than once and have. I cannot see. I only saw The Force Awakens twice, and I only saw the other ones once, and I didn't go to the theater for that. Thank God.
But Barry, there's a new Christmas movie, right? So you might want to.
Well, no, I didn't see that, and I'm not going to see it.
As I say, you might want to let them know you're talking about the original, not
the original. I'm talking about the one from 1978 or 79. Yeah, yeah, the one where Leia.
Only reason I watched The Rise of Skywalker is because my cousin offered to pay for my ticket and popcorn. I'm like, well, I'm a sucker for free food. I'll take it. But other than that, I really did not have any interest.
Well, we know how to crack you now. Thanks for the hint. Get those Reese's Pieces.
Yeah.
We got his ass.
You give me free food. It's like those vans that say free candy. I'm like, free? That's a great deal.
I mean, the only reason I watched Rise of Skywalker is because my best friend and I, we made a pact that we were going to see all 3 of the sequel movies, no matter how bad they were, because we both grew up as Star Wars fans as kids. So we're like, good or bad, we're going to all the way through to the end. It was rough getting through The Force Awakens. I'm not going to lie. It was rough. Last Jedi was even rougher. Rise of Skywalker, we literally just walked out, and my best friend, he's bald, but he looks kind of like a metalhead. He's bald, but he's got that massive beard, so he looks kind of like a metalhead. He literally said, he's like, I wish I had hair right now just so I could literally rip it all out and be bald.
Oh, damn.
That was the first words out of Rise of Skywalker. When we walked out, he was silent. We get up to the parking lot. That was the first word he said. I wish I had hair so I could rip it out.
So he looks like an arboreal with a beard in about 3 years or 4 years. Well, it's kind of interesting. I've said this many times. I watched the Last Jedi on Netflix because when we had it, and it took me twice as long to watch the film because I had to stop every 5 to 10 minutes to pause it and just rant at the stupidity of the storytelling and destroying of the lore. My friend, I told my friend about that. So when Rise of Skywalker came, he said, no, come on over, watch it here on my big screen TV. And I watched it, and I basically had him stop at once. And I go, you know what? I'm not feeling anything. I'm feeling numb about this. I don't have anything at all to say because it's just, it's nothing. It's a nothing burger. And, I think, he was wanting to see me rant, and I said, I'm sorry I disappointed you. And I said, that's why, this film is even worse than The Last Jedi, in the fact that at least The Last Jedi got a rise. The rise got flaccid. The Rise of Skywalker. You could call it the flaccid of Skywalker, or the Rise of Palpatine, whatever you want to call it. But.
Yeah, right. Yeah. A lot better. And right on there.
Rise of Skywalker. No Skywalkers.
So for me, as far as the whole thing of Star Wars becoming too woke for its own good, I do 100% agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
And I do believe that, at least from what I could see with Andor was not nearly as woke as the sequels, or heck, even Book of Boba Fett and Kenobi.
No, Andor was spot on, bro. You're right. It was good.
But by this point,
too late.
Who's there to see it? It's one of the things of, if a tree falls in the forest and no one's there to witness it, doesn't make a sound. If Star Wars stops being woke, but no one's there to see it, does it matter?
Well, we did the opposite though, bro. We did a video talking about, granted, that's one thing I feel they did good. I enjoyed Moon Knight as well. But at the end of the day, you have to go out there and say, hey man, this is good. And so many people hated on it because it's like, it depends on your version of woke. I watched that. And if you're just because there's a female in it going to bitch and say it's woke because of that, you're wrong. Okay. Yeah, the story itself makes sense. And don't come at me with, well, we know the ending. Well, motherfucker, you know the ending to Star Wars and watch it over and over and over again. So I don't want to hear that bullshit. Mm-hmm. If you love it, great. If you don't, that's fine. But have a real reason for not liking it. I watched it because I wanted to. It felt like, old Star Wars, man. That movie picks up the series starts strong, man, and it makes sense.
Yeah.
It goes based off the movie. If you watch the movie, what do you know about Andor right at the beginning? He's murdered people, right? We don't know a lot about him, but we know he's a hitman. We see that in the first 5 minutes of the TV series, man, and it's character building, it's world building, and it's done right, in my opinion. If you actually open your eyes and just watch it and pull the today's nonsense out, because sure there might be a little bit sprinkled in there, but I didn't feel it being woke. I felt it being actual old school Star Wars. And I'll let you. I'm sorry, but I'm a big fan when it comes to Andor. I can't wait till the next season. And I pray that it wraps up and then you watch the movie and it's a complete story, just like, Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi to me were a complete, the best three that we got, and we don't need more.
Yeah, and you speak of things being woken and everything, and things that you hear from other people. For example, tonight's the premiere of the Last of Us series, and I'm gonna actually watch it. And going into it, I haven't played any of the games.
I hear.
So I'm hoping that the fact that I haven't played any of the games, that I'm not really tied to anything in particular. I'm going in with a fresh set of eyes.
Okay.
Which game was that? Sorry, I missed that.
The Last of Us.
Oh, Last of Us. Okay, yeah. Well, do you want to invite, before I say something, our next guest in?
Yes, I was going to say, gentlemen, we have to behave.
Yeah, pull your pants up, guys.
Wait, I don't have any pants on.
I was literally just about to say
Shit,
that. If you're not wearing pants, get some on.
What the hell? I thought it was Sunday and it was pants free.
Yeah, come on.
Ladies and gentlemen of the panel, ladies and gentlemen of the chat, please welcome Janet from another planet.
Hi. I'm not wearing any pants either.
Yeah.
I mean, she just gave the green light without giving us the green light right there. I mean,
If you know Janet, trust me, she's got more balls than all of us here. I'm just.
All I gotta say to that is this.
Hey, yo.
I was going to say, I've probably seen more balls, but I haven't.
Hey, Whoopa, keep your Pokeballs away now.
Patriot, don't get any ideas.
What?
I just want to say congratulations on your, is it 350?
Yeah.
Yes, it is, Janet.
Yay,
Thank you very
that's
much.
Great.
Actually, it just became
a lot of work.
because I unsubscribed.
You know what, Baron? That's it. That's it, man. That is it.
Youngster, out you go.
Don't come back. Ever.
I'll bring it back. But how are you doing today, Janet?
I'm good. I'm doing good today.
Good.
Hey, Janet, I don't want to brag or anything, but I've been working out a bit.
Good.
Oh
You
my
should.
god!
Yeah, I just want to show it off a little bit.
Everyone should work out. I mean, even just walking is good for you.
Hey, Lucas, send me a copy of that picture so that I can use it to trigger my cousin.
Okay, I will.
Oh my god!
Now that workout was when you were ripping the ivory from that field, was it, Wumba?
Yeah, that's how yeah, exactly.
Look what happened. Janet joins us, and all the guys are sucking their gut in, showing off.
No, I'm not. Shit.
I'm not. Screw that.
Be yourself. That's what I like.
I'm trying to hide the fact that I'm
great.
Hey, look, I'll work out hard, but I'm not getting rid of the gut. I'll work on the arms, I'll work on the back, the leg. Man,
You guys got to remember, dad bods are in now.
Woo! Okay.
Wow. Because that proves that you're dad material. I mean, you know what I mean? That's what women find attractive.
And
they think to be a daddy.
being ourselves, that's one thing I do try to do on this channel. It's just be myself.
Mike, stop trying to do push-ups, okay?
Yeah, he's doing one-handed.
Oh, God! Oh, ah!
One-handed.
Son of a...
He's gonna leave a mark. He's Jack Blance at the Oscars here,
Oh, Lord have mercy.
You know.
So the greatest thing, Mike, is Janet was around when I was still streaming, prior to having all the issues with YouTube. Thanks, YouTube. And that's when I started just like I quit. It's been like 6 going on 7 months. I quit shaving. I quit cutting my hair. I was just like, the hell with it. It's like, you know what? We're just going to let it go for a year and see where it went. And I mean, other than the trimming, a little bit here and there, I get tired of eating the shit. But yeah, that's it, man. So this is 6 months growth. It's like, holy shit. I usually just keep it short and buzz. But yeah, man, it's just nuts though. Because they love the grandpa look. When I had the shaved head and just the goatee, the Jim the Anvil Nighthawk goatee, everybody was always just like, he's so mean looking. I just was standing there, I was there eating pizza. They thought I was doing security because my shirt said Alpha across the top, and I'm just standing there, standing outside waiting on my pie. And they're like, "Are you security?" And I'm like, "I mean, yeah, I got a gun, but I'm not doing security. I mean, no, I'm just getting a pizza, man."
It's bounce
It's the I'm probably the youngest person here, most likely.
You are.
How old are you,
I don't know.
I'm literally like 28.
Yeah, he's
25.
Then we're tied.
Yeah, Paul and you are tied.
I'll beat. I'm 25.
Oh.
By the way,
I'm
Baron.
I'm the little whippersnapper over here.
Nice shirt there, Baron.
Oh yeah,
the Al Bundy. I hope you're a member of MAM too.
Hi, baby.
I am.
You're
Cool.
a fan of Ted Bundy?
Oh my God.
Al Bundy. Al Bundy. Yeah, whippersnapper.
Yeah, can you see the back?
Hell yeah.
4
Yeah.
touchdowns in one game. 4
I
touchdowns in one game.
I wore this to twice to the rugby sevens, and people knew exactly what that was. So I have pictures of me with All Blacks players wearing this shirt. So
nice.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
And I gotta say, Adam, your beard is so nice. You inspired my guitar to grow a beard.
Yeah, I was just happy you.
I'm not even sure how to read that.
It's interesting to note that Baron's up north, and he's wearing a T-shirt, and Paul there is down in Virginia, and he's got to have a sweater.
Okay.
It was very cold and windy this morning.
I got plenty of blubber on me. I'm Walrus Boy. You've never seen a cold walrus, have you? I'm Walrus.
Insulation.
Insulation?
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm in Florida and I'm in a T-shirt.
Oh yeah.
You know.
This is my original avatar from YouTube when I first started. This was my
ma'am.
original avatar.
Yeah, let me highlight it.
You go back and see Lethal Lightning and World Class Bullshitters and all the places I've been, man. I tell you what, and the great people I've met, including this panel here and all these people in the chat, dude. I tell you what. But this is how I started off, man. Back in the day, this was my avatar. So I mean, yeah, I love me some Married with Children, man. So yeah, that was awesome to see the jersey, bro. That is just badass.
Da 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 da.
Yeah, I have an avatar that looks like me.
Hey, Pacific, I'm going to step out for a little bit because my parents are here and I think it's lunchtime, but I will do my best to come back, okay?
All right, Paul.
All right.
Okay.
Enjoy your lunch.
Take it easy, brother.
Such a good lad.
Have a good lunch.
Such a good lad.
Oh wow! Listen to you. Yeah, that's because you mind warped them, Phil. You mind.
I've done no such thing.
You poisoned his mind. You told him, watch Caddyshack 2. It's a great movie.
You sick.
He had so much promise, and then he watched Caddyshack 2. Look what you did to him.
Well, the good news is maybe in a year's time he'll rewatch it on the anniversary, on the day that he watched Caddyshack 2, followed by Red Sonja and Conan the Destroyer. What can I say?
Well, those films are better than Caddyshack 2. Let's just put it that way.
Oh, yeah, but you know what? I'm going to get him to watch Battle Beyond the Stars.
I love Battle Beyond the Stars. It's fun.
What do you have against Battle Beyond the Stars, Phil?
Yeah, it's a good cheesy film, man. It's great.
I don't know if I've ever seen that.
Oh,
Never.
Roger Corman at his best trying to rip off Star Wars.
Yeah.
Now the thing is Star Crash. You got to have him see Star Crash.
Maybe Logan's Run.
Oh, that's a
Logan's
classic.
Run's a good movie.
Oh, that's a classic. I love
It's
that.
been forever since I've seen that one.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Oh, sorry.
we're just about to live in something like that, a utopian society, if we're not careful.
Yeah, I even showed that movie to my daughter, and she loved the film. So I mean, that when you get this next generation watching and going, yeah, it's a good movie. you're doing something right. You really are. At least I like to think.
Well, especially since the ending is them freeing themselves. So
Mm-hmm.
that's good.
Yeah.
From
Oh,
Utopia.
great. Now you just spoiled it.
Not really.
They all died at the end, folks. There was no survivors.
But I make deals
Sounds
with
like
Paul.
classic
I always
Whoopstotska
do.
film.
I make deals with Paul. Mike, you were there. He kind of puts himself in that situation. Like he wants me to watch Endor for God knows what reason. But hey, in order to watch Endor, he's got to watch something I want him to watch. So
That's fair, bro. That's fair. That's fair.
I'm not
I
arguing.
will say I enjoyed it though. I will say Andor. Like I said, that's just my 2 cents, man. I think you might enjoy it, but again, to each their own. But I give you props for doing that, man. If I'm gonna watch what you say, then you're gonna watch something. That's epic.
I'll be honest, and I'll give you my 3 cents real quick before you move on, Mike.
3 cents inflation.
3 cents, because 3 pennies can never be 2 pennies.
It's 2 pennies in a coupon,
my
right?
opinion, Disney is totally flushed Star Wars. The damage is done. I don't think it can be undone. I know people are praising Endor. The one episode I did see, Endor gives a headshot. Boba Fett doesn't kill a single person. Really? Yeah. Come on now. Look, if you guys want to, people want to jump back on Star Wars, more power to you. I'm all for you guys enjoying it. But for me, man, I'm not going to keep getting one good show and then 3 awful ones and then thinking Star Wars is great. No. I'm one of them people. When Coke did the new Coke thing, I didn't touch new Coke until they brought the old Coke back. That's how you make a company bend. That's how you get a company to change their ways. You don't support them. You don't give them money. Once they realize they're not getting money, trust me, if you can make Coke dump new Coke, you can get Pepsi to dump the woke. It's that easy. Simple.
Well, my analogy, excuse me, my analogy about this is this. If Disney is waking up and realizing being woke is not the way to go because they are hurting. There is that's no lie. They are hurting. And Star Wars should be the goose that was laying about 3 platinum eggs, every hour. And now all they're doing is 10 eggs.
Platinum eggs, human?
Yeah.
It should be gold press latinum, human.
Gold press platinum eggs. Wow.
12.
Right.
Disney, when they bought the Star Wars merchandise from 2000 to 2012, before they bought it, was the main profit of Lucasfilm merchandise. From the time Disney bought it to now, merchandise has shrunk down to 90%.
Because their merchandising sucks. And it's merchandise.
There you go.
Merchandise.
Right there.
So,
you know what? People love you, and I give them all the love in the world. You love the sequel trilogy. Show me the video games of the sequel trilogy. Show me the board games. Show me your Rey action figure. I can only name one Star Wars Santa that has one. But if you really love that Star Wars that much, show me how much you really support it. Show me the merchandise.
Well,
half of them can't.
But my analogy here, though, is this: if they're waking up and realizing that they have done wrong, and they could be, we've been led down the primrose path where we're being told that they're waking up, and then we get more shit. This is like you're dating this girl. She turns around and tells you, "Yeah, you're too boring. I know you're loyal and all that. You do all this stuff for me, but I need more excitement in life." Goes out, dates a bunch of guys, gets about 3 children from 4 different guys. Then is knocking on your door, going, "Honey, I made a mistake. Will you let me back?"
Don't take her back.
Right? It's like that's exactly how you feel. That's exactly how you feel. It's like your cheating wife left you, slept around, had children with other men. 3 different guys, 3 different kids. And now that she's knocking on the door, saying, "I'm sorry, will you take me back?" No, it's hard. It's like
no, it's not hard. It's a no-brainer.
Well, the thing is, you have to realize that Disney hasn't learned anything. I mean, all they had to do was bring in a little baby Grogu, and look how much money they're making off the merchandise just from that. So they just throw tidbits out, and people are going to gobble it up, and they're going to make money. So just like you said, as long as that people pay money, they'll keep thinking, "Oh, see, it was a great idea. I told you." There you
But
go.
the merchandise is going down, and people,
That's a fact.
and no wonder, and even with Grogu being popular, he's starting. It's a one trick pony. People are getting tired of Baby Yoda.
Not really. Everywhere I go, I see people wearing T-shirts with Baby Yoda on it. Well, it's not Baby Yoda, and then you see little dolls. I see little chia pet things that you can go
Coffee
chia pet. I mean, yeah,
mug.
coffee
Yeah,
mugs, sunglasses. I mean,
it's like the
socks,
Ewoks.
pajamas. They're making money, and that's all they care about.
Yeah, I don't believe it, but my dad actually has a T-shirt that has both Baby Grogu and Baby Groot on it, playing together. It's
Kathy, old Baron got me beat by 3 years.
I'm 54. Yeah. So,
Oh.
I'm the oldest guy here. I'm the oldest guy. But the thing is they can't live off of Baby Grogu. They're not making the money just off of one guy. Or
No, but The Mandalorian got respawned, and a lot of people are happy with it. And like I just got through making a really nice poster for The Mandalorian. I thought it was pretty decent. I mean, it was a pretty decent show. And I'll buy merchandise as long as I feel like it's something I want to promote. I'm not going to buy merchandise from any franchise if I feel like it's shit. So they're going to buy what appeals to them, and as long as someone buys it and they make a little money off of it, they're going to keep making more of it. Every time you flick on the remote and watch The Mandalorian or a bad show they make, they're going to make more. It's just the way it
You used to go
is.
into Walmart, and you used to go, even if you went 10 years ago, there was 2 aisles, at least 2 aisles dedicated to Star Wars, even at Christmas time, even after Christmas time. Going to Walmart today, post Christmas, or even during Christmas, they had not even a quarter of an aisle.
Yeah, I'd say when I
Not
went Christmas
even a
shopping,
quarter.
I don't think I found a lot of Star Wars stuff. I wasn't looking for anything because all the kids I was buying for, they didn't care about Star Wars. But now that I think of it, then you bring it up.
What's
like,
a Star Wars?
Well, I go to the men's department to buy T-shirts, pajamas, and things like that if I want something with Star Wars on it. They don't have it in the women's department, but you can go to the men's, and there's tons of it.
Well, and you're hitting the one point. Their merchandising has changed to where they're aiming at
the people who liked it when they were young.
Yeah, but the thing is,
the people that are going to pay for it.
But the merchandising, what they get to bring new people in is if you get the younger crowd, they're not aiming at the younger crowd. I mean, even through the lean years of Star Wars, where we had to wait until 1999 for the Phantom Menace, they were putting out action figures. You started having younger kids having action figures to play with because they're watching the movies on VHS, and then of course DVD when the special editions came out. And then, of course, when
came out, they didn't have you didn't even have a movie, but you had everything to do with the movie. You went into the mall, Spencer's was stocked with Shadows of the Empire items. Hobby Lobby was stocked with Shadows of the Empire items. You had the video game, you had comic books, and you had action figures. You had everything a movie release had, but a movie.
Yeah.
And today, you don't have none of that.
No. When Mandalorian,
I still ain't seen an indoor action figure, poster, game, board game, Monopoly. Some of the good movies, even today, Spider-Man, when they came out with the last Spider-Man, Monopoly had that edition of Spider-Man. Only one I think Star Wars had, and it was very limited, was the one with the Mandalorian. That's it.
Yeah, Leia hits it right here. Right. Everyone is entitled to their opinion about Star Wars.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. And my thing is they need to change their marketing strategy where they start getting kids back in. They're putting action figures out for the adults that don't even want to open them up because they're going to be collector items. They're going to have, you don't see kids playing with action figures. Now they have the Black Series. They focus on that where
people can afford it. When Mandalorian first came out, I bought the box set with all the characters, with Gina Carano in it, and I loved it. So I ordered a couple more so I'd have them, because I do play with mine. I mean, people, I buy a set to play with, and I buy a set to put away. because I am a nerd. But the thing is, after I bought the first one and then they fired her, I went to buy some more of them because I paid $16 online for my box set. I couldn't believe what a great deal I got. And then when I went to go buy it, I couldn't even buy the one character, just the one character of Gina Carano's character, and it was almost $200.
Right.
So that's why kids can't afford it, because little people like you and me that want them to collect make the price so expensive that they make a limited amount because they don't really give a crap whether a kid buys it.
Right.
See what I mean?
That's true.
Yeah,
And before
Got
we
parents to buy it.
continue on with the topic, I do want to welcome in another guest. Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
Do.
I came in just so Phil could listen to that.
Yeah, I love that tune. Where's Cash Money? He loves it too.
Cash Money's missing, man. He's just, I don't know where he is.
He finally
I
went
was
to
gonna
sleep
say-
about an hour ago. He's been up. He fixed his problems, which is good.
Oh,
I'm happy he figured it out.
Yeah.
I was
Mm.
gonna say with kids and stuff, because I am the oldest of 8 children, so I still have a lot of little kids in the family. Like, they love the Mandalorian specifically. It's like, oh look, it's a Grogu, so cool. You know, and they got a bunch of stuff with him and all that. But other than that, you know, most of my siblings have not even watched the original trilogy, or I think barely any have watched the sequel trilogy. They just don't really care.
Well,
And
but
that's- I
did
know
you
that's
say
just
8
one family.
children?
Yes, I am the oldest.
You're a
7
poor
of them.
mother. 8?
8 is enough.
Wow, I remember the show.
Do you
but
have
I
any
didn't-
twins in your family? Do you have any twins?
Nope.
Wow.
No evil
All-
twins? Oh, I was hoping to be evil twins.
I mean, what's it? I got this.
I
guy,
have
but
4
he's not even-
sisters, so my mom had 5, but 8, that's a lot.
She needs
It's
she needs
eight.
an award.
Yeah, I mean,
She does. This is true.
sounds like a Catholic family to me.
How'd you know? We've got the big we've got the deluxe Amazon bust to match as well.
Ooh. Every sperm is
But
secret.
The thing is, here's how I know Star Wars is going to keep limping on. I heard somebody, I was talking to somebody a couple months ago about Star Wars, and they compared it like this. Remember back in the old days when you were on a naval vessel, you know, the wooden ships, and you would be out at sea a year and a half on whatever mission and whatnot. You remember how thirsty those guys would come back and they'd look for anything that was female, regardless of how it looked?
Any
They
portion
didn't
of
care
Star-
about anything. He said that's basically Star Wars fans when it comes to the product. They don't care. They'll just jump on anything because it's Star Wars. They don't care about the quality. They don't care about character development, the story, anything. They don't care about it. They
Well,
just
then
want
are they
something
really
with Star Wars.
Fans?
No.
I mean, I don't consider them fans. Now, I think the people that are purists aren't fans either, because if you're going to nitpick every tiny little detail about stuff, I don't consider you a fan either, because it's like, look, we're not perfect people, so no product is going to be perfect. So you have to be willing to give a little at times with certain things, but you should always try and stick true to the core product and whatnot. Now, yes, there is a little leeway you can give one way or the other, but at its heart, stick to the core tenets of the product, and the money will literally print itself. I mean, you will have a money tree the size of an oak, printing $100 bills by the millisecond.
Well, that's the proper explanation of what a purist is. Keep to what the thing is about, what Star Wars is about. You keep it to what Star Wars is about, you're a purist. Then you got those that are, like you said, the narrow-minded ones that focus in just on one little thing and nitpick every single freaking thing because that's just them. A purist is one that wants to make sure, hey, this is what Star Wars is about. Keep it this way. You have your wipes, the between scenes or whatever. Just like, Irvin Kershner even kept it when he did Empire Strikes Back. He had his own directing style, but still he kept the spirit of what Star Wars was about, also with the movie, which is why it's so popular and so good. But being a purist is not a bad thing. It's when you start becoming extremist in that area, it's a bad thing. And just as much as you're the extremist the other way, where you don't care, it's oh, they're dangling the carrot in front of me, I gotta follow it. Yay, shiny thing, shiny thing.
Yeah,
it's not even just that. It's
real quick. I just want to say hello to Pops. Pops, I enjoyed your interview in the video that you posted this morning with Fat Steven Seagal. Great video, and a lot of great information. And I also want to say hello to the Clown Prince of Vegas, Joker voice. Hello. I hope you don't mind me doing that, Joker. I do like to do my own impression of Joker myself. So, everybody just needs to have a smile. And speaking of the Clown Prince of Vegas, please welcome a Joker voice.
Hello, you lovely people, you hello, Jetsbox. And by the way, I'll be expecting my payment for that impression, Mike. Thank you.
I think Mark Hamill has something to say about that.
I was gonna say, I think he's got to speak.
Have you seen the last Jet? And he's lost all claim to anything now.
Well, no, remember, he was warning us through the whole thing. You could tell the disgust that he had over the whole thing. He was not happy with Last Jedi.
What? Yeah, what if this guy is Jake Skywalker?
Yeah, he called him Jake Skywalker. He was even wearing on Big Bang Theory that shirt where it looks like they're going after the mouse on it. So I mean, he was putting signals out there with how unhappy he was.
Well, I mean, even on the red carpet, when someone said, are you excited about your character, about how your character is continuing on in this film, being the Last Jedi made by Ruin Johnson, that round-headed simpleton.
Yeah.
And Mark said, no, on the red carpet.
Yeah.
Wasn't there a thing where it's like, is this your last Star Wars project? And he said,
Yeah.
oh, I hope so.
Yeah, it was the same interview on the red carpet. He said, that's it for me, basically. He didn't expect to be asked back to do the Ghost of Luke.
What? Or to do Mando, or to lend his voice for Book of Boba from whatever that was.
Yeah, well, he wanted to do, I think, that last scene of Mando just to spite, certain people at Disney.
Yeah, well,
because that's the one thing that excited everybody. It seemed like, and of course they had to start.
Oh, that broke the internet. That season like broke the internet with the live action reveal of Ahsoka, which is the only show that matters. Only show that matters, right? As far as Star Wars goes. Because I heard you talking about Star Wars, and I'm like, did you watch the recent video with Valiant, WDW Pro, and Cameron? Oh, there's more. Cameron's got more information from his Disney insider who scooped the hiring freeze 48 hours before the trades caught the wind of it. There's more stuff that is leading even more credence that Kathleen Kennedy is on her way out the door.
She might be. I just always think a lot of that stuff is, how is she leaving? Is she getting booted out, or is she just leaving and then whoever's taking whoever was under her taking her place?
Let me make this very clear. Kathleen Kennedy is not going to get frog marched out of Lucasfilm holding a cardboard box. That is never going to happen. She's going to leave. Her contract is not renewed, and she's going to leave gracefully. And then at the next Oscar award, she's going to get a Lifetime Achievement Award. She's going to get showered with awards.
She has a 3-year contract. When is this going to happen? Never. She got 2 more years left on that.
Suppose from what Cameron's sources inside Disney say it'll be at the end of. It'll be soon after the release of Indiana Jones 5.
Right.
So they're going to buy her out of her contract.
But basically,
Most likely, yeah.
I guarantee you, she will. I am going to retire, or she will move up or over. She's not going to get fired like what everybody wants.
But why
That's
would
the same
she?
thing.
Why? Who are they going to replace her with? I mean, doesn't that bother you? If
Probably
bad as
someone that she
was,
hired, someone right under
well,
No,
or someone worse.
Because the person she had handpicked was also just not too long ago let go, and that was Michelle Rejwan. So as of right now, we don't know. So now, judging by who the in 2 months the new chairman of the board is, that's going to be interesting.
Oh yeah.
He is also the CEO of Nike, that lovely place when makes their products at deep thinking camps in China.
The China connection.
Well, as an American, we're dumbasses and we support China anyway. If you buy on eBay or pay with PayPal, China owns that, so you really can't, it's everywhere. What, are you going to boycott everything? We could be Amish?
Why are there so many slave camps in China? And why do we want to have a good pride?
According to Lucasfilm,
There are
site,
four.
The number two
There are-
person
Just when
there
you just
is-
remember when you hand your money over to China, just say "Me love you long time."
Yeah.
Right.
Oh my god.
According to
there are
the number two
there are
lady
four.
there and the number two person in Lucasfilm, she's still there. She's still there. You can go look at the site.
And real quick, this is from Gap After Dark. He sends this for you, Phil.
Listen to 7-Up.
You gotta play it one more
No,
time.
You know the commercial. Never had it, never will.
The British. Perfect way of saying the British are coming.
And hey, I'm not saying that this is set in stone or even going to happen. These are unconfirmed rumors at the moment. Take it with a grain of salt.
Oops, I did something by mistake. Adam, come back in. I did that by mistake.
Did you? Did you really?
I accidentally. That was my fault.
That's what they all say.
No, I
You
thought
kicked
there was, I thought there was two of them. Like there's two of them down there, and I went with the one that wasn't him, and I thought he was having connection problems. It's like, come on in, Adam. I'm sorry.
Adam,
I'm sorry.
this is what Barrett was doing to you.
Oh, how it pains me to do this. Wait, I still function. Wanna bet?
No. Sorry about that. Honestly,
that's just savage.
I am savage. So.
Coronation Starscream. This is bad comedy. Megatron? Is that you? Here's a hint.
It's all right, bro. It's all right. I was trying to share a screen and you got confused. It's okay.
Will anyone else attempt to fill his shoes?
Oh, Leonard Nimoy.
So you know what? I'm going to put you right over here. You'll take my spot now.
Oh,
Baron, this is why we can't have
Megatron with the Infinity Gauntlet.
Yeah, that's how I roll, baby.
Well, even with the Infinity Gauntlet, I still got one thing to say to Megatron.
One shall stand, one shall fall. Why throw away your life so recklessly?
No.
Have you guys seen the trailer for the new movie that's supposed to be coming out with the Transformers?
Oh,
Rise of the Beast. Yeah.
So you're not happy about it?
Well, it's good. No, because if you believe what they're saying, and from the people involved in the product, is that it's about the Transformers world from a oppressed person's perspective. Because if you notice, the person with there's Hispanic folks, there's African American folks. Don't see a lot of white folks. I know, pops. I know. I know, pops. I'm with you. I didn't. Don't kill the messenger. I'm just reporting stuff that's been out there. Which you will get that and a lot more tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Pacific, 9 a.m. Eastern time on my channel for last week's news. Now,
no, right here we do believe in killing the messenger.
Yep,
makes us feel better.
Messengers are basically like red shirts. There's always going to be one available when you need them.
That's comforting. Thanks, Mike.
When you think about it, like if a messenger like from an enemy army comes to you and like says something and goes back, like you're supposed to say, don't kill him. But like if you let them go back, they'll just fight against you later. Why don't you kill the messenger?
It's just one person. Usually the messenger is some lower level dweeb that comes out there.
It's an envoy, and they're usually not armed, and they're usually just like, hey, I'm just here bringing, and
they come,
and they're not, right.
Yeah, they come walking and go, hey, where are the white women at? And that's that's about it.
Hey, where the white women?
Oh my!
And real quick, I'm gonna say hello to Dempsey. Welcome, Dempsey. And let's see, what do we have here?
So this is what we were talking Star Wars. So this is just some of the collection of stuff that I've got. It was one of those. Oh, there we go. So one of those where it's like, yeah, I've got better pictures. I'll have to find them. I apologize. I'm kind of newer to doing all of this stuff. But yeah, I mean, I've got some of the newer stuff, and I don't know. I just kind of titled it that way when I did try to do the panoramic view. But I mean, that's the one wall that's behind me on the opposite side of this wall. That's the Star Wars room behind me. So
look, you can see his cage too. Ain't that sweet?
That's right. That's the dogs. That's where Frank and the guys are. That's
really. I thought that was where the missus put you when you misbehaved.
Yeah, right. That's true. That. So where do you keep your lightsabers? I keep them in a gun cabinet because those are, of course, the old school ones. I had the R2D2 that held the macaroni and cheese. That's that.
I keep my lightsaber next to my bed.
Nice.
I keep hearing the air freshener.
That's a vape.
Very nice. I was hoping to get. I don't have one with her painting. Do I?
That's my breathing.
And hello to Bucky's Crafty. I'll tell you that. Hi, Bucky.
Oh, I've got a few. Like I said, I enjoy my Star Wars. Y'all do too. See, the dogs do. They all are about Star Wars too. So yeah, I mean, it's again, we do love this stuff. But you're right. Like when the last Star Wars thing I bought, Count Dooku's lightsaber, the Black Series, because it came out and I always wanted. That is the only thing I have bought since Disney has acquired Star Wars. Other than a couple Lego sets.
I did a Dooku before the show. Did that count?
I think that was a Dookie, though, not a Dooku.
I think what was the last Star Wars thing I bought? I think it was a while back. It was Star Wars ships because and I've said this on this on Mike's channel before.
Hey,
that
is that that's an Ultra Sabers right there, Joker voice.
Yes, it is.
Oh yeah.
I think. Do I have an Ultra Saber? I think I have an Ultra Saber too.
I always wanted to buy a Park Saber.
Nice.
When they first came out, but never could afford one.
This is
JV. How do you like those Ultra Sabers?
I love them.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I've thought about it, bro. I've thought about it.
This is part of my Nihilus cosplay that I do.
Nice.
How
Neil got Darth Nihilus.
Nihilus?
That's awesome. Nihilus. Darth Nihilus.
Darth
Lord
Nihilus.
Power of World.
The Lord of Hunger.
Yep.
I'm so hungry.
I want to eat a planet.
Yeah. The only reason why the blade's gone is because the retention wrench actually got retention screw kind of got stuck in the blade itself.
Mine here I got total. It doesn't have any of the it doesn't have any of the bells and whistles. It doesn't have a soundboard or anything. Just a basic saber with shipping and handling was like $110.
Joker voice.
Yeah.
I have to put this to you. Lightsabers don't have bells or whistles on them. It's just a lightsaber. You don't want bells and whistles on.
It'd be hard to sneak up to someone.
Right. I was just going to say that. I mean, the hum is enough.
What is clown Jedis? What do they carry then?
Can you imagine?
Well, we already know what Ray carries.
Yeah.
There's some bells and whistles.
Scanner thing. There's no any LED lights.
Okay.
Or anything with the switch or anything. It's just normal.
I was just going to say, can you imagine the swing of a lightsaber that sounds like a slide whistle?
I have to bring this up because I watched the prequels again.
Oh,
remember when Mace has got the Emperor in the corner and he's got the saber and he's, don't kill me. Why the fuck? You got a saber. All you got to do is go.
Nothing wrong with
it's done.
Nothing wrong with the prequels.
You don't gotta.
Nothing wrong with the prequels.
Well, there's some things wrong with the prequels.
Yeah,
okay, Jar Jar Binks.
Yeah.
You no like some Binks. You some mean some.
The never-ending pun jokes of freaking.
He said going to be worst part of movie. Yes, Jar Jar.
So Adam, are you saying?
I don't want my pain taken away. I need my pain.
Glorious movie. One of the best.
You would say that.
That's a second clip. The best movie of Star Trek.
You have the lightsaber. You know what a lightsaber can do. We saw from the first movie it go through the blast doors, right? He just, he didn't have to go, he literally had the Emperor, the blades this far from him. You could have just done. No, he goes back and gets his arm chopped off and electrocuted, thrown out the window. Shit's hilarious, but it's one of those things. That scene's always bothered me because I'm like, in real life and at war, you'd have killed that sumbitch. There wouldn't have been all this, blah, 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 and I know it's a movie, but still, that's my one complaint. I'm like, come on, man.
Well, that scene was actually going to be bigger drawn out. The fight was actually supposed to start in the office itself between him and Mace and be a bigger, but they edited it down, which is why it doesn't have as much of an impact as it turned out to be. Again, one of the things where, George, what were you thinking of? That was awesome. You would have seen a little bit more badassery from both Mace and Sidious in that.
Oh crap! Look at the other people that were in the fight at first. Them Jedi sucked.
Yeah.
Well. The thing is,
Kit Fisto, Egan Kolar.
So the thing about Episode 3, because I've actually been watching a lot of YouTube videos on this. There was a lot that George actually wanted to do in Episode 3 that he never got to do. Like the battle over Coruscant, he really wanted that to be only 2 hours long. So imagine the Battle of Coruscant between Dooku, Anakin, Obi-Wan, and all the ships fighting and everything. That was going to be about 2 hours long. And when Sidious battles the Jedi weren't originally supposed to go down that quick. They were actually all going to slowly go down one by one, but Sidious, it would have shown how powerful Sidious was. He could take on 4 Jedi at the same time, not just cut down 2 of them instantly and Kit last 10 seconds. No, it was that.
He only lasted a few seconds longer. Saeed Tin and Egan Kolar went down in no time flat. They got
and it originally wasn't supposed to be that way, but they had to cut it. So Episode 3 would have probably been the best Star Wars movie of all time if George had actually done it the way he wanted to. It would have been the most action packed of them. Which I want that cut, by the way.
And one thing that the prequels did, and since we've been talking about the sabers, it actually showed lightsaber styles. I mean, you saw.
Yeah.
I mean, you saw Form 3, you saw Form 5, you saw Form 4, you saw Form 2. So I mean, there's a lot that the prequels did to expand on the lore and the world that is Star Wars.
The big thing, I think, one of the problems is Episode 3 should have been 2 films, really, and
should have been.
It should have.
And the first 2 probably could have been 1 film.
Well,
no.
See, the thing is you should have had. It's really hard because a lot of waste. There was a lot of waste in Attack of the Clones. You should have almost gotten into the full Clone Wars almost right away and had that film about a lot of the battles that were going on with that. But
and
there was a lot.
that's why they did the Clone Wars animated series,
Right.
which do without that, those three films really fall very flat. It's
right.
It is that animated animated series that really expanded on the character of Anakin and Obi-Wan. So
yeah, and when I say that, like I'm not, I like the prequels. I'm not a hater of them anyway. I'm a big fan. But I do agree. Like there's so much in Empire Strikes. No, hold on. So much in the third episode that's like, sorry, I'm having a brain fart. I'm going crazy. There's so much that you could have expanded in the third episode, and then so much in the first and second episode that it's like, well, probably could have gotten rid of some of this stuff.
Yeah,
there was fluff in every one of those movies.
Of course.
Sure.
Yeah. The thing is, Attack of the Clones. Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, let's not talk about. Let's not talk about a prequel series that was a lot of fluff. Hobbit.
Yes, there's plenty of fluff in that too. I'll give you that.
Gosh.
Yeah, because
Like
they
the
were
entire
Talking about the Hobbit.
Yeah, because episode 2 was the very start of the war, and episode 3 is at the tail end of the war. But if you watch like that Clone Wars micro series with the animation done by Genndy Tartakovsky, they actually show the battle of Coruscant on the ground.
Yeah, I mean that was George wanted to have that lead up to the movie, and it's a shame that they go, oh, this doesn't count no more with Disney. Because it was, I when I was watching, I'm going, man, if they could recreate, if George does this to the big screen, this will be impressive because the battle was impressive on the 2D animation that they're doing, and it was. I mean,
and I'm just gonna say that the 2D version of General Grievous,
it's haunting, and hell, he makes a really great and makes a really good first impression. He literally crushes a guy that looks like Shaggy, and ironically enough, the guy's name is Shaggy. He just really crushes him under his feet.
Which I hope
like Zoinks Dooku.
Which I really hope that's not a segue into something else.
Not if you don't want it to be. It's panelist choice as far as topics and articles.
That abomination.
As long as it's not political,
I'm
fine
want a
with
brown self-insert of some characters in a cartoon. You don't want to talk about that?
Not political. Palpatine 2024. There.
Listen, he cut the unemployment on.
Yeah,
yeah, everybody's going to be employed.
Yeah.
Time has come. Execute Order 66.
And Mike, as much as I would love to, as much as I would love to have a conversation that is blissfully free of politics, we all know politics is downstream from culture. So when
I know.
When you're talking about
I said a month ago on Pop Talk on this very program, let's keep it down to a bare minimum. I don't want something that's heavy on politics or politically based.
Right.
As long as it's pop culture, I'm
as long
fine
as
with
it's the politics of Whoopstotska.
I'm not going to get politicky, but that one subject, politics, is downstream from culture. Is that true anymore?
Yes. Oh yeah.
Really?
Because if you control the culture, because okay, I'll just do it this way. Because once it gets down to, because if you don't change the culture, and I have a lot of friends and customers that talk about the ballot box, and I'm like, by the time it gets down to the ballot box, it is infested into the culture. So the culture has to change. You change the culture, you change everything.
You got to remember that the people that are making our entertainment basically are in bed with the politicians. So you're going to
It's
always have
so
that intertwined.
exactly. It's so intertwined now. It's just in a cesspool and not a. There's no stream anymore. It's so intertwined, intermixed that politics have gotten into our culture so heavily and so intricately, whatever you want to call it.
Just think about it, though. If
That
we
you
could
can't
collect,
separate them anymore.
yeah, if we could collect enough people like us and on this panel to get enough money to start our own production company, what kind of great shit we could make.
Well,
Just think about it.
we already got some of that on YouTube, and that's where I've been saying that
Yeah,
YouTube.
YouTube, but I'm talking about in the entertainment industry
And
where
movies.
make
But
movies and shorts.
But that's where it's going to come out of is these people in YouTube. This will
Mhm.
be our new wave of filmmakers is coming out of it, and they're not. A lot of these people are not woke. I made this comparison many times back in the 1970s. You know, when you get to about 60s to 70s and all that, a lot of the films were dour, depressing. You know, you looking at the bad side of society. You know, Dirty Harry. You had Dirty Harry. You had Death
Mhm.
Wish. You had many other films that that because we're in the middle of embroiled with the Vietnam War. We had the Civil Rights Movement, all that stuff. So at that time was tumultuous time, but it took some independent filmmakers to come forward and blow Hollywood away. And that was Scorsese, that was De Palma, that was Lucas, that was Spielberg, that was these guys came out, and then before you know it, you had Jaws, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Star Wars, and that started that whole wave. It's going to take somebody who's outside of the industry, and right now, the only place that we have these people outside of the industry is on YouTube, and it's going to be them that's going to lead the new wave, and that's going to be in the next at least
That's
four,
already
five.
happening right
Yeah.
now. I mean, if you just look at everything's moving
Season
to
chips.
streaming, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so everyone that I mean, the last 3 or 4 years, all my entertainment has been. I mean, before I even started doing this, I was already in the chat rooms watching Friday Night Tights and watching Friday Night Frolics and all the other different shows, intermixed channels or whatever, because they were entertainment to me.
Yeah.
Okay, I
Yep.
turned off the TV because it sucks.
Yeah, but
Yeah, so
the problem is though, is we need that parallel economy because there's nobody in Hollywood. None of these, and especially if ESG comes in, nobody's going to be funding these lower end people, these creatives on YouTube and stuff. They're not going
that's
to
what I
get the
said. We
funding.
need the money. We
We
need the
need a
money.
parallel economy.
Right
We
here,
need
guys. Here it is. Here's a starting point right here.
Mhm.
Rip up, Razor Fist, Ethan Van Sciver. Right here, guys.
Mhm.
This is a gut punch. The success of this is a gut punch to the
all
to
funded
to
by
the-
us.
to the entertainment media complex. This
And
was a kick in the fucking nuts.
and that's just it. And Joker voice is kind of right. I mean, if we can, you have all this crowdfunding or such to get these programs going.
Yep.
And I was part of one for. Unfortunately, the documentary kind of came out a little wussy, but about the science fiction of the '80s, they had way too much of Ferret Face in there. But again, you had all these people crowdfunding. What we need to start doing is encouraging people that are what the ones being dust that do these films or some of these others and say, do you want to do an original film? We'll crowdfund you and we'll get you going.
Well,
look
you know,
at
even in
Orville.
Hollywood right now, there is an original film out there that has been getting some good reviews. Joker Voice has seen it. I've seen it. Pops has seen it, and that's Megan.
Yeah,
it stinks. Yeah, for the meager budget that film had, it more than made back what they put in for it.
There's tons of movies being made by independents. Its problem is the getting the independent movies out there, because you got all these companies that do not want to disperse your film to their theaters because they're not going to make the money off of you. They are going to make from the big companies. So that's another distribution of your product is what's really hard for these independents.
And promotion.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Okay,
and until we can break those barriers, I just don't see how we're going to be able to be successful. But we got to keep doing it, and by doing what we're doing right now, talking about it, sharing it, getting people to open their eyes about it, that's how we're going to win.
And as far as the box office goes, just going by the numbers, this has been the worst year in box office history. They are chart. I mean, what was it? The best example I got was Wakanda Whatever. They had the ticket prices are about 40% higher than in 2016 when the first film came. If you look at just going off of that, they've lost half their audience. People are checking out of these things.
Right.
There's nothing good to watch. Well, no, there's
I was saying
90% of what's coming out is not good to watch.
I was going to say.
I was talking about with some of this stuff. Like I have some of my favorite like bigger YouTubers that got like 30 million views on one video. When's the last time something that wasn't the Super Bowl, which by the way the Super Bowl ratings are still going down, but still, like when's the last time that something that wasn't the Super Bowl or the World Cup got 30 million views? Like I can't remember something like that.
Yeah, I mean the Oscars are bringing in dismal ratings like they've never seen before.
People are starving for entertainment. I mean, that's all they want. They just want to be able to come home, take off their shoes, put their feet up, and watch something that takes them away from reality. You know, that's all they want, and they don't want to give it to them. All they want to give, well, the big production companies, is cram down your throat their opinion.
Yeah, and basically,
once they see us, and we make them laugh, we make them think, we make them relax. We show them that it's just we're just real. Okay, that's when you will make people happy, and they'll keep coming back because they like the way they feel when they can just relax and be taken away from the bullshit of their,
reality.
everyday crap they're dealing with.
Well, when I take my shoes off, people ask what's that smell, so I keep them on.
Well, that and so somebody said something that one of the bigger content channels, let's say critical drinker has something that it's like 30 million views. At $15 per person, which is the average price of a ticket for the movies, that's $450 million. That's box office right there.
Well, and one of the things Hollywood, excuse me, one of the things that Hollywood needs to get away from is also all these big budget films. Megan shows that. They need to have lower budget films going out there and put whatever money they were thinking of into some of the promotion of the film.
Okay.
And you'll have a lot more
You're on there.
on investment.
Yeah, but isn't that also a good chunk of what of the Blumhouse films also did? They had low budgets, but they had a good return on
that's
profit.
the thing. Megan is a Blumhouse film.
Now, I just saw something from Midnight's Edge yesterday, where Andre was talking about the Red Sonja project that got put into the hands of someone else. It's a more grounded storyline. There's not a lot of CGI. It is blissfully free of woke, and the production budget for that film, $18 million. That's it. So you're looking at maybe with marketing, you're looking at maybe 75 million, which means you only have to make 150 million at the box office to break even. That's a layup.
There's a lot of stuff, and this is my wheelhouse because I'm a Russian spy.
Okay, we knew that. We knew that.
Yeah,
already knew that.
I'm big into.
No wonder you're a Cardinal fan.
Yeah, that's
National League fans, whatever.
Okay,
But
all
there's
right,
I was
all
gonna
right,
say
all
that
right, all
there is
right,
a.
all right.
Have any of you seen the movie Devil's Due? It's a horror movie.
Oh, I heard of it, but I don't think I've seen it.
Yeah, it came out, I don't know, maybe 10 or 12 years ago or something like that. It wasn't very big. It was very low budget. But the people that made that movie were 4 different guys that had made shorts and stuff on YouTube. And some producers saw their work, and they had a script or whatever, and approached them and asked them if they'd make this movie. So they did, and they did it, but it got their foot in the door. And that's the thing is, getting someone to watch your content that has the means to bring it to the forefront. And that's the hard part, because Hollywood does not want you stepping on their toes. They will go in. The movie Santa Claus. Did you guys see the Santa Claus movie with Tim Allen?
Yeah,
I saw it when it first came out.
Okay, well, that movie was written, and the person that wrote it was not the person that got credit for it, because they sold it. They sold it for a few, probably $5,000 or something like that. I don't know the exact amount. And that movie made millions and millions and millions of dollars. And then they also made 2 more sequels. See, that's what they do. They go find young people that are struggling writers somewhere. They read their script. They love their idea, but they don't want to give them credit or put them in their realm. So they buy it outright. And that, that's why I always tell young writers, don't sell your stuff outright. Keep doing what you're doing, plugging along, and demand to get your name up there next to the directors in the same size.
Thank you.
That happened to
I plan to do
He
that.
wrote Rocky, and he sold it because he wasn't that popular. He was still up and coming. But anything he does with Rocky, he has to ask the guy that owns it, even though he created it. Hollywood has their.
When I was in New Orleans, Will Smith was there with a group of people, and they were making that crappy movie about the Super Bowl ripoff. I can't remember the name of it, but they were in the middle of doing that, and they had a contest there, and people kept telling me, put your stuff in it, put some of your scripts in there. And so I got one of the paperwork, and I read the fine print, and it said, if you submit your work, you cannot do anything if something similar to your product or whatever, or your script comes out, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, this is a phishing thing. Because what it said was you'll win $5,000 and you have a chance that Will Smith or his son will be in your script, in your movie. That's what it was. And that's what they did. And thousands of young writers submitted their work. So now Will Smith and his entourage own all that content and can do whatever they want with it. And the writers got nothing.
Hayden Christensen wrote, after Star Wars and a couple of movies he did, he wrote Growing Pains, but under a different title. Now, Growing Pains was a hit on TV. When he went to the USA Network, they said, no, we're not touching this. Thank you. Have a good day. And they changed the name to Growing Pain. It was the same thing about the doctor and everything the same. And you end up suing them.
That's why I say don't show anyone your work unless you get them to sign a non-disclosure. And you can print one off.
I tried telling that to my teacher. They didn't like that.
Yeah, that's
Growing Pains, the show.
Are you talking about the show with Alan Thicke?
No, the one that was on the USA Network. Okay. The one that was on the USA Network. The one with the
I was about to go because I was about to go. Hayden wasn't even born.
He was sperm.
That USA Network took his idea, changed the name of the title, and he won the lawsuit. That was why there was a couple of years you didn't see him do anything.
Well, if you get online and you can look up, Google it or whatever, DuckDuckGo or whatever, and look up screenplay contests. There's a billion of them out there. And what happens is you submit it and you pay them to submit it. And that's where they get a bunch of new ideas for new shows. So, and it's sad, but that's what happens. I'm on a couple of writing. I'm on the International Screenwriters Association. I'm a member of that. I do a lot of things, but I don't show my work to anyone. And I don't tell people my real name because, what I'm doing right now by talking about things that I'm talking about can get me barred, basically. They hate people like that say we have shit out there and we need to put some new blood in there and get some people to make good content that actually has something to do with my favorite comic books. You know, not
And I was right.
Real quick.
Royal
Joker's got a scoot.
Oh.
So I'm going to give him the opportunity to promote anything he wants to promote. And I want to thank you for coming on to the panel, brother. I really appreciate it.
And congrats again, Mike. 350 subs. That's awesome. You're right behind me now, you crazy guy, you. So, this week on my channel, the Monday is last week's news now. Wednesday will be my review of another film I recently watched and actually enjoyed. That would be The Menu. And then I've done a couple videos over the last couple weeks. Can Lucasfilm be saved? Can Marvel be saved? We're going to go with the big dog. And can Disney be saved? Short answer as of now is no. But then you can also check me out on Legion Talk on Monday and Friday. On Monday, we go back to the world of Westeros. We're talking about Game of Thrones. Episode 1, we're doing season 1, we're doing episodes 9 and 10. And then Friday night's Royal Rumble, which Mike has been a part of. We talk about the week in pop culture.
And it's great to be on there with Ryan and Kat and Rogue and the whole gang. And
so I know I've seen a few familiar faces here. I have not met Miss Janet from another planet. I just subbed to your channel, and it was a pleasure being back on again. And thanks for having me.
Not a problem. Don't be a stranger, brother.
Oh please, Do you really think? No. All righty. Have a great day, folks. I will see you all later. Toodles.
Take care, Joker.
Toodles.
Joker face. Voice.
So,
Joker voice.
Something I wanted
everyone.
Right.
Joker face.
Something I was gonna.
Joker voice.
That was my fault.
I know.
Sorry.
No. You know who I blame for that? Cash Money.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll blame Cash Money.
But there was something I was gonna talk about just from like a lot of the standpoint of, oh hey, Baron's got the guy right there. But the Soviet film collapse. I don't know if any of you guys are familiar about that at all. But a big point is, at the time of the Soviet Union, all film was run by the state. You had to get your film confirmed by whatever political commissars there were, and the directors and actors all got a salary. They didn't get like anything based on box office. You didn't even know what the box office was. So once the Soviet Union fell, they're like, oh, we'll just keep making these films. They didn't realize no one watched their films because they just got paid whether they bombed or not. So a bunch of people realized, oh, no one wants to see these because they suck.
In Soviet Russia, you don't make film; we make film.
Yeah. So the film industry in the Soviet Union, which at that point I believe was the third biggest in the world behind Hollywood and Bollywood, like totally collapsed. And obviously, a little bit has to do with they lost a lot of weight there. I guess you could say they lost some territory, but also just people didn't going to watch these films anymore because the directors making them weren't good. And that lasted for about 6 years. And the Russian film industry hasn't fully recovered, but it's doing a lot better than it was. 6 years after the Soviet collapse, they had a film come out called Brat, which is brother, and had a budget of what would be the equivalent of $10,000 US in 1996. That film grossed over $1 million and pretty much single-handedly revived the Russian film industry. It was awesome. I watched it. I really enjoyed it. But again, nice. I am a spy. But it's like, it took 6 years and it took a very low-budget film that was made by people who are good and people who care, and to make people think, oh, hey, this is good. This is what we want. We want to go watch movies that are like this. And I'm kind of just saying that to say, like, it can take a while. There's going to have to
Mhm.
be a lot of stuff that will have to take hits, and it might take a while for things to regulate themselves, but you don't have to have a big budget. You just need the right people to make the right film at the right time, and there you go.
And real quick, I want to say hello to Pit Viper. Many of you know him by another name, DDOD, TKO, the chaotic one. But I just have a question for our friend, Pit Viper, Smoking Patriot. And that question is this.
Where the hell have you been, soldier?
Training, sir! Training, sir!
What kind of training, son?
Army training, sir! Army training, sir!
Yeah. Why the chicken cross the road?
What? And Chaos, I appreciate you listening. I'm sorry about your headache. Get as much rest as you need, and one of these days we got to team up again. The three amigos have got to go on a tank run. Isn't that right, Smoking Patriot?
I mean, I haven't played it in a while just because my TV is so small. I can't even see my ammo count because the numbers are tiny. So I never know how much ammunition I have left.
I'm good, sir.
It's like,
sir, we have no more ammo, sir. We have no more ammo. Fire! With what?
Hey, open up. Password, please. Are you kidding me? What password? Password going to go for Bruce.
Oh,
man.
Yeah, I
That was
gotta
from
get
Halo
back on that game.
With what, sir? What do you want us to fire with? Get that rock, put it in the barrel, and fire.
We have handguns, right? Yes. Well, then get out and stick your head out the hatch and shoot until you have no more ammo. We are going to take that enemy down, sir. That is a 5-ton tank. I don't care if it's a 20-ton tank. Yo, shoot till you're out of ammo, private.
I love having the laughs on Pop Talk.
They are epic. Can't argue that.
And Bucky adds, "You could, I don't know, maybe."
You're bleeding, man. I ain't got time to bleed.
I ain't got time to bleed.
Sir, Private, why is your right arm on the ground? Sir, he just got shot off. We still have your left arm, yeah? Yes, sir. Well, then keep shooting.
Oh, now I got both arms are gone.
Well, that doesn't matter anything, Private. You got feet. Figure it out.
Use your toes. Only quitters quit.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir. Private, take that hand grenade and lob it at the enemy tank. Sir, I have no arms. I told you to figure it out. I want to see a grenade over there in 10 seconds.
Okay, sir. I'm gonna try. Oh shit.
Oh man, I can only picture that going off. In my head.
The comedy stylings of the Smoking Patriot and PACIFIC414.
Oh. Oh, good stuff. Good stuff.
Can't beat it, brother. Can't beat it.
Nope. Where else on YouTube are you going to get this quality type of entertainment, people? Nowhere. Nowhere are you going to get this type of entertainment. So subscribe to Mike, and if you don't, I'm getting my eagle on you. And he carries firepower.
They're not going to get this type of chaotic entertainment any place else.
By the way, Smoky Patriot, by the way, would this eagle happen to carry Abraham Lincoln by any chance as well? Just as he slaps two people in the face?
No. That might have been my bald eagle's great grandfather, but not mine. No. Mine's the kind that likes to carry big pews in his talons, because he just likes to. So.
And folks, real quick, I put Pit Viper's links for his YouTube channel and Twitch channel into the chat. Please give him a sub and follow him over on Twitch. I know he'd greatly appreciate it. I'd greatly appreciate it.
Yeah. And you're in Mother Russia. Oh no, it is not your film. It is our film.
In Mother Russia, film make you. Okay. I'll see myself out.
Wait, no. The national bird of Wupstotska is punkwaddle. He's the national bird. Tough crowd.
All right, so
I'm chewing on chips. Okay, I'm trying to keep myself muted.
Oh no.
Oh, you're the one making all the rough.
I was gonna say, why did you have to mention chips? Because a certain somebody not too long ago was eating some chips and got right up to the microphone and crunched. They weren't Twizzlers. They weren't Twizzlers.
Then I was
They
saying, I was
weren't
hearing
Twizzlers.
Glad air spray. Someone kept hearing shh. There was a Glad air.
You lie.
You can go back on the review of the stream and hear it yourself.
He's like, I want the replay. Red flag. I want the replay.
I don't
No
do
instant
red flag.
replay on this channel. No instant replay on this channel.
No red. No red.
This is MLB pre-replay.
Real quick,
In Mother Russia, we root for the Reds.
Real quick, Janet needs to go. So, Janet, if there's anything you'd like to plug, please do.
Did we scare her away?
Scared her away.
She's speechless.
Thank you for letting me stop in, and it was nice meeting everyone. But I got some errands I've got to run and get them finished with for tomorrow. But Monday nights I'm on Bruce Lombardi of Dick's Division's channel. We do movie reviews. And on Tuesday night, I'm on the Supreme Heretics channel, and we are the United Resistance, and it's a political, like show. And Wednesday nights, I'm on Real Horror with The Lasso of Truth. And I just want to say thank you. Oh, and I'm reading my book live that I've written called The Revelation. And all I really do on my channel is shorts, but you can come enjoy any of them if you want.
I thought this channel was kind of a horror channel. With all here.
So, but
Well, once you join, Baron.
That's what I do. And thank you for letting me stop by, and congratulations again.
Thank you, Janet, and you're welcome here anytime. And everybody's always welcome here on Pacific 414.
Okay, well,
Take care, Janet.
I haven't been getting my any of my things saying, "Hey, somebody's live" or anything anymore. For some reason, I'm not getting anything.
Not getting no.
I'm not getting any notifications. So if I'd not happened to be on there and see the little red light come on, then I don't know anyone's on or who's on or whatever. So, but thank you so much, and I'll talk to everybody later.
Thank you.
Bye, Janet.
Bye.
See you, Janet. Have a good one, Janet.
Awesome.
Bye,
Before you
Janet.
run-
Bye.
Before you run, I want to tell you something that it's you and Lasso and Tina Bojan and you ladies, and again, the groups that I'm in and everything, but it's you ladies that give me hope for my granddaughter. And this is no joke. I've talked to Lasso about it, and it's because it's a scary world out there, and she's only one. But it's ladies like you that give me hope that there will be people like you when I'm gone to guide my granddaughter and to keep the love of the things we love still going. So I just wanted to share that with you because I know we don't really talk a lot, but I did want to say that. That's it, hon. And you have a wonderful day, and thank you for everything you do for all of us.
Thank you again. And I just love it. I love YouTube, and I love this new group of people that I'm learning to a little about and becoming friends with. So
Yeah, it was
thank you
nice
so
meeting you,
much.
Janet.
That's one of the great benefits about YouTube. We're all meeting each other for the first time a lot of the times, and then we invite each other to our own streams, or we're on another stream together and we don't even expect to see the person. It's like, hey, what's up?
Yeah, it's awesome.
You
I
never
love
know.
it.
You might get invited to a Caddyshack 2 watch party.
Oh, Phil, why
Don't
would
ever
you do
invite
that to
Oh,
Janet?
and I'm also on Discord. I have a TikTok and I have Instagram too. So
Okay, if you want to go ahead and put those links into the private chat, I will make sure.
Okay, I will try to do that. But thank you so much, and I'll be leaving in a second.
All right. Thank you,
Yeah,
Janet.
fun. Have a good
Dos
Sunday.
Padania.
Ciao,
Das-
bella.
Das
Bye.
Padania. Whoopa
All
says
right.
he's a Russian. I'm real Russian here. So
Now it's just a sausage.
I know a
fest.
little bit of Russian.
Well, you know what? We may have a Russian, but we also have actually two Patriots.
yeah, that's
Anonymous
Mhm.
and the Smoking Patriot.
Well,
So
we
you're
have-
you're outnumbered, Whoopa.
And not only that, we have
Well, I
Whoopa
got-
MacArthur.
That's MacArthur.
General McWhoopa.
No. I don't care. I don't care what hat he's wearing, what he's trying to say he is. We all know what he is. He's a dictator.
You telling me he's a fraud?
What?
He is a dictator.
Don't talk about dictators. This is a family show.
And Lucky says, I gotta go. Gotta call my husband on his way home and figure out plans for the day. Have a good one, everyone. Thank you, Bucky, for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it.
Keep your husband in line.
Bye, Bucky.
You all have a great
If
day.
you don't know, Bucky is lead minister of propaganda of Whoopstutska.
Ah. We invaded Dawn.
And real quick, I'm just gonna play one more thing since we're talking about glory and everything.
Glory to you and your house.
Oh, yes, Klingons. They were invented by a little writer in Leningrad.
All right, gentlemen, what's the next topic? Next article? Your choice.
Anonymous got one.
No, I don't. I'm lazy.
Got straight out.
I wasn't even sure if I was going to be here. I'm just still hanging out in the bed.
He's just here so he won't get fined.
You were talking to Janet while you're in bed? That is just too...
Well, I mean, not now. I mean, I spend like 20 minutes at the computer, then I run back to the bed for about 20 minutes and it's back and forth. It's just very, my back's like a weird thing. So
I can understand that. Trust me.
I'm standing up over here.
And you're running back and forth.
Huh?
Does she get upset when you run back and forth?
No, she's very supportive.
She's very supportive. It's good. And Mrs. Anonymous sounds like a great woman.
She's one of the best.
The long suffering.
She doesn't deserve me. I mean, I don't deserve her.
I have no comment about the first comment.
Mayday! 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 Going down! I repeat, I'm going down! Mayday!
Man down! Man down! Man down! Oh no, he did it. He's man down. There's only one thing.
At least Anonymous, you don't get yelled at. I get yelled at. But I'm not quick enough to hit the mute button, so I know you guys heard me getting yelled at.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
We all yell at you, Phil. You're used to it.
It doesn't matter, man. I can mute everything going on in this chat, and then I'm getting muted. I'm getting yelled at right at home, so it don't make a difference.
All you gotta do is send him a bag of coupons. He'll be fine.
If I get yelled, I don't get yelled at. I don't think I'm alive.
I have never yelled at you, Phil.
Yes, you have.
Ah, when?
When we were doing the watch party for Caddyshack 2. There were screams of pain while people were suffering, and I was getting yelled at.
I wasn't doing it. I was enjoying the show.
No, what you were enjoying was watching the suffering, which I was causing by making everybody come watch the show.
And I didn't yell at you about
Oh,
that. Yeah, I was enjoying the pain of Crit and Paul. Right.
Especially Crit fast forwarding through the movie.
Yeah, I mean, it had a worse effect on Crit. That was what was so great about it.
Yeah, my intended victim, Paul, he got upset and had to watch it. He got mad when he got fast forward. He had to go back and watch it from the point he got fast forward from. Give him credit. He wanted to see the whole movie.
It got more fortitude than our dear, sweet, lovable Orca.
Yes, he did.
Well, you know what might cause some people pain, and some people might just watch it and go, meh. I've been thinking about doing a watch
Cubs
party
baseball.
for. You know, I've already kicked you out once. I'm going to do so again.
This is Pacific 414.
You're gone.
Yes. You see, Whoopa and Phil, you just got to know one thing. With the baseball season coming up and your respective teams that you root for, I respect that. But on here, when it comes to disrespecting the Cubs,
You will be silent.
You don't have to
You hear this?
disrespect the Cubs.
Pacific
Cubs
414 is
disrespect
pro
themselves.
censorship. He doesn't want to hear the facts.
What do you mean with that?
okay. You want to hear my honest opinion on the Cubs right now?
No, hold on, Mike. Hold on. At least you love baseball because, dude, again, like I told you, I'm a White Sox fan, but again, you know, I don't care, man. Like I said, if we can go to a game together, I'm down. Like I think that'd be excellent. You know, at some
Did you
point
say
in time.
White Sox?
Yeah, I'm a Sox fan.
Oh, that's cool. The real team from Chicago.
You mean the Black Sox? Chicago Black Sox?
Phil, you always get me to play this clip, but it's always appropriate.
How about no?
How about yes?
I don't care, man. All I know is I'm happy to meet all of you guys, and this has always been so much fun. And like, I think it would be epic. If you're gonna do watch parties for games, like I'm down, you know, because I think that'd be a lot of fun too. And I know you were going somewhere, so I'll shut up. But dude, like, I enjoyed this group, you know, because again, it's everybody's got, you know, we're all a little bit different, but the same, and that's the best part. And I don't know, man. This is kind of, you know, it's therapeutic for everybody. You got to find your people, man. And you know, I've been blessed when it comes to finding the amount of people I've found and working through shit and doing it here with you guys as well.
There's that air freshener again.
So, you know, when we all love baseball, whether it's baseball, football, whatever sports ball you love, man, watch it with your friends. Don't, you know, because again, that's what they don't want. They don't want us having fun. You know, that's how I look at the entertainment, back to everything we've been talking about and the beating things into our minds and brains. We got to support what we love, and the stuff we hate, just don't support it. You know, that's it. But when it comes to you and the Cubs, we know how much you love the Cubs, and that's okay. We're going to rib you a little bit. But again, we're doing it out of love, not out of hate.
Yeah, well, just like when I you know kick somebody out and bring them back in, I'm just doing it just to joke with them. And if I really wanted to kick you out and block you, I will.
Yeah, and I look forward to trying to push that line.
He's got the power of the button, man. He'll mute you. He'll throw you out. He wouldn't have to let you back in. He can let you in and throw you right back out and let you back in. I mean, he has all the power.
What's even better is I got the power too. But you know, the one thing, Mike, with Adam, we found out one thing. There is one person who likes this group. So I mean, hey, who do we lose? I didn't do that.
Jet, he had to go.
Oh, Jet had to go? Okay.
Yeah. My Jet.
I was going to say, I didn't do that.
Yeah.
No.
Wasn't me.
No, Jet Spark's a good dude. I've enjoyed that kid, man. And, you know, and again, I got kids his age, so I don't mean it disrespectful. It's just I'm an old fuck. So, but yeah, man, I don't know. It's just a great group of people here. I love filling his coupons. But no, I mean, it's always, it is, man. Like, I look forward to Sundays because, I mean, I'll be on with Vinny Tartamello later on. But I mean, I always look forward to this as well because it's just, you know, such a great open forum. And again, it's nerd talk and it's the passions and the things we love. And when we complain about something, it's because we're not happy with where it went. We're not just complaining to complain. It's like, hey, we've got suggestions. Maybe do this, Disney, or maybe do that. You know, if you guys want to make money, like listen to the people that are telling you what you're doing wrong. You know, I mean, it's pretty simple.
I complain just to complain. What are you talking about?
Well,
yeah. Baron was complaining earlier. Mike, I don't want to come on the show. And I'm all, get on the show.
I'm under contract, so I have no choice. So, yeah.
So there's where my coupons went. Now I know. Now the secret comes out.
Now
Yeah,
you're gonna have to deal with me for a second here because I'm on pain pills and weed, so it just all kicked in. But when you said that, all I see is a stick figure of you because I can't draw for shit, but I'm a thinker. I see you, and I just see this contract that's just, and all we see is like your arms and your feet. You just bury it under it, wiggling.
That's me. Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
Mike's got good lawyers. Let's just put it that way.
Like a panther. Yes.
I just play that for kicks and. But anyways, my honest opinion on the Cubs. Do I like some of the signings they made this offseason? Yes. Do I think they have enough to compete for the division, regardless of what people are saying? How the Central's a weak division, it's up for grabs as far as the Cardinals, Brewers, and Cubs are concerned. I don't necessarily think they're division winners, but they could compete for one of the 3 wild card spots. But they still have to have a good season. They still have to get off to a good start and continue going.
Listen to him grasp for straws there. I mean, he's just grabbing for whatever straws he can get.
He's praying.
I like having Dansby Swanson on defense, but his plate approach, I'm sorry, it's more what we already have. And signing Trey Mancini, and then you get Eric Hosmer to platoon at first. That's great, but one of them's going to have to play, first the majority of the time. The other will have to DH. And you have Christopher Morel. A lot of sites are pinning him to play third base this season, and I don't think that's going to be his role with the Cubs. I think he's going to be more the all-around utility player. He's going to get some starts at third, but he's also going to get some starts at second and in the outfield. Patrick Wisdom, in my opinion, is going to take up the majority of the playing time over at third base. And we don't have much of a bullpen. I'm sorry, we don't.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I obviously
Really?
like to mess.
That was always
Are you really complaining? You want to complain? Here's a complaint. There ain't a player on my baseball team, the infamous A's, that cannot be bought or sold for a couple of cases of soda and some cash.
Real
I don't even know what my
Vegas
team's
A's.
going to look like. And even if with players signed, that there's no guarantee they're going to all be there by the time the season starts. But by some miracle, we might make the playoffs. Might make playoffs, but it goes back and forth every year.
What? Real quick, Patriots got to go. His battery is getting low.
Yep. Mike, I want to thank you so much for having me. Always a joy to be on here as well. Nice hanging out with y'all. Never gets old being with this group. Never gets old. Just want to quickly just plug my channel, Mike, if that's okay.
That's perfectly all right.
All right. So check
You
me
got
out.
1 second.
Sorry. I had Jim Carrey typing my notes for me. So check me out, Smoking Patriot. I haven't put anything out for a bit because I'm working on a big live stream that I told Mike about. So I'm going to kind of tease y'all about it.
Ooh.
I'm going to be doing versus various factions against each other, but they're going to be from different franchises. So the first one I'm doing is the UNSC versus the Expanse in terms of ship-on-ship combat. And I'm going to do a whole breakdown of weaponry, design, engines, the works. And I'm going to do this with multiple different franchises, like franchise versus franchise. It's just taking me a long time because when I'm not working, I'm trying to do the research for this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not easy to find this information at times because there's conflicting sources. So, but anyways, that live stream is going to happen in the next, hopefully, week or two. I'm almost done with the research. But Mike, once again, I just want to thank you so much for having me on here, brother. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you for accepting the invite. And, brother, you always have an open table here on Pop Talk. An open seat, I should say.
Just
I might put you at the kiddies table, but
yeah.
I was gonna say, if you're putting me on the table, what am I, the hog with the apple in its mouth?
You got it.
No, you're in the kiddie table.
I mean, that meat's gonna be very tough. I don't know if you're gonna want it. I don't have good bacon.
I don't want anything of what you're offering, dude.
Oh my.
Oh my. But anyways, all right. See you later, y'all.
See you later, brother. That's the Smoking Patriot, everybody. Please be sure to subscribe to his channel. He's a great dude. All right. Let's get my ugly mug off the screen.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because I always like to mess about the Cubs, but I do give serious insight sometimes. Don't count on it though. But no, like I think the Cubs they made some good signings with like Dansby Swanson. I think is good, especially because you avoided giving some of these crazy long contracts to shortstops that are guaranteed not going to work out in the end.
Well, let's talk about the Correa situation. First, he signs with the Giants. Then he signs with the Mets. And then he finally signs with the Twins. Now, the Giants and the Mets, they looked at his medical records and said it's his leg injury from 2014. We got a lot of questions about that.
They did a knee X-ray and they realized, they're not there. There's no knees here at all.
Mm-hmm.
No, but yeah, it's pretty.
No,
I would think it's crazy and maybe
kinda
a little
missed
sad if it wasn't Carlos Correa who deserves it. That guy is not a great person, not a great baseball person, Mr. Trash Man himself. But the Cubs made some good signings, but and Jameson Taillon will help make that rotation a lot better. But then you've got, Tucker Barnhart, you've got Cody Bellinger, and you've got Eric Hosmer. It's like, well, this would have been pretty good, 3-5 years ago.
Yeah, I was going to say 4 or 5 years ago, that would have been great signings. But now, everything needs to click for the Cubs. I mean, I'm going to say this because I've watched him since 2016. You guys have a great catcher. The thing is, he still needs to work on framing his pitches better. Mm-hmm. And even though he's improved on his defense at catcher, Wilson still needs to work on that too.
Yeah, and we definitely need that because our backup's awful. But that's the thing. The Cardinals are having a bit of a controversy right now because in the offseason, it was the big statement. Mozeliak went out before anyone was even signing. He said, payroll's going up, which everyone's like, oh, okay, they've never really said that before. And they went out, Nolan Arenado re-upped. They signed Wilson Contreras, and they pretty much did nothing else. They claimed some guy in the Rule 5 draft, and they signed someone else who was so important, I don't even remember who they are. But they payroll, they said promise the payroll went up. Would you like to guess how much it went up?
I'm going to say with Contreras' contract in there, I don't know, maybe 15 million.
No, because they got a couple of free agents off the books. Obviously, Yachty was off the books, and a couple other guys. It went up 0.11%.
Well, that's 0.11% that the A's will not go out and buy anybody.
That was about, I think it's about like $500,000 that it went up.
At least your teams are signing players. The A's are signing nothing but people to minor league contracts. We haven't signed.
Well, they did just sign a Japanese pitcher to a major league deal.
It's a minor league contract.
No, it's a major league deal, Phil.
It's
not a minor league deal. It's a major league deal.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. It's a minor league contract.
I think he's going to come minor league.
I can't even. I'm gonna pull Mike. I'm gonna butcher his name because he's Japanese. Shintaro Fujinami. Yeah,
you did pretty good there.
You didn't butcher it that bad.
Thank you. That puts me a slight ahead of Mike when he, with pronunciation.
Nice knowing you, Phil.
I do want to say thank you to Fun University. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate your support as well. All right. Should I let him back in?
Yeah,
Hey, oh, come on. You're supposed to give him another minute or 2 or 3 or 10, Baron.
Oh, okay, no problem. Okay, there we go. Sorry.
If anyone deserves a timeout all the time, it's Phil.
Oh,
Yeah,
definitely.
But look at me. I'm Phil now.
Actually, you do a better Phil than Phil.
Coupons. I want coupons. Star Trek 5 rules. Best Star Trek film ever.
As you were saying about the Oakland A's.
The infamous Oakland A's. That somehow, some way, don't be surprised, because if you look over the last 6 years, it's been one season they make the playoffs, the next season they don't, and they do this by paying the league's worst amount of salary. The worst. It isn't can't afford it because it doesn't come out of the owner's pocket. But in baseball, if you don't use that money towards your salary, the owner gets to keep it.
Ooh.
And if you don't think that's not enough money, like I said, he has been known to sell players, quality players, for cases of soda and cash. Think about that.
He's not the only owner that's been holding on to money. I mean, look at the Pirates owner. You think the Pirates would be
he's still
competitive?
better than the owner of the Oakland A's. I forget his name.
Well,
and I try to forget him, so I won't even give him the honor or mention him because he's cheaper than cheap. My man
Well,
goes
look at,
after the parks, and he goes after the game and goes into the parking lot and picks up the pennies, the nickels, and the dimes. All the change thrown on the ground. He's cheap.
Well, look at Jeffrey Loria. How much money did he make from ruining the Expos and then ruining the Marlins?
Plenty of money.
At least their stadium ain't falling apart and people ain't doing the nasty up in broad daylight up in the stadium.
No,
Hey,
but
that was the most action that happened in the Coliseum in years.
I was going to say before Whoopa brought that up, I was going to say, yeah, but like the A's, the Marlins aren't getting that much in attendance.
At least they have a stadium.
Well, you know,
there is no plus being the A's fan right now. There is no plus. You know, there's nothing to look forward to. Enough, it's worse than Star Wars. It's worse than Star Wars.
Soon they'll leave for Vegas, and you can be a Giants fan.
No, ever. Maybe they'll get smart and they'll take the jump to Las Vegas.
Well, you never know what might happen. Now that gambling's legal in baseball, anybody could end up putting a baseball team in Las Vegas, and you know you can go see a Vegas show, see a baseball game, and you can legally bet on that baseball game.
Well, you heard about the Reds, right?
No, what about
they're
the
communists?
No, not those Reds. Not those Reds.
Oh.
In Cincinnati, they have a betting place you can put bets right in the stadium. And you know who the first person to put a bet there was?
Joey Votto?
Rose. Pete
Rose. I was going to say Pete Rose.
Honestly, when it comes to Pete Rose, he should be in the Hall of Fame because of his numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think I agree with what he said. With everything else, all these other steroids guys who cheated, they get a chance to get voted on at the very least. Why doesn't he get a chance to get voted on? If the people think that he doesn't deserve it, well, at least he deserves a shot, right?
Well, and the big thing is, he was betting on his team. He wasn't betting on the other one. If he was betting for the other team, they start going, "Oh, he's fixing the game." He had so much confidence in his own team that he's betting on himself, that they will win. And
the old Baltimore Colts owner, he was doing the same thing in the early 70s, betting on his Colts. And you can look on YouTube, there's controversy about that Super Bowl when Joe Namath said, "I guarantee to win." People speculated that he knew that what was up was the NFL was scared the AFL wouldn't merge. So the Colts owner agreed to throw the game, and he betted on the Jets. Nothing was ever said. Nothing was ever done. And that
Mhm.
rumor still rings true today.
Mm-hmm.
So there's, and if I'm not correct, hold me if I'm wrong, I believe he's in the Hall of Fame. So it's a look. They didn't like Pete Rose. Yeah, he betted. Yes, he gambled. That's not no. That's a fact. But they didn't like Pete Rose even before that all came out. When he was playing, even the days in Philadelphia, because he was blast mouthing Major League Baseball left and right.
Well,
They
Pete Rose is
hated
an
him back
asshole.
when he was in the WWF doing
Yeah.
that little bit. I mean, they hated him even then.
Because he was back in the day. He was the how can you put it? When they went on their strike in baseball the very first time, Pete Rose was really pushing the strike. He was
Mhm.
trying to get the most money for the major league players. Because let's be honest, at that time in all sports, before free agency became as we know it, their players you didn't have a say if you got traded. The owner decided you got traded, and for what, and for how much.
Well, there was a lot of controversies with people who would, what was it? Someone says, "Well, I want to test free agency," and the owner says, "Okay, go ahead," and tells all the other owners, "Hey, don't offer him a contract," and they
Mhm.
didn't. So he had
Right.
to come back for whatever the owner was willing to offer him.
And don't forget the main complaint of the Black Sox was their owner, and he was cheap, was that he promised them bonuses according to how they performed, and they met the requirement, but he didn't pay them.
Yep.
That's how that whole deal went down with that World Series.
Yep.
So, yeah.
But the big thing with Pete Rose though is, he's an asshole. We all know he's an asshole. He's not a very personable fellow. But that doesn't go there. And I will say this: if Bart Giamatti did not die when he did, and was a commissioner longer, I would put money down. Talking about betting, that Pete Rose would have been reinstated under Bart Giamatti. That would have been okay. We'll bring him back in. But his sudden death is what kept him from coming back.
And real quick, I do want to say hello to welcome to my madhouse. Welcome to the show. And he says, ha ha ha, ha ha. Hello from Gotham. All right, I know that was bad. I apologize. I'm sorry. It'll never happen again.
Right.
Liar, liar.
Are you calling me a liar?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I ain't calling you a truther.
No.
You're fine. Sassy's telling you you're fine. She's like, don't worry about it.
I want to see Mike's birth certificate.
I will send you to Jesus.
I know.
Emotional damage.
Emotional
I have that too. I have that.
Emotional damage.
Yep, he's got it. You didn't think he had that one either?
But yeah, Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame. I do not think Sammy Sosa should be in the Hall of Fame, nor do I think Mark McGwire should be in there, nor do I think Barry Bonds should be in there.
No.
Or Roger Clemens. Or Andy Pettitte.
I mean, I have a slight thing. Like, if you were on, and here's the thing, if you were on steroids due to an injury that were prescribed, not for, that's one thing, right? Because, they do prescribe that shit from time to time. But if you were using and shit, you do not belong in any kind of Hall of Fame. I don't care what the sport is.
Well, yeah, they always been an exception if it was a legitimate, because it was known. It's like, he's taking these because of this injury. And, and it's, that part has always been where, it's up close. It's like a sport injury, but when you're just juicing yourself up to make yourself, better, quote unquote, it's not, that's what's frowned upon. And, do you really want to go that way? Look at the people that when they juice themselves up, what ends up to them. I mean, Lyle Zato, cancer got him because he was juicing up. It's
there's a part of the reason a lot of these bodybuilders, don't live as long as they should because
No.
they were injecting that stuff into them, and it's not
wrestlers and all that stuff. I mean, it's changed over the years, but I mean, we saw it, from the 80s, 90s, and even before that with the look at all the wrestlers that we don't have now that would possibly still be
Very
alive
true.
had they not put that in their body. And this was for all athletes. Yeah. Exactly.
I remember growing up, you used to have the Olympics, and we used to have the infamous East Germans, known for juicing up. The Russians, Soviet Union, known for juicing up. Today, one country that seems to get away with it is Austria.
Yeah.
They are known to be juicing up.
Do you want to get Austrians mad? Look what happened the last time we really pissed off an Austrian.
They got busted in that Olympics a couple of years ago, Winter Olympics in Italy. The Austrian team as a whole had to sneak back across the border in Austria because they were about ready to get arrested because they were pretty much busted for it.
Not the first time a bunch of Austrians had to escape Italy. But that's beside the point.
But
to talk what you said, Baron, I know people have brought this up, because they're saying look at art before World War II and look at art after World War II, and they're saying, well, look, they just made it to where everyone can get into art school.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to piss off art students. I mean, really. Wow, I brought the house down.
Well, I wanted to. I'll admit, I was tempted to bring up what was revealed yesterday in Boston, but no, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna go there.
What happened in Beantown?
Oh,
did they find the Austrian there?
No. All right, you didn't hear about that bronze statue that they unveiled?
Oh lordy!
Oh yeah.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Who did they unveil? Marx?
No.
This is
It is Martin Luther King and his wife, and it's called The Embrace, but it looks just like some mad scientist took body parts and mushed it together. If that's modern art, I don't want to see
from
it.
a certain angle, it looks like a kind of
Yeah. I mean, if they're gonna make a statue of Martin Luther King and his wife, then they should use that whole picture of their embrace, and make the statue out of that, not just a part of their embrace where you look at it from different angles and you're going, "That's art these days."
Oh,
look at it from any angle. Jeez,
tape a banana to the wall. You'll get like 3 million.
Nothing beats the hideous Lucille Ball.
Oh God,
that one didn't even nothing looked like her, and that scared not just children but old people as well.
Well, I think didn't they have to take that down and redo it? I think
redo it, yeah,
they
did.
It was horrible.
Well, what I don't understand about this though is it's like, okay, Martin Luther King, but he wouldn't have been all with this BLM movement. I'm sorry, because there was some massive evil mixed in there, and that man wasn't evil. He wanted us all to come together as human beings, man, and humanity to rise. It's not about the race; it's about the human, And yeah, he was fighting for rights, but they got civil rights, and that's the thing. Like they keep going back to that, like they have to fight for something that they have, and they don't. And again, it's sad that they're calling this art. One angle it looks like a penis, another one it looks like a turd. One angle it looks like somebody's eating butt. It's like, what in the hell, man? It's like they took a bunch of people to just throw shit together and they go, oh, it's so pretty. I'm like, if that's art, then what comes out of the dogs is art because it's prettier than what we're looking at.
Hey, my Doxy does great art.
Thank you. Mine writes in Japanese sometimes.
Hey, sometimes when I go to the bathroom, I'm impressed. So, I count that, right?
Well, it's like that South Park episode where it's like,
Hey, wait a minute. Sorry. Somebody's distracted.
Yep.
Sorry.
Oh, what's this here? It's
the classic. It's the Sox versus the Cubs, man. How can you go wrong?
As long as the White Sox win, everything's good in Chicago.
Okay, Phil.
I'm not doing anything this time. This is all on Mike now. Nope. I'm staying out of this one.
10-minute timeout.
10-minute. Wow. That type of art on certain ones with hamsters and stuff like that would be considered art.
Yeah. It's a 21 game. I think it was August of 21. It's, you know, I have certain things saved and I'll throw stuff back on the screen just so that it moves because I never know. Sometimes the computer will freeze. And if I don't see the TV moving, then I know that it's froze. So yeah, it's kind of one of those things. I do it so that I know that I'm not frozen a lot. But again, look
whoa, porn! You got porn playing now in the background there. You made it look.
No. For this host on this channel, it's like Cubs.
Exactly. That's why I put it on though to cheer you up, man. Not that you're, you know, but it's that whole. We're here to have fun, man.
He needs to be built up. He's been having a rough stream. I mean, it's been so hard for him.
Oh yeah, it's been so hard laughing and having great talks and great conversations. Oh yeah, that's been real rough.
As an introvert, I find that hell.
Yeah, after this, I'm gonna have to take a nap. That's too much work. That's enough socializing for the month.
Hell, I got the
wait. You're talking for the month? I thought it would be enough socializing for the rest of the year.
Yeah, there we go.
I probably have something left in me, you know, sometime around September, maybe.
September? Well, tell me let me know when September ends, okay?
Let's see. In September, you're going to be going, hey, Mike, how many games out are the Cubs? Mm-hmm. Yeah. How many games out are the Cardinals? Nobody picked the Reds to win the division this year. No one.
Oh, if the Reds win the division, I don't know what to do. I think that'll be hell's frozen over.
Hell's bells.
Hell's bells.
But look at this, guys. No matter who goes and who wins, we're gonna have a hell of a good time having a conversation about it.
Oh yeah.
I'm just excited to see if the winner of the NL Central, now that they've changed the scheduling, if the winner of the NL Central can have a losing record.
Oh, God. And the Cubs with a losing record have won the Central Division, are headed to the playoffs. And the Cardinals with a losing record are one of the wildcard teams.
Oh, gosh.
Twins win.
We finally won a game, and the Twins win a game on the last day of the season. They go 161.
Yeah.
No, they're the T's until they finally win a playoff game. What, they're like 17 straight losses. They're just the T's. They don't get the win part.
Yeah, well, you know, it's been a while since '91, but you know they're due in the next 2 decades.
The NFL lets now teams are 7-9, or what's the new thing, 7-10. They have a chance to make the playoffs.
Speaking of being in the playoffs, did you hear about the Chargers blowing that 27-point lead?
It's the Chargers.
To the Jaguars.
It's the Chargers. They're always a good team, but they never can get over that hump.
Are you kidding? It couldn't have happened to a nicer team with a nicer bunch of owners. Yes, I'm still bitter about them leaving San Diego.
I always felt bad for Dan Fouts.
Better party of one.
Now, be honest. Dan Fouts had a better offense with the San Diego Chargers than Dan Marino did with the Dolphins.
Yeah.
You know, just didn't have a defense.
They couldn't get over the hump.
If both teams had even a mediocre defense, Dan Fouts would have got a Super Bowl win, and Dan Marino would have got a Super Bowl win. They're the only two teams I can think of in modern history that can put 40 points on the board and lose by 3 or 7 points. Mm-hmm. Never fails. Defense couldn't stop anything if their life depended on it. So, yeah.
Heck, there was a game
with baseball now. Yeah. Could a team with a losing record win their division? Yeah. AL West. Yeah. Guaranteed.
I've got a good meme to share about that topic specifically.
All right. I will go ahead.
No memes. Wow.
We're never going to forget her, are we? We are never going to forget her.
America's sweetheart.
Oh boy.
Well, no, she got ahead in life, so I mean, I tell you.
I bet she gives great helmet. Hey, I had to throw a SpongeBob reference in there. Speaking of which, did anybody see the trailer for the History of the World Part 2?
Oh, there's one out? I didn't know. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it's coming out in March.
Okay. I heard
You wanna-
rumors that there was going to be one, but I didn't realize it was this far along.
Oh yeah. There was an advertisement that I saw last night. I don't know when it first premiered, but I'm gonna find it here on the tubes, and I will play as much of it as I'm allowed.
They got to have Hitler on ice and Jews in space. I mean, they tease that. They got to have that, or else
They never intended to make it.
I know they
That
never
was a big
intended to
joke.
make it. It was.
I did like Hitler on ice.
Yeah, that was. I like Jews in space. I thought that was great. You know,
YouTube is not going to like this channel anymore. They
They never have.
What makes you think they have, Phil?
Yeah, I mean, any channel that's you on.
Hey,
I
don't say you can't really say that J word. It's kind of They get mad.
What
you said?
What's you mad about?
Don't say that word. Did you?
It's a race. You can't.
Being very Druish. You just have to use the word. You have to add the D to it. It's very Druish.
You have to know how to use it so you doesn't get mad at
With the humor that he has. I mean, there's nothing saying anything. It's not like we're going out there and saying anything bad.
No, but YouTube's become such a bunch of Nazis. You got to literally watch what you say.
Yahtzees.
Yeah.
They don't like to be called the N-word.
What they are. Hey. What?
Mel Brooks. God bless this man.
All right. Here we go.
Hi, I'm Mel Brooks, the guy who brought you the producers, Young Frankenstein, Spaceballs, and Blazing Saddles.
I gotta pause it every few seconds.
Yep. High anxiety.
Distraction. YouTube distraction.
And now I am proud to present the long-anticipated follow-up to my film, History of the World Part 1.
No kidding.
There's 15 commandments.
This is
There's
what the
10
world
commandments.
needs.
10
We
commandments.
need Mel Brooks, bro.
We're calling it History of the World Part 2. Roll it.
I've got some marketing material.
On Hulu, huh?
Yeah. Not a theatrical release.
Part Disney.
Materials to show you. Let's just jump right into it. Where's Noah?
Hey, guys.
I'm Jesus.
Judas. General Grant.
Mary Magdalene.
Good time to pause. Okay, so that's going to be Mary. All right.
Princess
Anastasia.
Sigmund Freud. Kublai Khan.
I'm okay with it as long as the story's good and it's Mel Brooks, baby. Me love you long time?
Yeah.
Hey, that's for Jan.
It's better in a pool.
Hands up where I can see them.
Good gravy is Harriet Tubman.
Wanda freaking Sykes.
Yeah.
Harriet Tubman, the inventor of the bathtub?
How did these dumbasses enslave us?
Some call me Jesus Christ, son of God.
Some call
What?
I'm broken corny.
That woman is enchanting.
You grabby bitch.
Anything else? Are we dropping the accent?
Danny DeVito.
Mm-hmm.
Richard Kind.
Who is this? Your mama. If you're my mother, what
Your mama.
is your last name? Mel.
That's my mother. That confirms it.
Okay. Pamela Adlon.
Yikes, that's a lot of
Yep.
not necessarily great.
Zazie Beats.
About the only one in
Quinto-
there I can sit back and it looks good would be Danny DeVito.
Yeah.
Everyone else is especially Seth Rogen, Sarah Silverman,
Taika Waititi.
Yeah,
this is going to be the
Johnny
dumbest thing in the history of the
I will-
world. Part freaking 2.
Yeah,
I will
this
say,
does not.
Wow.
as I say, in defense of Taika Waititi, when he played the asshole in Free Guy, it was very convincing.
Oh, dude, for real, because
He
he
was
wasn't
playing
acting.
himself. He was
well.
self-insert.
He's just been a method actor this whole time.
Yep.
To be white.
That's not what I'm saying. Don't you put words in my mouth. History of the World, Part 2. Pop. Part 2. Part 2. If this was on Netfish, I would cancel my subscription.
Netfish.
No Jews in space. No Hitler on ice or Batman on ice. Excuse me. Sorry. Attention to Batman. But where's the
Skinny mustache man? Skinny mustache
That
man.
the little Austrian,
the little
Or
Austrian.
Schmittler. You can call him Schmittler.
Schutzengruber. That looks horrible. That
It looked
looks
cheap.
absolutely, yeah.
It looks
I
like,
mean-
oh god.
It
Well, it
looks
looks like a
cheap
Hulu
almost.
production. I don't know.
Right.
It looks,
Yeah.
it looks pretty cheap, honestly. Like I don't know.
Oh yeah, it looks like it was made for ABC movie or TV show.
No, a lot of those were better.
Well,
And they,
I mean-
I feel like they spent most of the time introducing people. They didn't have that many jokes in the trailer. I'm sure that there will
No.
be jokes, but I'm waiting.
I
To
mean,
like,
depending on the
this will be
movie,
like-
yeah, man. I mean, I don't want to see
Right.
the whole movie in the trailer, to be honest. And I mean, we'll see. I'll give it a shot. If it's Mel Brooks and it's true Mel Brooks, great. If it's a seeing of Mel Brooks, you can bite me.
I guarantee you, I'm gonna almost guarantee you, Mel Brooks didn't write one word of this,
They
and
just
I'll guarantee
probably
you they paid him money to put his
for the
name on it.
Yep.
Probably.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Well,
The
and the thing
fans
is-
will know the truth.
Well, the sad thing is, though, Mel Brooks has been going down in quality with what he's been doing. I mean, didn't he do that Dracula Dead and Loving It with?
Yeah. I
yeah,
believe he did.
I mean, that was I think that was one of his, and that was horrible. Mel unfortunately does not have that touch, sadly, anymore, and I hate to say that, really, honestly.
Right.
Especially when you see all of his earlier stuff that he had. He had obviously the producers of 12 Chairs, Young Frankenstein, Blazing Saddles, silent movie, High Anxiety. I mean, I honestly think he really started
Was that
going
a documentary about me? High anxiety.
Yeah, yes, yeah, and me. I think the big thing is he started going downhill after Spaceballs, really, and I know
How many assholes we got on this ship anyhow?
Yo.
I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
Keep firing, assholes.
And and I'll say this: I think Spaceballs could have been better. Mel Brooks even admitted it himself that he didn't do it as higher quality as he thought because he didn't think the fans were that intellectual. It's like, Mel, come on, don't go with that attitude. That film could have been a lot better. I mean, I'm not saying it was a bad film, but it could have been a lot better. I don't think it was high quality Mel Brooks, but it was still fun to watch. Robin Hood Men's in Tights, we're starting to see the fall of Mel Brooks really there.
I like
and
Robin.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, it still was not Mel Brooks quality, what he was, and which is sad. I hate saying that because Mel Brooks is a comedic genius, a legend, honestly. But sadly, I don't think he has that in him much anymore.
I think Mel, for a lack of a better idea, he probably is a product of his day, and he knew what was funny back then.
Mm-hmm.
He knew the era. He knew every the style of jokes, what you could get away with, pushing the envelope then, and he tried kept trying to stay current, stay relevant, I guess, with
right.
how the culture was, and he just couldn't keep up.
Yeah, I mean, he started going from making comedic films to making parodies. I mean, let's face it, Men in Tights was a parody of the Robin Hood film,
Right.
and such, and he was starting to get out of his area. I think one of the problems is most of the people he worked with are gone now. I mean, he worked, like Gene Wilder, Marty Feldman, Harvey Korman. I mean, there was a staple of people. Yeah, Pryor. I mean, there's a certain group of people that he was working with.
Far better people than what we have today.
Yeah, exactly. And sadly, he's been, even Carl Reiner, his good friend Carl Reiner, he doesn't have him to bounce stuff off of. You're going to try to bounce stuff off of Silver Silverman and Seth Rogen? They're morons.
The caliber of comedy is just it went down the toilet with these people he's got on there. It's ridiculous.
Right.
Seth Rogen is one of the there's people like Sarah Silverman has once in a while done things. I'm like, oh, that's not bad. But I don't think there's a point in time where I was like, Seth Rogen, that's one funny guy. From the get go, I'm like, people like this stuff.
Yeah, obviously they do. And I think that's the big problem with Mel. It's not that he's necessarily a man out of time. It's just that he's out of time. He lost everybody around him. He doesn't have those sounding boards he used to bounce off of. He's one of the last of the few of the classic comedians, comics that we have. I mean, like Bob Newhart. He's one of the last. I mean, he's still funny but it's like he's almost 100 years old. So is Mel, for that matter.
You do have some that are still out there, but they're not touching Hollywood with a 10-foot pole. You ain't going to get Dan Aykroyd. You're not going to get anybody else you can name from the day that's still alive. Reasons are, I think they know it. I'm not going to do anything because Hollywood
but Phil,
is
you're still going to get a Dan Aykroyd. He's still involved with the Ghostbuster films.
Yeah, but you don't see him doing it like he was doing. Oh, of course, he's older now, but still, you don't see them doing it like they used to do it.
No, but he's still involved with Hollywood as one of the creators of the Ghostbusters franchise. They still have to go through him before they can do anything.
But even the sad thing is they're dying off, and we lost Harold Ramis, we lost Ivan Reitman, right there that was involved in all that. And those are two.
If you were to go in your hand and say, who's still alive, who's still good enough that they can still perform, and you say, well, let's do a movie with Mel Brooks. You can throw Dan Aykroyd. The guy that he was the professor in Back to the Future, but he does more writing.
Christopher Lloyd.
The one I can't believe I forgot his name. Oh my god. The one from I want to say Chevy Chase, because to me, Chevy Chase wasn't funny. Good.
What?
Not
Kick
funny.
him out now. Yeah.
No.
He was funny at a time, but he's not. Yeah, his assholishness took over.
And I do want to say hello to Dragon Ruse. Phil.
I didn't
No. I will admit it. I did it. Phil, you're treading that line, that thin line. You like to stir the pot. You like to poke the bear. You poke it a little too much.
Chevy was funny up to a point, and then then his assholishness took over. But I mean, you see Foul Play. The movie Foul Play was a good film. Of course, National Lampoon Vacation, and even in
I just don't think he was as funny as he thought he was. Like he was all right, but again, I don't find him as hilarious as other people either. I love the Lampoon movies.
I'm not saying he's the greatest,
stuff, bro.
Yeah, I am not saying he's the greatest. I'm just saying that those are the ones that we were good at. But I mean, it's obviously he had a good cast around him for some of these.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, he's got a pretty big line of films that people love, like Caddyshack, Fletch, all the Vacations except for the Vegas one. He's got a bunch of freaking films, and you can't say he's not funny because they wouldn't have kept hiring him to be in those movies.
Christmas
The
Vacation.
headline of Christmas Vacation. Gotta watch it every year.
It's a top 3 Christmas movie.
And real quick, I just want to say to Dempsey and Dragon Ruse, if you'd like to come on the panel, the link is pinned to the top.
You know, it would have been great to see Mel Brooks do a film with Dan Aykroyd, Bill Murray, uh, some of these people that are still around and bounce off of it. Even though the humor is a little bit different, but it would have been an interesting composite with some of these older. Even Eddie
What
Murphy.
about? I was gonna say, what about involving Rick Moranis?
Oh, but everybody's been wanting that, but it's up to Rick Moranis.
Yeah, I think he's gonna quit.
I think also, don't forget, a lot of these guys were stand-up comedians and comedies.
Sketch comedies.
In today's world, do you want to do any stand-up?
Well, you still got good comics, but they're staying way away from the big scene because they know that this is that Hollywood's crap and all that. So they're more than happy to do the clubs, and they're getting their money off of clubs, and they don't want to go quote unquote Hollywood. But there's another one, Steve Martin. Get Steve Martin involved with Mel Brooks. And
Did anyone mention Martin Short?
Martin Short. There we go. Martin Short. Yeah.
And
Eugene Levy.
His counterpart, Steve Martin.
Yeah, I already said Steve Martin.
Oh, did you? I'm sorry, I missed it. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no problem. I mean, I actually started liking Steve Martin more when he started films than when he was doing his stand-up, to be honest with you. And I still think that L.A. Story is his best film that he's done. Highly underrated, but it's a bizarre film.
It's a great movie. It's a great movie. I mean,
Three Amigos
give it a
was
chance.
fun. I think it was what was the one where he had the huge ass nose? Roxanne.
That was
Roxanne.
Yeah,
that was. Like that movie, dude. Like to see his actual acting with his comedy was. Yeah, it was. I mean, his albums were good. His comedy was great. You know, for what it was. But I agree. I'm with you, dude. I think when he came out as an actor, that's when we got blessed. What's up, Nelson, my brother?
I do want to say hello to Nelson, the gentleman. I mean, did anybody like Parenthood when that first came out? I know I did as a kid.
That was a great film. I laughed my arse off.
If he was doing something like this, I would include it, though he hasn't done comedy in a while. Tom Hanks. Even though I don't like his political views, I still like him as a comedian and as an actor.
Well, most of the people we said, most of us don't probably align with their political views, but I don't give a shit. They're funny. They're funny.
Yeah.
That's
they don't put it in their movies.
What I'm trying to say, Tom Hanks needs the wokeness or whatever his beliefs are at the door. These other people, Seth Rogen, the crazy lady that was on there, I can't remember her name.
Sarah Silverman.
Sarah Silverman.
Yeah. Seeing them two on there, it's a fail. Right then there.
Yeah.
It's a fail.
Yeah.
I can take him or leave him. He's hit or miss. If he's making comedy for comedy's sake, he's good. If he's making comedy for making political statements, no.
Well, Jesus is black, so there you go.
Yeah. Well, that's just it. It looks like they're going to in there and literally going to be starting insulting a whole group of people. And it's not funny. It's just, let's go out there and just make fun of and mock, which is not, Mel Brooks never did that, except for in Blazing Saddles where he's making fun of racists. But like that, the film was, nothing about that was to go out there and start being insulting to a large segment of your audience that would probably be going to see this. And that's what I get off of this trailer. It's like, oh, great, here we go again. Why don't you do something about Oliven? Oh, yeah, that's gonna be funny. Especially when you get that fat wall on you. Like
there's so much stuff with that. Like a lot of these people, even if they have views we disagree with, are able to like leave it out of the good stuff or leave it out of their stuff. And people lately aren't. And even something like this might be an unpopular opinion, but like Dave Chappelle, I loved a lot of his early comedy, and he did have some politics in it, but a lot of it was just messing around, making obvious caricatures. Like Dave Chappelle's latest special, a lot of it was just like straight politics, and some of it I agree with. It's not all of it. I disagree, but sometimes you're sitting there, it's like, well, this is nice, but I came here for a comedy show, and you're just telling me random facts about stuff. The
best politic joking is when they go after everybody, like Johnny Carson used to do. Nobody was safe. When you have people going out there and doing comedy, or we borderline onto satire, is nobody's safe. Nobody's safe.
I hate to bring him up, but Mr. Jello pudding pop guy.
Oh, Bill Cosby. Yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't going to say his name because I don't know if we get in trouble or not.
No, we won't.
His most famous skit that he had, and it was on HBO, I'll never forget it, was the one where he busts on every nationality, race, everybody. Period. Everybody. You name the nationality, he busted on you. And he did it in one entire skit. And it was funny and it was good. And that was the end of it.
Right.
Everybody got to laugh at everybody. No one walked out of there that didn't get insulted and didn't laugh at everybody else.
Well, it was like Don Rickles. I mean, you almost wanted to get insulted by Don Rickles. It was a badge of honor if Don Rickles pointed you out and get an insult to you, and you knew it was all in good, good jest. I mean, for crying out, this is a guy who was doing stand up. He goes, "Hey, look, it's what's his name again? I forgot the name of the accountant mafia guy." He goes, "Hey, you kill anybody lately?" I mean. And, the funny thing is this is one of the guys. He was the accountant. He never did any hits on anybody. So Meyer Lansky, hey Meyer Lansky, you kill anybody? And of course you get all the big laughs on that one. So we don't have that. I mean, when it comes around to just good ribbing, it goes straight down to let's just be pathetically insulting to people. Yeah. And it just that's the sad thing. They don't understand this. We don't have that great cat skills where they all get together in kibitz, and you have, of course, Uncle Milty over there stealing all their bits. The new Uncle Milty is Sarah Silverman. She does a horrible job of it. And that's over. So, but Amy Schumer, I mean, but
jeez,
yeah, well, yeah. Anything that's remotely funny that comes out of her mouth, remotely she stole, and she's doing a bad job. That would have been a lot funnier coming out of somebody else's mouth. But, I was watching like previews for a show on Comedy Central a few years back, and the scene was, everybody go except for so-and-so because you're pregnant. And it's like the delivery was absolutely horrible. I was sitting back going, this would have been absolutely hysterical if the guy delivering the line would have been Bob Newhart, because he would have known how to deliver that line. Nobody knows how to deliver these lines anymore. They have good shit, but they're shit at delivering it. They don't have the timing necessarily. They don't have. They don't have the ability to do that anymore. It seems like, except for like the ones we never see because they don't want to do anything with Hollywood. They're hitting the circuits.
There's a redheaded comedian. Well,
no Carrot Top. No Carrot Top.
There you go. Wait, hear me out. She's a country music star, but she had a comedic show, and it was.
You said it's a redhead, so Cash doesn't like it, right?
Well, of course he's never going to like it. It's a given. But anyway,
I thought you were going to talk about Chrissy Meyer.
Yeah, you can forget about her as a country music star. She is a good comedian.
Well, we know Chrissy Myers is. I never heard her.
I'm talking about Reba.
Oh, okay.
Reba is she is a good comedian. Mm-hmm. I know her show got canceled, or
Oh, it went a long time.
Yeah, but the funny thing was, her show was top 5 when it got canceled. So that goes to show you the lady had to have talent, because she was able to get it on. I think it was originally ABC, and then she managed to get it taken over to what was it, CW?
I think you're right.
I think that's correct.
Yeah, but I think it was after the merger. I think it was after.
You never know. Sometimes the next comedian, when it comes to comedy, Dolly Parton tried it. She was okay at it.
Yeah.
But, in today's world, comics are a dying breed. And even if they are out there, with the craziness that's going on the last 2 years, like I said, if I was a comedian, unless I have security, and when I mean security, they better have like the security like at a heavy metal concert where there's a gate and there's guys standing between the stage and that fence. I wouldn't go on a stage. not in today's world. I had seen the last time some lady, and she didn't even say a bad joke. They threw a can of beer at her.
Well, that's nothing new. That's gone back to ages.
But she didn't play into their game. She picked up the beer and started drinking it, and then kept on going on with their stint.
Yep,
I mean, it's gotten to the point, man. You can't joke about anything.
Mm-hmm.
Anything.
Well, I mean, that's why in the Blues Brothers, when they played that hillbilly bar and they had that chicken wire in front of the stage, that's not a joke. That's not a joke. That's for real. No. And at least it was. I mean, if you went up there and you weren't doing what they wanted, they throw anything, but including the kitchen sink at you.
There's still country bars out there today that you pull up. Yeah, it's that way. It's that way.
Right, and exactly.
I'll be honest. Yeah, you could say it's stereotype, but deep down, you already know if you're going to a country bar. Don't go up there to the jukebox and try looking for requesting hip hop. It's just not going to happen.
Oh,
and if you walk out the door, you're lucky. It's just the way. It'd be like the equivalent of us walking into a biker bar. As soon as we walk in the door, we know we're in trouble. And it's already too late to walk out.
Speak for yourself.
I want you in my bar. You'd be okay. Now, don't be picking on bikers. What's wrong with you?
Just don't say your favorite bike's a Harley. I mean, not Harley, but I mean a Honda. Or something like that. No.
Just make sure you didn't say, and laughing in a joking way, yeah, I was outside and I didn't like that bike, so I kicked it out of the way. Then you get some trouble.
I figure if you pull in on an electric car or an electric scooter, then we're going to just maul you. Because now anymore, it's gasoline versus this electric shit.
So I'll be okay rolling up in my moped.
Well, moped's different.
As long as it's not electric. As your moped takes gasoline, you're with us, my man.
A little putt-putt.
What if I just roll up on my 2-speed?
Even Black Dragon is saying you might be in trouble, Phil.
Yeah, you would. I mean, Phil would walk in there and say something like, "Hey, how many of you guys walked your Harley here today?" I mean, Phil would do that.
No, I'll be more like, "I'm sorry, guys, but it was kind of cloudy out, and I rode my moped, and the battery's dying. Is there a place I can plug in?" I can see the expression on their face.
Oh, dude, right?
No. Is there any place I can plug my Tesla in? And do you have any White Claw?
We don't serve your kind here.
Exactly. Thank you.
Back out.
No. Back in the day, if it was a movie, if someone were to say that, everything would go silent. You would see all the extras looking at the person that said it, and then somebody yell, "Get him!"
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to be the Pee Wee Herman bar scene at all.
No. Even though that could happen. That could happen with Pee Wee.
Oh yeah. I mean, come on, dude. Pee Wee, and
what am I?
He was in the Blues Brothers. He was in Cheech and Chong movies. Before he became Pee Wee.
He was.
He did some work,
and he was the Penguin's father in Batman Returns. Yeah,
correct. Yep, exactly.
Oh, so, and Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the movie.
Time. Yeah, he had some time in there.
Yeah. Now he's trying to bring
work. It wasn't just like, oh, hey, I'm Pee Wee Herman. No, the dude did put in some time.
Yeah, he did. He did. And you wouldn't know it. It's like, who's Paul Rubens? That's Pee Wee. Oh, okay.
Right. Exactly. Who?
The guy that gave himself a handy in the back.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God,
he got away with it if it weren't for those damn kids and that damn dog.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, surprise, surprise. He's in an adult theater and he's pounding the pud, choking the chicken, whatever you want to say. Boy, the shock that he was doing that in an adult,
Yeah, but he was a kid's show guy.
Yeah.
But he was a kid's show that was for adults too. That's the sad thing. Because I could watch that with my brothers and I was older and it was something we could all watch and laugh at,
Well,
and yeah, it does suck. But then again, look at where we're at today, right? Take that as a prime example. And look at how far it's gone from even that. Now we know everything about them, their political views, whether you like them or not. Or sometimes, It's too much. Like, I think that we need to dial this shit back a little bit, go back to more of our generations of the past where we didn't have all this information in our face, because it kind of ruined everything.
Right.
Yeah, you can't put the genie back in the bottle, apparently.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you can, but it's going to
Once
take
you
a little
open
bit
up Pandora's box.
It's going to take an EMP.
Well, in the same aspect, though, don't sit there and treat Hollywood as if these actors are god and goddesses, like, for real, and worship them like that.
But
and
Adam, Adam, you're crushing me, man. I thought they were gods and goddesses.
I know. It's okay.
But
I mean, that's the whole problem, though. Like, and for the actor and actresses, shut the fuck up. Like, quit giving us all your shit then. Quit putting it all out there. We don't need to know. I mean, and again, I don't do a lot of Twitter and all. Like, I learn more watching the streams because you guys do the research and talk about it, because I'm like, well, I'm not going to do it. But then again, I'm also safe when I watch stuff because I don't know this shit. But and again, then the world has changed to the point where it's like, now if they're on the other side, you don't want to support them at all. And that's actually sad when it comes to art, just art, period, because again, this is an art. So,
And real quick, to answer your question, Baron, sometimes I will do research on a story. Other times, I want my reaction to be authentic. I want it to be real. So I'm reading about it and finding out about it just like everyone else.
I like.
But when it comes to Hollywood, even though he is an actor, for most actors and actresses, directors, producers, writers, just got one thing to say to them.
It doesn't matter what you think.
Matters what I think. I'm important. I'm important.
I said as far as Hollywood is concerned, Baron.
I know. I'm not important, though. I'm
just-
really not.
I just wish the modern entertainers would be more like their people back in the day when you hired them to do acting, to act. Whatever your political beliefs, whatever you believe in, we don't care. Just act. If you're a comedian, do your comedy. I don't care who you've been, but when you're going to a live comedy show, up front, if you're sitting in that audience at any given moment, that spotlight can be turned on you, and that guy or that girl is going to make some type of comment towards you. That's a given. If you don't like that about comedy and going to see a comedian live, then don't go. It's that simple. But when they start preaching to you and they start throwing their messages in their shows and their movies, sometimes, yes, they can have a little bit of say, like, I'm not going to say that. But sometimes Seth Rogen's going to go with the flow. Silverman, she's going to definitely say whatever's on her mind. So you already know at the top of the game before you even go through the door of the movie theater, the live comedy act. If she's there, you know what you're getting.
The thing is we don't have Carlins who would go out there and go after everybody.
George Carlin would, first of all, I don't think would be able to survive in this modern world.
Oh,
I think he would. I think he would.
Yeah. People
he would eat them up. They wouldn't eat him up. He would eat them up.
Yeah, that's the thing about comedy or stand-up comedy now. You can tell who you're going to see before a 5-minute search on the internet. You know what you're going to get at that show.
I saw Ralphie May. I knew what Ralphie May was going to say, man. Like, yeah, that's why I went, because I wanted to see it. I will say real quick, guys, though, I think Carlin would have got canceled. Look at how many and not that he Me Too'd anybody, but look at all the damage that was done when we find out it wasn't real, too. And the careers that have been damaged to people that didn't do what they were accused of when you found out it was just a couple of hooers. So, again, it take it as you want. But I think the way that the world is now, they'd have shut him right the fuck down. And it's sad because he called all of this decades ago.
Well, yeah, but I disagree. I think he would still be valid. I mean, I wish Sam Kinison was still around, and Carlin, and Pryor. I mean, these people would be going out there, and they'd be ripping new ones, and there'd be nothing that they could do about it because these guys are a bit too giant. I mean, they would try to do.
They need to be on a show.
Right.
Well, they need to be on the show. when they're on tour, they need a live performance to go on an HBO. So you would put in today's world Carlin on a network for the George Carlin live. Who's going to do it?
Right.
It
That was my thought
be
too.
popular.
Thanks for getting
They're not going to put his style of comedy in today's world. Won't happen.
No. We got it's the fact that when they're beholding to a studio of some sort to be on a show, that's where they screwed up. If they were just stand-up comics making the rounds around the country, they could do whatever they want because their audience would flock to them. Right. People who are woke wouldn't go to his comedy show unless they went there to heckle him, and then he would tear them alive.
Right.
But the most people who would go would be his crew, his people that know who he is and know what they're getting.
When a comedian went on his quote tour, he had to put one of his shows live on an air. So it would be either on something like HBO, maybe a Cinemax, maybe even, I don't know, NBC. You would have one of his live shows of him on, doing a live tour, doing a thing. Eddie Murphy's the most famous one when he did his tour and he recorded it for HBO.
Yeah.
In today's world, that show would not be on the air.
Well, let's not forget, Phil. Both Eddie Murphy and Bill Cosby did comedy stand-up and they were put in movies. Raw. Remember the big controversy about Eddie Murphy Raw, and they were going to give it an X because it was. Yeah, I mean, and of course himself, Bill Cosby himself.
But they weren't as insane as they are today. We got those things, and I mean, I agree. I don't think we would get any of that. I mean, they would stop it.
Well, the thing is they still went ahead and went on there. But I mean, you had stand-up comedy that was in movie theaters back in the day. You don't have that now.
No. Hell, we barely have movie theaters. Let's be honest. I mean,
I mean, when Comedy Central was still good, you had all these shows where you could watch the stand-up comics. They had those half-hour shows, hour shows, and they put 2 or 3 comics on there, and you'd laugh at the good ones, you boo the bad ones, and that's what it was all about, was showing comics and such like that, instead of doing the crap they're doing now that's not even really funny, and showcasing these up and coming comics. I mean, what's that one, that Montreal comedy festival? They don't show that no more. I don't even know if it's still going on anymore, but that used to be great to watch because you had everything.
I don't think you would even see today Kids in the Hall, if you remember them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't see them on HBO or Cinemax today.
Yeah, that was Lorne Michaels' attempt to do Monty Python.
Real quick, I just want to thank Dragon Ruse for coming by. I greatly appreciate it.
I'm waving at the camera, and I'm not even going to have the camera on. Take care, Dragon Ruse. I'm waving, by the way, just so you know.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's the level of intelligence we have here today, Dragon.
Yeah. I'm Smirt, SMRT, Smirt. Mm-hmm.
And I gotta head out as well, guys.
You gotta make it like a baby and head out.
Head first.
That took me a while.
Didn't it? Going back to your Pokeball?
Yeah, going back to my Pokeball.
That's a wonderful looking hat you have there.
Is it a blue ball?
Hey, you got a pair.
It's a family show, sir.
What? Hey, if you're reading this stuff, that's your fault. It's not my fault.
Sure.
Yeah, I think the problem is not
nobody knows how to read.
Yeah. I'm waving at the camera, by the way.
Listen, I graduated from college, okay? You can't talk to me. I'm a learned whoopa.
Yeah.
You got an education.
A higher education.
Is that the Phoenix University online where you pay $500, barely do anything, and they hand you a diploma?
No, it's the one that Sally Struthers used to have about, you could become, a plumber, a gunsmith, stuff like that. Remember those commercials where you
if you zoom in, you can see the little thing on there. I graduated from Banchercarp University.
I can't zoom in on it.
I can't zoom in. StreamYards doesn't let you zoom in any further than it is.
Yeah, you zoom, man. You're zoomed, man.
You gotta enhance.
No zoom for you.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me on. Thanks,
Thank you for coming on, brother.
congratulations
Yeah, good
to
talking with
your-
you,
dude.
to your on your tree fitty. Congrats on tree fitty.
Thank you, brother.
350.
350.
Right. I'll see you around.
See you, real quick. What do you got coming on your channel, dude?
Yeah.
Nothing. I haven't done much lately. I'll make a cool community post at some point, probably.
Cool.
Say some fun stuff. Everything I say is funny. I don't know if you're aware. I'm the funniest person I know. So
Yeah, I'm really laughing right now.
I always laugh at you when you wear that Cardinals hat.
Yeah.
Don't worry, when Bob is sending you a message and we're going to do a stream together, the Alliance to end the
no.
IV.
No, no.
Yeah.
Whoopa,
Only
whatever
if I
you do,
can be on
do
it.
not go on Phil's channel. Whatever you do.
only if I can be on. But I'm going to give you the classic Pokemon farewell. Catch you later.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, see, I'm funnier than you. I'm more esoteric. I'm a thinking man. It's a button-up mind, like Bob Newhart.
Whatever helps you sleep at night, Baron.
Usually pills. Usually pills and alcohol.
If it makes you feel better, brother, that's all that matters.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
Dude, it feels good.
Day drinking, that makes me feel good. Woo! Yeah.
Heck yeah. All right. See you guys.
Hey, take care.
Thank you,
Be good.
Whoopa. Appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, thanks for being here, man.
And yeah, there's my ugly mug again. Actually, no. There's my ugly mug again.
Put the other one up. It looks better. You look cooler, man. You look cooler. Doc Pop, right there. It's a
That
new
chin though. It's like you sure that's not a cross between you and Cash?
After the shock and horror, I'll put it down. I don't want to see. It'll ruin my sex life for the next month.
You don't have
You don't have a sex.
I don't even want to think about that.
No.
You know, one day I gotta convince her to get on, but she won't.
Oh,
well, yeah. Well, that's
no.
why you don't have a sex
Oh,
life.
no.
That's why you don't have a sex life.
We're all gonna be in for it then.
Nobody wants to convince her to get on.
Sit here and shut my mouth and know my role when that day happens.
You never know when to shut your mouth. You never know your role.
Oh! You heard her yell at me. You heard her, Mike, and you
I
saw how
heard
quickly I
her.
went silent.
I heard her. You muted it. I didn't hear the whole thing.
When did
Phil?
that happen?
A couple
weeks
weeks
ago.
ago.
Oh, I missed it.
It
Damn
was
it.
on the live stream. She
Was
come
it
in
with
here,
me?
started yelling at me, saying dinner's ready. You need to get off that thing. And
Oh, I didn't hear that. Yeah.
but not with them cleared up. I cleared up the words.
Well, yeah. Well.
Sometimes women would like to be,
Remind me to tell you guys the real story off air. I can't do it here. I don't want to get Mike in trouble, but we'll tell them backstage.
Ooh, I want to hear. I want juicy stuff, man.
Yeah.
All right. Speaking of Phil, he did provide this article from
No.
MSN.
Such a nice.
Oh God, not MSN. No wonder
Yes.
why this has a bullshit title up there.
Yes,
Or
yeah.
online.
It's courtesy of IndieWire.
Yeah. Well, Phil, what are you doing?
Hey, he asked everybody to bring an article, and I did.
We want critical stuff. For crying out loud, we have a radio station here in the Twin Cities that has
brought an
more
article.
listeners
I
than
provided.
MSN. What?
Did you provide an article? No.
He provided the topic. He's provided the topic.
Yeah.
Either an article or a topic.
Yeah.
He didn't provide Gina. I provide Gina.
I love Gina. Oh,
I like Gina myself. So
hamada.
anyways, it says Gina Carano's new Ben Shapiro produced movie is somehow still too woke for some right-wingers. And honestly, I saw the movie. It was okay.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't the greatest Western I've ever seen. Wasn't the worst. It was just okay. Nick Searcy was good as the villain. Gina Carano was, for her acting ability, she was good for what it was. But it's not one I would say, oh yeah, you got to go see it.
The thing is actually, I'll be honest, Gina Carano kind of surprised me with the Mandalorian. It's like, oh great, they're bringing in one of these MMA type people and all that, and it's like, wow, she's not bad. It's like, okay, I mean, obviously the looks, but I'm talking about the acting part. And it's like, oh, and, her acting and how she did everything with Cara Dune. I mean, it really, I love the character because of what she applied to it. And I'm not talking about the boobs.
I think she's got a lot to learn.
Yeah.
I'm not meaning this negatively. I'm just saying,
No.
like coming from the MMA world and then going, like, I have no complaints of what she did. I mean, can she improve? Sure. I mean, but that's again, that's not criticism like she did anything wrong. I'm just stating the obvious. I enjoyed her, and I really was sad that they let her go because she was kind of part of what. I wasn't a huge Mando fan. I mean, the first season was better than the second, I felt. But, you know, again, I enjoyed what I saw. The bits I've seen her in and stuff she's done, I've enjoyed. I mean, she's fucking gorgeous. So, I mean, I love her.
That's the point.
But, yeah, I mean, I thought she did well, you know.
Yeah.
So, I have no complaints on that part, you know. So,
she needs a little more acting coach, you know, someone to help. But that's anybody that's in the industry. So, I mean, you always take a look at Tom Hanks when he was first starting out, even with Bosom Buddies, and look at him now. I mean, you know, there's a huge difference. Or even Michael Keaton, or some of these other people with their early roles and what they turn into as they went along.
I mean, think about it with Michael Keaton. Nobody wanted Mr. Mom to be Bruce Wayne Batman.
No.
Right? He was awesome. I was going to say the same thing, Mike. Get out of my head.
Well, that's just it. That was the big thing is, can this guy actually do a serious role as Batman? And I mean, that was the big argument during the day. I mean, you should have heard the debates we had back and forth. But damn it, he did a good job.
Yeah. You know, Adam West was always my Batman. And, you know, that was the thing. I loved it. But when we got Keaton, I love that too. You know, it was like, okay. And then Kevin Conroy is the voice of the animated series, dude.
Right,
like, oh my goodness. Like, it was just, again, it was perfection.
You should
and
watch.
We witnessed it. So that's the thing. When we complain, it's because we've seen what can be done and we don't like what we're seeing because you guys are just killing it for no reason. Like, no joy for anybody, you know?
It's more criticism that we're giving this. Really, I mean, the true ones of us are really criticizing, which is nothing wrong with criticizing. That's why we have critics. But then they want to throw us down a well or something like that because we are pointing out. Well, look at what happened. What happened here? What happened here? But they just ignore that and say all you're doing is just bitching and moaning. Plus, you got to watch Superfan here, Adam. You got to watch him do the Batusi. He does a damn awesome Batusi.
Nope.
I've seen it. I mean, in his underwear. I mean, it's just amazing. Girls. You should watch him do the Batusi in his underwear. You'll just be mesmerized.
And real quick, I do want to thank Black Dragon for coming by and watching the show. And he says, I'm buffering really bad on my end. I'm going to head out, guys. We'll try to watch on the TV. Thank you, Black Dragon. Really appreciate it, man.
Wow, we're on TV now.
Oh no, wait a minute. That means I've frightened people on TV.
Yay.
Oh, yeah, I can't be worse than Velma.
Ugh. Trust me, it's a lot worse than this.
So this article says one of the biggest box office failures of 2022 was Terror on the Prairie, the Ben Shapiro produced Western starring Gina Carano. It marked Carano's first major role since being fired from The Mandalorian over a series of social media posts that many viewed as anti-Semitic. They weren't anti-Semitic. She was pointing out facts of history.
Right. I mean, I'm just going to say right now here, if you don't mind, Mike.
Go ahead.
Look at the bullshit word salad they already started out with this article. This is bullshit. This is not an article. This is a hit piece. This is slime. This is yellow journalism. This is horrible. I mean, when you have a story start out like this, is crap. And first of all, how can it be a box office bomb? It wasn't put in the theaters.
No.
That wasn't a box office.
So you have a lie. They're lying already on that part. It just in that first sentence is deeply a lie. Hey, take care, Dempsey.
Dempsey, thank you for being here, brother. I appreciate your support as well. Don't be a stranger. And if you ever want to come on the panel, just let me know or I'll send you the invite and come on here and join the conversation.
I never really paid much attention to the IndieWire, but I used to remember that some of these organizations that deal in news articles wouldn't allow you to do this.
No.
they wouldn't. You would have been fired just as much as you made an article up and claimed to be real and find out it wasn't. Well, you're fired and you were blackballed. End of story. This person, just like Baron said, they're listing facts, and there's more as you go on. But yeah, I'll wait for you to finish up, and then I'll say my piece.
I was just going to sit back and say, remember that one quote unquote journalist who, when that young lady was basically taken prisoner in Iraq during the war, and they finally got her back, and the guy was writing an article. And he didn't even leave his office. He was just made the whole damn thing up. He's talking about cornfields in front of the place where there's no cornfields there. That's how they found out that this guy was full of shit. And then they started finding out basically all his articles was that way. He didn't do a damn thing except make up stories. That's what we have for quote unquote journalists now.
And the only thing is, I would say, sad is another news agency is going to pick up this article and run with it, and they'll keep passing it off like this is legit.
Right.
You know, that's where I say a lot of people say, well, news is getting a bad rap. No, they used to have some integrity. They don't have integrity no more.
Well,
they're in a worse position than Hollywood.
Well, they don't have people necessarily hitting the streets like they used to. They just take the wire off of AP or something like that, and then run with that. You don't really have anybody to, the classic where they have the hat and the pencil in the ear and the sign, the little thing that says press, running around with the notepad, being a pain in the ass. You don't have them no more. They just sit around and they rip off these pieces from AP. AP is the one that does it, or United Press International, UPI, or whoever, and that's what they're going with. And those used to be reputable, but they're not anymore.
And if you notice, the only other thing I'll point out real quick, notice in the article how many times they say right wing.
Right.
Now, this was an article based by somebody that was doing something on the new Buzz Lightyear and saying left wing or liberal or woke. This probably wouldn't even never hit Microsoft. It probably never would have made IndieWire. They would never even agreed to put it up there.
Well, they would have just put cash money in.
As we're going on from where you left off, Mike, as we continue on, count how many times they keep saying right wing.
I don't have to. I mean,
you do it, Phil.
Yeah, be our counter, Phil. Come on.
Well, I'll be our counter. Since I can count how many
You
times Mike dies in the West, I can.
I can count too. But why should I give them the credit?
Yeah, I'm just, like I said, I'm just trying to point it out there. I know you know it. You can tell, but
I don't know it.
Yeah, it's. But go on, my friend. Go on, my friend.
Well,
it goes on to say the film only grossed 804. Okay, 804 what?
$804 in one showing. One showing.
Yeah.
And a lot of those showings, the reason why it has that low, a lot of people went in there for free.
Yeah.
Give away tickets and stuff like that, which is nothing new.
But see, I'm thinking back to when I was growing up and going through my English classes. If I wrote a sentence that said it only grossed 804, my teacher would have given me back my paper after grading and saying 804 what?
Well, it'd be like, what is the grade lower than F? You know, they'd invent a new grade. You just got graded Mike.
Okay, real quick. Care on a Prairie made, what does it say here?
804.
804?
Yeah.
I'm trying to see how much they actually made. I'm gonna look that up real quick.
All right.
That's not to mention the subscriptions Daily Wire got so people could watch it.
Right.
I subscribed to it just so I could watch it.
So did I.
Yeah. Well, let's not talk about the AOC movie that bombed horribly. No, we can't talk about that.
But anyways, it says it made 804 during its one-day theatrical run, despite any star power that the actress might have on the political right. The thing is, how many people actually knew about it besides us?
Right. And not only that, does Gina only have fans on the right? That's bullshit.
Yeah, right. Like
who says that her fans are only right or left? You know,
right? You know, I mean, look at all of us. I mean, even part of our group, we have people of different political leanings, or even no political leanings. We have people who are part of all religions, or no religion. We have people who are of different ethnicity, or no ethnicity. That's you, Phil. But you know, we have all these people that are around with us, and we only have one goal: we want better shit. And everybody saw what happened to Gina Carano. There were people that were Democrats that were pissed off at what happened to Gina Carano. You had people on the left that were pissed off at what happened to Gina Carano. She has fans on that side. They don't give a crap about what her political leanings are, and they've seen there were people defending her on the left saying, look at this post. There is nothing. I mean, for crying out loud, Ben Shapiro's of the Hebrew persuasion all the way across the board, right? So he has Gina Carano there, who's supposed to have been, you know, anti-Semitic. No, he's not going to do that.
In any video I've ever seen of fans meeting Gina Carano, she's always been very kind and very, you know, outgoing and very, you know, just grateful that her fans are there.
Very
Okay,
personal.
Going by what I'm
Yeah.
seeing, they're not giving the price. The only thing that $800 is box office for one day in a limited run. But that movie immediately 3 months later, because they were trying to promote it, went on free online, like 1, 2, 3 movies. There's a bunch of them here. What's the other one? I'm going by what I'm seeing here. There's like 3 different movie companies that do free movies, and they're on there. So I think they were doing more by advertisement than actually who's renting or buying, or, you know, if it's free while you're watching, you're getting advertisement. So I'm pretty sure they made some money.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So-
They're the subscriptions on Daily Wire.
And I saw this for free on 1, 2, 3 movies. Good movie. And it had name advertisements. It had Chrysler and I think Coca-Cola. So it wasn't like the company wasn't making money, because when you're paying for advertisements, they're getting paid.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah.
And it's not cheap advertisements. I mean, let's be honest. Advertisements on anything, even on YouTube, that it costs money. So
right. And I bet you that one day theatrical, like I said, you know, I bet you there was a lot of free tickets. They're probably, you know, probably for the critics. You know, critics don't pay for the movies; they just go in. Oh, you know, Ebert. Oh, come on in. Roper, come on in. It's that's the thing. It's like it's those free passes they give out so they can do the, you know, the critics can watch the films. I've done how many films I've gone into. But, you know, the free because I got the ticket from the people who are doing the promotion. Niemer Fieger organization is the name that we have around here. I'm sure they're nationwide, but, you know, I don't know how many free tickets to movies I got from them. A lot of movies I saw for free. Those are counted.
To a lot of people don't know. Do you guys remember the guy who played Bo Duke on the Dukes of Hazzard?
Is that Schneider?
Yeah, he did a remake of Smokey and the Bandit, but he didn't use the name. He changed the name to something different. Even had that wrestler, Psychedelis, whatever his name is. He still goes on Fox and talks politics with his belt. He played the Jackie Gleason part. But anyway, that was a movie that had similar to this 3-day weekend, limited stuff, and that was directly to the free movies. Where it made its money was on the advertisements.
Right.
Same thing.
Our subscriptions.
I wish I could know the name of it, but it's a remake of pretty much of the Smokey and the Bandit. So yeah, some of these people, he's in the same group as Gina Carano, the guy who played Hercules.
Oh yeah, Kevin Sorbo.
They know they're not their idea is not matching Hollywood, so they're more on what I would call the independent circuit.
Yeah, James Wood is another one.
It's just the way they're still making movies, they're still making content, they're still making a living, and no, it's not going to be a $300 million movie, but it's good enough for them to make the content and be happy with.
Right.
You know,
but I mean,
I give them kudos.
But I'll have to sit back and say, so far this first paragraph is nothing but words out of bullshit propaganda crap.
Yeah. So my question to everybody, and Phil, since you provided the article, you can answer first. Do you want me to continue with this article?
I think we can round it up, but we don't need to go on because we don't need to see any more smear. But I think we all know and can say we all probably can agree. We all feel the same about this. It's a hit piece.
Yeah.
Not to be mean, I'm just going to say one more quick thing.
No, and I don't want you to think I'm putting you on the spot.
No, I'm just going to say and then we'll pass the buck, and maybe you guys will agree with me or not. Pablo Hidalgo, and the guy who played the Mandalorian, put worse stuff out there.
Yeah.
All right. And I'm not putting down any country because everybody has good, bad, and awful. They all do. But if you're going to sit there and put a little thing up, these are losers and they lost. Okay. Chile, they're both from Chile. They started a war with Bolivia that stole the coastline because they didn't want Bolivia to have any coast to the Pacific. Well, you can be nice and give it back. And if you're going to talk about the bad man, why does your military stomp with the goose step? You can all look it up on YouTube. It's called the Chilean Proven, which means Prussia, military tattoo. A tattoo is a parade. Yeah. And they are doing the exact same steps, music of bad man in charge. So before you go contradiction and jumping and pointing fingers at other people and other countries and other groups of people, look at your own before you start throwing stones. That's all I say.
Well,
and I love everybody except YouTube and my friends on YouTube, which I hate everyone.
He hates us all. He hates us all. We hate YouTube, Phil. We're just joking, YouTube, by the way. But the big thing is
we don't hate each other because
really
the conversations that we have off of YouTube, we get deep.
Oh God. What we say off when we're behind the scenes, oh my word! Can you just imagine what that would be like? We probably get a ton of listeners, our viewers, but YouTube is just
join the Patreon. Join the Patreon and find out what we talk about behind scenes.
And Mike, I say everybody. No, look, we all have bad histories.
Yeah.
No, there's stuff I'm Italian that I'm not proud of to be that they did. There's stuff that I'm proud that they did do. But guess what? You take the lesson, you learn the lesson, and you move on. You don't sit there and think that your country, there's not a country out there that's the same. Not a single one. None of them.
You can take that picture of Mussolini down now, by the way.
What can I say? I do it for cash. Yes.
You do it for cash. Oh, you do it for cash.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, I'm tired of all these people coming from shithole countries. Yeah, I mean that. I mean, you got Trevor Noah who comes up from South Africa and then comes like a pompous asshole talking down to all of us. And he's not intelligent. He's not funny. He's just spewing out crap. Then, like you said, you have Pascal and Pablum Hidalgo. Pablum, who goes up to Canada, then comes down to the United States. What, Canada wasn't good enough for you, buddy? And then he just starts going after everybody, especially those that basically he built his career on. And he literally, the people he built his career on, he pissed down on. And that's people who are on both sides of the aisle. And then, of course, they have to do their little political crap that makes it even worse. It's like, I don't give a shit what you say anymore, Pablo. And the other guy. You can go, you make those statements, I'm going to be fair. I'm watching because of your talent. I'm not calling you to be canceled out. So you guys can go and say this, do the same thing for Gina. I mean, if you got the one, I'm all across the board, just like, oh my, right? Yep. He was just recently accused of sexually molesting or harassing or whatever somebody back in 1981. Now, if we went by what he believes, he's guilty right now. Destroy him, cancel him. But I'm holding you to my guns. I don't care if it's an accusation. I don't believe it until it's proven. And how can you prove something that's from 1981? So of course I'm going to be right across the board. I don't care what side of the aisle. I'm going to damn you for what you did, and praise you for what you did. And if you didn't do anything in general, okay, fine. You're breathing at least. No, that's good. You know, you're doing a good job. And that's the trouble. And that is the trouble. The hypocrisy is just so blatant out there.
Mm-hmm.
My way has to go both ways. If we all said a lie, then we're liars.
Right.
And we should be punished as liars.
Mhm.
But if somebody else on the opposite side of the highway says the same thing and lied, then they should get exactly what we get. Not
Right.
a special. Gina Carano, if she broke whatever was in her contract by making statements like she did, which I don't say she did, but let's say she did. Okay, you got her. But how can you do that to her when Pablo Hidalgo and the guy from The Mandalorian, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting his name,
Pedro Pascal.
says this almost the similar things, and the only thing they did was delete their.
No, they said worse.
No, they said worse. It wasn't similar.
Yep.
It wasn't similar. They went out there full fledged calling a bunch of people Yahtzees.
Yeah. Gina was
Oh,
told
yeah.
she had to go through lessons and indoctrination,
Right.
and then she had to come and
Struggle
apologize.
session. They wanted her
Why
to
weren't
sit
they
through
two people told they had to do that?
freaking SJW struggle session with like 40 other lesbians or whatever they. I don't know what they were.
Blue-haired land wheels. Yeah, like a Zoom session with 40 other people out there, and of course, not only that, they basically Pablo Hidalgo, the slime shit that he is, and I mean that, he's the one that leaked the information, basically against all rules and regulations of Hollywood. He broke sacred bonds on there by letting that stuff out that about Gina Carano behind the scenes. And before that, he should have been bounced out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like I said, the big problem necessarily is not KK or even JJ. One of the biggest problems you got there is Babylon Hidalgo, and he needs to go. I know they say he's gone, but he's still lurking around like the slime shit that he is. Yeah, I don't have any love for the guy. I don't hate him, but I don't have any love for the guy.
But you know what? The sad thing, this happens even in 60, 70 years ago.
Yeah.
But it was behind closed doors. John Wayne did not like Kirk Douglas, Father Douglas, which one was the father. Did not. There were two people. They were on two different ends of the spectrum. They worked together, and then they went their separate ways. But if you talk privately, they couldn't say one thing nice about each other.
Oh, I mean, you had James Stewart and Henry Fonda. They're friends, but they were so opposite in their political beliefs. They would get into fistfights with each other. So a lot of times they just would sit in silence making model airplanes together.
I just think today Hollywood loves to throw it out there. And let's just be honest. For me, Hollywood, all of them, and I'm looping them all, left, center, right, whatever, they all were behind let's help Roman Polanski out. And we know the evil that he done.
Yeah.
It isn't that he wasn't found guilty. He was found guilty. He took off. And they were all doing movies over in Europe so he can still get. They even had he won an Oscar while he was still wanted. And they put him over on a screen because he couldn't come back to the United States.
They were petitioning. They were petitioning to see if he could have grace to come back for that. You had Walter Matthau. He was making that bomb turkey of a film Pirates. Sitting back, it's like, it's so horrible that he can't come back to the United States. It's like, he got arrested the moment he got back. Well, damn straight, he's a fugitive on the lam. He ran.
He's a kitty diddler.
He drugged a 14-year-old and sodomized her.
Mm-hmm.
Put that in your head.
It's a nice thing. He was the bad man that we have now that's in jail, and everybody's some people called him God. He was the early version of that.
Yeah.
They're all a lot of them are like that, and that's why they don't care. They defend it. He's the one that got caught.
Right, and that's just it. I mean, he's the one that really, and that's just it. when and of course, don't take this as political, but when Orange Man was there, he knew, and that's why they kept it quiet. All the pedophiles that got arrested in California in like a 2-year period between 2017 and 2020, and it's like, but they kept that all quiet. But what's the reason why? He knew where they were, and they got sent out there. But no, you don't hear that. You hear about the stories about good old Disneyland and Disney World and all the other people in Disney that getting caught with the kitty diddling. For crying out loud, Epstein girlfriend was someone who hired young talent for Disney. Don't tell me that there was a little pass around there because of her.
They can't say when it comes to that whole mess, they didn't know.
No.
When you have one of the princes of England and a former president going to that special island, no. And they never blew the lid off that fully. They're still covering that.
I hate to say that, but the current king also, because he's got the ring on his finger, the little ring that they gave out that signifies that they're all part of Epstein Island fan club. And you take a look at the list of the names that's on there. All the people that went there, and they can't deny it. Even the fact checkers can't lie on Facebook. I mean, you see Tom Hanks, you see, the list is just on and on there. It's like, holy crap, what do we have here? And yeah, I mean, and it's not surprising that the royal family is involved in it. I mean, they're involved with depravity all throughout the ages. I mean, let's face it. When you think you're above the law, you can do anything.
Mm-hmm. And they do. I mean, you look at them and you see what they've been able to get away with throughout history.
Yeah. And I'm not even talking about. I'm not even talking about British royalty. I'm talking about royalty in general. There's also other places, and even royalty we have now, and they're minor ones, but you take a look what they're doing in Africa, and you have the white slave trade that's going on in the Arab countries over there amongst them all, where kidnapped women get sent over that way to become little toys to be played with. You even had that going back, from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. That was because we had to send the Marines shortly after we became a country to rescue our people that were basically captured into slavery. Just because they were in Libya. Yeah, in Libya. And basically, okay, we're going to, so off we went. Had a little war. The Marines did a good job and got, and that's part of their little pride and joy, which I'm not being critical. I'm just saying it's one of their pride and joys that one of the early things.
You notice recently in the last 20 years, Thailand, most of that Southeast Asia countries, they're starting to crack down on. These people used to go there because they could get whatever dream they want fulfilled. They even had the guy that did that. He did music, but he was famous for that basketball theme that they play.
Oh, you're talking about what's his name? Gary Glitter. Glitter.
And he specifically went over there. He was going there for years till eventually they said, you know what, we're done. You're going to jail. They were known to go there, and he was not the only one going there.
No.
I'm not being mean when I say this, and I don't like speaking bad about the dead. But we all knew eventually if he was still alive, Hugh Hefner, they were going to come for him just as much as they went for what's his name? Cosby. Hollywood. There's so many dark sides of Hollywood movies and shows you can come to, and that's barely the iceberg. That's barely the iceberg of what we know.
Well, yeah, I mean, you take a look at in England, they had a popular show called Jim Will Fix It, where kids would send in letters to have a fantasy come true, and the guy who did the show, Jim, I can't remember his full name, James, whatever, but Jimmy Savile was his name, and he was a pedophile. A lot of that stuff came out after he died, but he was given all these awards. He was good friends with Prince Charles at the time when he was a prince. And they interacted together quite a bit. Kind of sounds fishy. The guy who did the song "Time He Can't Go Down," I can't remember exactly what his name. Again, the same thing. He had a kid show and everything, and he was caught playing around with the little kiddies and over there. I mean,
you bring it up, and I remember this. You know, everybody was really down on, if you remember back in the day, Jerry Lewis.
Yep.
Not only married his cousin, but she was how old? 14?
Oh no, you're talking not Jerry Lewis. You're talking about Jerry. Yeah, Jerry Lewis.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. But he wasn't
right,
the only one. They went after Chuck Berry. He did the same thing. But you know what? No one talks about Elvis doing it.
Yeah,
Elvis was a golden child. He did Lisa Marie when he first was dating her. He was up there. But the most famous one, and I know he does a lot of good, but the guy who used to do the show for catching criminals on TV, Adam Walsh.
Oh,
His
yeah.
wife, he was 28. His wife was 15 when he first was dating her.
I didn't even know
I know
that.
back in the day, and we all can know this, back in the day, wasn't heard of. People in high school, a lot of the girls were dating men in their 30s and 40s. That was, that happened a lot. But, the point in saying all this is, okay, Hollywood, if they saw and heard that, oh, you were married, you were messing around a 14-year-old when you were in your 30s, well, they would call you a name. But guess what? These people were doing the same thing, if not worse. Worse. I mean, you can say about the man that's in jail now, the Mr. They called him God. I don't want to say his name, but you can say what you want. Many people got caught one time, done. He did how many people? And he's in jail now, but look how long it took to put him there. And Roman Polanski, which every single person in Hollywood, right, left, and center, knew what he did. And yet they were defending him. They were making sure he still would get movie roles. You had to go to Europe to do it. But he still won it. Yeah. That's why I always tell people, Hollywood or entertainers, I'm not looking for you to tell me how to live. I only want you to entertain me. Other than that, don't preach to me.
Right.
Because you're no better than me or anybody else.
I mean, we're finding out exactly. Not everybody is in Hollywood. I want to make this known. Not everybody in Hollywood. There's a lot of ones that do lay low. They're not part of that. They don't want.
They know about it. Most of them know about it.
Yeah, they know about it, but they're not part of it. And look at what's his name, Corey Haim? Is it? He's the one that's still alive. Yeah, I mean, look at him.
Corey Feldman.
Corey Feldman. Yeah, Corey Haim committed suicide because of it.
And hello to Laura Thoth.
Man, and we've lost a lot of people like that. Sadly,
there was a singer from Warrant. That's a
Janie Lane,
heavy metal band. He killed himself because he couldn't get over that. When he first started with the band, one of the record producers and touring producers, two of them, I'm not going to say it's. I have to say they raped him. They attacked him, incapacitated him, and raped him. He never recovered. He started drinking and doing drugs, heavy, because of it. Till eventually, he got to an age where he couldn't handle it no more. And even though it happened 20 years after the fact, he killed himself over it.
Yeah.
I mean, it happens everywhere. And a lot of people know this. A lot of people, let's just say, in Hollywood, you turn your blind eye, you stay in your lane. If it didn't happen to you, and even if you witnessed something, you turned a blind eye.
Yeah, that's Hollywood's almost like the pen.
Well, they're
you mind your own business, you keep to yourself, and you don't get hurt.
Let's face it, and I know this is going to sound harsh. They're not beyond killing somebody to keep a secret.
They have done it.
Yeah.
That story about Black Delilah, about the lady that knew a lot. They look back in early Hollywood, and I'm even saying today, you had organized crime tied in that just as much as you had it tied in every other form of business.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look, Las Vegas was built.
I was going to say, look at Las Vegas. That's how it was founded by the mafia.
Call it Sin City for a reason.
It might not be as big as they were, but believe it, guys, they're still their hands still in it. You better believe it. So Hollywood is no different, and it was not unheard of when some actresses lost their roles, and even some actors. You want the job? I'll give you a job.
Yeah,
you know what you
gotta
have to
do
do
this for
behind
me.
closed doors.
Yeah, you have to perform.
What do they call it? The casting couch.
Casting couch, yeah.
Yep. So, you know,
and the thing is,
really
in the big dirty secret about that, a lot of women and some men walked in knowing exactly that's what it was, and they were going to use it to their advantage, or what they thought was their advantage. They went in with eyes wide open because they knew they could get something with their body. I mean, Tina Louise. I remember Tina Louise. Bob Denver was saying that when they're doing Gilligan's Island, he would try to nap in his his room, the room that they have there. And Tina Louise is right next door, and she used to bring in guys to bang her. Basically, she was whoring herself out.
Wasn't unheard of. It wasn't unheard of. Most of the time, and I'm like Barron, not trying to be mean, but most of the time, these actresses, they knew their time is up. An actor might get 10, 15 years, some are longer, very few. But actresses, their reign is shorter, maybe 5, 10 if they're lucky. And if they want further roles, they know what they had to do. They did it and did it willingly. But the thing I don't like is they did it, and then 30 years later, then they want to say, well, you know what? You did
You didn't want to know why, and this is just my opinion. They see where the trend is going. They see how they can get some easy money because they're not getting the jobs that they used to get. They're not getting the roles that they used to get. So they go, I'm going to file this lawsuit against so-and-so and say that so-and-so did this to me.
Right, and it gives them a publicity and sympathy and maybe a chance to get more roles. I mean, it's a game. It's a game out there. I mean, on both sides of the spectrum in Hollywood. Not every woman that walks into that office gets forced upon. Others go in willing, and then they sit back and say they do it. Oh my.
Look who finally showed up.
Look who has perfect timing as always.
Yep. I would play his normal one, but I'm gonna play a different one. And
I think I know what you're
Lord Toff, thank you very much.
Where the hell have you been, soldier? Training, sir! Training, sir! What kind of training, son? Army training, sir! Army training, sir!
What the hell?
And
what the hell are you talking about? Oh, my guidance counselor says that certain words perpetuate this sexist worldview that could trigger.
Quiet! From now on, you won't listen to your guidance counselor. You're going to listen to me. Is that understood?
Yes, Sensei.
And that's another guy they're going after, Bill Murray.
Yeah. Well, I hear Bill Murray can be an ass, but
he is an
everybody.
ass. He is an ass. Yeah, he
that's
is
what
an
I
ass.
hear. So to men and women, but oh yes, Gina Davis. I heard all about that. I laughed.
Gina Davis.
She's looking for clout, I think.
Oh
I
yeah.
don't think she has much of a career left anymore.
No, she
Writes
doesn't.
a book.
She flopped.
She could. I mean, this is a woman who was in League of Their Own, and what else?
Well, you had a lot.
She had a good role.
Thelma and Louise.
She had a good and Thelma and Louise. Yes, so that's 3.
Didn't she have that TV show too?
Yes.
Yes. VP.
Yes,
VP.
it was. Yeah. She becomes president or something.
Yeah, it was their attempt to do looking for Hillary. That show basically. It was. I mean, honestly,
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
Where you been, Baron? We were looking for you for 2 days. We thought you fell in a hole or something.
I did actually. Yeah.
Oh, you did.
I hadn't been feeling good the last few days. Sorry about that.
No,
I actually started feeling good the other day, and as you can see, I'm in top form right now. But yeah, I don't know what came over me. I was just like, I was bedraggled and tired and exhausted, and it's just, I don't know what it was hurting. But I started feeling better yesterday, and then today I'm feeling great. I was making Mike laugh for once, actually. And he was laughing at what I was doing, not me.
You missed the beginning, Cash. You would have enjoyed it.
Yeah, where the hell were you, man?
Probably sleeping or woke
Yeah,
up or went back to sleep. I swear I had a dream. This sounds funny, but I swear I had a dream that I was actually on Mike's channel still, and I was talking to one of my family members, and yeah, it got weird. Yeah. I was like, "Did this happen?" And it was just bizarre. Yeah, I have weird dreams sometimes.
You
I
hear that,
think
Mike?
I'm
Dreams
not
about-
sure. I don't know.
What?
I don't know if I dream about Pop Talk or what, but
Hey, Cash. I'm in your dreams, man. Yeah, I'm in your dreams.
He was buffing.
no,
Wait a
I,
minute.
I
Baron
really
Cougar?
don't know if
Baron
You're
Cougar.
Baron Cougar?
Money.
I really don't know if it was, but I don't know about you guys, but sometimes you have weird dreams and they wake you up and you're like, what the hell just happened?
Well, I never had a dream that did that necessarily, but except for the time the other night when I dreamt I was falling and I found out I fell out of bed.
Yeah. It's probably because Phil pushed you. Yeah.
No, it's my dogs.
Oh.
My dogs.
Cash, I know you just want to hear one thing. That's the only reason you came. Do.
You missed Animos.
Friends,
Entrance.
do you know somebody who streams and for some reason whatsoever that their streaming software decides, nope, done for today, and then their game decides, nope, done for the day? If you do, call this number 1-800-555-NOOB. That's 1-800-555-NOOB. Not only will we help you reach a higher difficulty level, we'll also help you if you're streaming.
Yes.
Really?
That can only mean one thing.
Yep. So
Will help you feel like less of a bitch.
Oh wow!
Sorry, we can't help you there.
I mean, you know, if you're not playing on normal, you're a bitch.
You can at least play on normal.
But in good news, Cash Money fixed this problem, which I'm going to give him a round of applause.
I didn't know he was having problems. I've been out of sync for the last couple of days.
Oh yeah,
that was because I disconnected your internet for the last couple of days, so they couldn't bother Baron. You know.
Oh, okay,
there you go.
That's even that message I have on there applies to me. Do your homework, so I had to.
Actually, this was Cat.
I didn't notice anything.
Well, that's how I felt yesterday when people were saying, "I can't hear you," and I'm like, "But
I could hear you just fine.
I can't hear you," and I was like,
"I didn't hear you."
I decided to take that stream and just light it on fire and watch it burn because that was I felt like it was Riker all over again. Can anybody hear me?
Well, Cash, I mean, you know, there's a simple solution for that ear infection. I'm just saying.
Oh, what's that?
Well, I must say your mic is sounding loud today, so you should be.
I found out it was
been
a
all
little
last
bit
night
low.
fixing it, so I'm glad. I'm glad you found out what it was.
Hey, I got a rare film here of Phil McCracken and his girlfriend.
Question 2. Who would you rather spend the night with? A, your wife, or B?
B. Well, she's not my wife, but I would say, Baron, you're 100% right on it. That's exactly how I feel.
That's
just
and
like
that's
Al
it.
Bundy.
You know, I liked Married with Children, but it's for whatever reason, it's a show I just don't always go back to usually. There's certain episodes, but I don't know. Friends, I always will go back to. There's Family Matters, I'll always go back to. There's some shows. What's up? It was a great show. It's just
what the hell is wrong with you? I'll go back to Friends, but Married with Children, no.
Wait a minute, you threw Phil out for this shit, and Cash is still here.
Cash,
what?
You just got here.
I like Married with Children. I just don't always go back and watch it as much as some of these.
All I gotta say, good job. You know, bring him back. Bring him back.
I will.
I don't. Cash. This is what I gotta say to you.
Hi, honey. Did Did you miss me?
With every bullet so far.
Well,
You know, my girlfriend hates that show.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
No, I just, man, wow, people are getting tossed left and right. How many
Yeah.
people have been tossed
Okay.
since before I got here?
I got tossed.
Well, you know what? I'm an umpire today, so
You're gone!
and Pacific throws out another panelist.
Yeah, it was
Wow.
like Phil, myself, and Whoopa. That's at least
Only
three.
Anonymous hasn't been tossed.
Actually,
I'm picking the toss myself.
No.
Well, I accidentally kicked. Hey, what am I? What are you doing? I don't want to be beneath Adam.
You suck.
I know I do. I accidentally kicked Superfan Adam out. I mean, by accident, but we got him back in. But wait, I see where I rate. I'm sad.
Well, yeah, but that's because you got confused because when I hit the share to share the pictures, it shows
Yeah.
me up as twice. So you were just clearing it out, and like you said, you clicked the wrong one. It is all good, man.
So you look at Adam and me. Look how classy we are. Look how classy we are.
No, ma'am.
Yeah, mine says no ma'am.
Movement.
You want to see that? That says no ma'am on there.
Yep. My original avatar, man, for me.
Well, you know,
I started YouTube right here, boys and girls.
You know, I gotta get the shirt. Those shirts are still available. I gotta get a shirt.
I do too, man. It's like when I saw the jersey, I was just like, I cyber hug, bro. I was just like, yes.
Yeah, I gotta get a new one. Unfortunately, there's some holes in this one. Thank you, mouse. So I gotta get another one. But I love this shirt, and it's amazing. You can tell the fans out there, when you're walking out there, and it's like, whoo. It's like, oh, geez, big,
Oh, come on, pig!
I got several DVDs. I wish I had the whole series on DVD, but I got quite a bit of them on there.
Oh, really? Oh, really? You know, ideas are formulated in my head.
I got to figure out how I can put them. We can have the.
It's dangerous when ideas start to formulate in my head.
I'm
talking about doing a Married with Children stream, talking about the series.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
we should do it. I mean,
cool.
You know,
I can't watch it because he'll get punished.
I just don't.
Will actually grow 3 pages.
I don't know. Like I've. It's just a series that I think it's also what channels it's on and stuff. I just don't go back usually and watch it. I'll go back, even watch Seinfeld, but sometimes, but not usually. I don't know why.
What the hell's wrong with you?
All right, man. I mean, everybody's got what they like and don't like. But I just remember when this series aired, man, and it was just the best show ever.
I remember. Yeah, I remember because I was young. It was 87 when it came out, so I was on the verge of being 18, I think, at the time. I can't remember. 19. I was 18 going on 19, and I was working at Godfather Pizza. And one of the guys there's going, man, you got to watch. You know, I gave him a ride home. He was like the assistant manager. He goes, man, you got to watch this show. It's so freaking hysterical and all that. Married with Children, blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, I'll watch it. And it's like, holy cow.
Godfather's Pizza.
I think it's also, though, guys, that before I get muted again.
Brian.
Anonymous left us.
Yeah,
Why? Why?
Because cash. Because of cash.
Why?
Play the song.
He had to
Cash.
I want to thank Anonymous for being here. I greatly appreciate it. And
Yeah, take care, Anonymous.
I am going to plug his channel. And ladies and gentlemen, please subscribe to Anonymous.
Yes.
Anonymous.
And make sure to be here when he's on a panel. This way you get to hear this.
Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
And hello to Green Lantern 345.
Yes,
You're late.
Green GL.
Yeah. Nobody told me I needed to be here on time, though.
Well,
No, I already told Cassie
There's a time, and we have to.
if you want to be here. Cool. If you got other things to do, that's fine. Nobody's ever obligated to come watch a live stream or watch any of the video content. I don't force anybody to.
But
and if I tag you on Twitter, it's because I'm just letting you all know this is what's going on the channel.
So
especially if I reach a milestone. But
sorry.
Real quick. I just want to say, because I think this clip is very appropriate. I just gotta find it through all the clips. There it is.
Yeah.
A wizard is never late. Nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to.
I just want to say...
there's actually a story about Elijah Wood, and Jack Nicholson came up to Elijah Wood and it's like, "Hey, I don't know what this is." He says, "I watch the endings, but I don't know." Like I have a friend. I'm working on my Jack Nicholson, so I'm doing all these these impressions. But he didn't understand the ending. He didn't stay for it, and so he asked Elijah Wood what was going on with the ending and the boats and in the Fellowship of the Just go back and finish it, man.
It's Jack, But I just want to do a little behind the scenes for everybody. Pacific goes, "Oh yeah, we got about 11 minutes before we come to the end of the show," and guess who comes walking in? Cash. It's like, we're getting the signal. Okay, we're gonna wrap it up. Cash comes in.
What? I'm not gonna shut the door on him right in his face. It's like,
I can still mock him. I can still mock him. I can still give him shit.
That's fine. We give each other a lot of crap. I mean, it's
you knucklehead.
Even in our offline conversations, when we do get serious, but we also give each other crap. I can't believe you did that.
Cash Money has become the hardest worker on YouTube. I'm impressed.
No,
and slacking. The last 2 days you've been busy and working hard.
I just was I wasn't exactly sure what I wanted to play. And so I was deciding, I said, you know what, why don't we play Saints Row 2? And I'm never going to play the reboot ever.
Just remember the Saints Row 2 has a tendency to crash on YouTube. I told you before. So only thing I told you then, if I was you, when it crashes, don't end the stream. Go right back, reboot it, and get the game going. Go right back.
I don't want to confuse people like Gap. Why is the screen black?
That's where you got to keep talking. That's where you need to have us in the background mocking you while you're doing that. I mean, that way they can actually hear something and then they know. Oh, okay, okay, Cash is being Cash.
Yeah. Well.
And I really was shocked and appalled that you decided to attack the Asian community in that stream, keeping them up, and
Dude, the judge had a shotgun.
Yeah, but you shot her in the face. When she came out the way. You shot her in the face.
Whole new meaning to the word facial, eh?
Wow.
Unfortunately, folks can't see this stream that we're referencing because Cash said na hey goodbye.
Yep.
So you gave an Asian judge with a shotgun a facial.
No, the judge was African American.
Oh, even worse.
No, when you're down the street,
I thought Code of Honor was
out
racist.
Asian community went to town on them.
My
We're
word.
coming home from working the shift at their Chinese restaurant and Cash Money. We don't like Chinese food. What can I say?
Oh boy!
It's a turn that you didn't expect.
Yeah. And I was just making a joke. What's worse, Cash playing Saints Row and what they have him doing Saints Row, or the episode of Next Generation Code of Honor? I'm sorry that of all the episodes, I still think that's one of the worst.
Oh my! You couldn't get a fight with Paul.
We all got muted by Paul.
we all got ejected from the stream for saying The Lost was a bad episode.
Oh man, dude, he did not like that one bit.
And we still hold it as a horrible episode.
Yeah.
It's awful. God awful.
It's terrible. It's an awful episode.
Anna Marie, 1, 2, 3.
Oh gosh. Move along home. You had to mention that episode.
Well, you brought up Code of Honor, so there.
I know. Alan Moraine, count to 4. Alan Moraine, then 3 more. Alan Moraine, if you can see, Alan Moraine, you'll come with me. Yeah, it's so bad. I still remember that stupid little rhyme.
Everybody does. I mean, they do that at conventions, for crying out loud.
Woo freaking who? Yeah. Well, that's
so touching.
we're gonna watch the. We're gonna find out tonight what's gonna happen in The Last of Us. Like, we don't know. If you've played the first game, you're gonna know what's gonna happen.
See, Kev, you're going into it as someone who's played the games. I'm going into it as someone who hasn't played the game. So
I will. I may torture myself with the second game, but only if it's down to $10 again. I don't. Now, McCracken told me that I should never play that game ever.
Never.
But considering that I've been tortured with certain things, at least it feels like. Look, Crit watched Velma. Another friend of mine watched Velma. They watched the first episode. Guess what, though, guys? After 8 episodes, bye-bye. Velma went bye-bye. Got canceled. Just like Netflix, Bebop. Are they ever going to learn? I just don't know. I
doubt it. I seriously doubt it.
Anybody with a brain, and because my friend just kept talking about this show yesterday when we were in a VC chat. We need to look at people like these actors. It's like, you were on The Office. What are you doing?
Well, that's because they had somebody writing for them. But I just want to point out one thing.
Yes.
You call him McCracken, not Phil. When are you giving him the royal treatment?
All right.
Yes, Cat. Why are you so mean to me?
Do you want me to use his real name? I'm just kidding.
You mean Jorge?
No, my name not Jorge.
I'm not doxing Phil. I'm not doxing him.
I just doxed him. It's Jorge. Jorge Gunderson.
No, I think the whole thing with like,
if I was Swedish, maybe.
Married with Children, I think is a very funny show, and there's actually values in there, even though you have this white trash family who. But you want Al Bundy. You want Al Bundy.
Katie Seagal is very attractive, as is Christina Applegate.
Yes, I agree.
But you want Al Bundy, they'll do what? I want to hear that part.
Right. Al Bundy, you want him to succeed. You feel bad for him because it's like, oh, he's finally going to get, his wife keeps stealing his money and his kids can be a pain in the butt and he's a pain in the butt. But you also want Al Bundy to succeed. And when he doesn't, it's like, man, he's so close.
But the thing is, he does a lot of it to himself. And that's the big thing.
He does.
He could be better, but he himself is what's holding himself back, which is one of the big jokes of the whole thing. I mean,
right.
Remember, the original name for the show was called Not the Cosby Show because they wanted to go the opposite direction and make fun of that.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, obviously, through it all, even though they go after each other, when it comes around the family takes care of family.
Yes, they do, and they explored a lot of interesting things in that show.
They did.
Mm-hmm.
Like
I don't know if you would call, even before the silly words like woke. I mean, to an extent, you'd probably think certain episodes that would probably categorize as, or that would be considered somewhat woke. Certain episodes of Married with Children.
And the thing is, it was still funny. Yes. And the big thing is was a crime. I mean, I don't know if we should talk too much about it. Mike thinking about doing a stream about the show,
sure.
But the one crime about it is everyone bragged up Roseanne, right? Roseanne, what a great show.
Yeah.
But Roseanne was basically doing everything that Married with Children did like a couple of years beforehand.
Right.
And one of the reasons why is some of the people that were involved with Married with Children went to Roseanne. But they're praised for basically doing the same thing Married with Children was doing.
The weird thing is Roseanne never clicked with me much, but John Goodman was the best thing I thought about. John Goodman and the sister of Roseanne. I liked her too.
I mean, the one that went on to play in...
she was funny in The Big Bang too.
Big Bang, yeah. So you're saying you like John Goodman?
Do you see what happens, Larry, when you fuck? a stranger in the ass.
I'd say Married with Children benefited from when Fox pulled the biggest surprise by buying the NFC version of the NFL. When they did that, and then right after football, you got Married with Children.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was usually on when it first was before it hit syndication and all that. I think it was usually on a Sunday.
Yeah, it was Sunday. It was part of the Sunday. Yeah, when Fox first started, they only had two nights. That was Saturday and Sunday. The Saturday one was more serious shows. They had like the Dirty Dozen and like
Cops.
whatever.
Yes.
No, Cops came later. Cops came later.
Did it?
Yeah, that
I thought Cops was part of the original launch.
I don't know. Maybe it might have been, but they're trying to do like their serious dramas. And one of the problems,
or was it America's Most Wanted that was part of the original launch?
Might have been America's Most
Adam
Wanted.
Walsh.
There used to be also a conspiracy show on Fox as well.
Oh yeah, they used to have that.
If I remember correctly, they even had Jonathan Franks from TNG do when they brought back Ripley's Believe It or Not.
No, that was Dean Cain. He did Strange But True, I think, or something like that. Is it Real or False or something like that?
No, but Jonathan Franks did a restart up of Ripley's Believe It or Not.
Oh, A Current Affair. That was on Fox. Yes. Wasn't that usually on Sundays? No, maybe it was on Saturday.
No, that was syndicated. That show was syndicated.
That was usually on weekdays.
Yeah, it was a syndicated show. It could be on any channel that wanted to buy it. But being that they had the two nights, and one of the big problems was a lot of stations didn't want to play the Saturday one. And those that weren't playing the Saturday ones, basically they got Fox yanked from them. Because because they weren't agreeing to have both nights. And I know that happened here. It used to be on our Channel 9 station, which is independent. And they only had it for 1 year, and they got moved to the UHF channel. And that's when that channel just went right through the roof. And they don't want to sit back. Obviously, like try to talk about the Tracy Ullman show and all that. But really, Married with Children was one of those that really kicked the network off.
Oh,
it
yeah.
really was.
As well as Simpsons. Yeah.
Well, no, the Simpsons came about 3 years later. Because the Simpsons. Because the Simpsons were on the
Simpsons were shorts on the Tracy Ullman show, and then because those shorts got so popular, they decided to spin off the Simpsons into its own series.
Yeah, and they only had 6 episodes. They only had 6 episodes.
They had that science fiction show, Battle.
Alienation.
Was it?
No,
yeah,
wasn't
Tales
Alienation.
from the Crypt was on Fox as well, but that was later on.
I wish I could remember the name. They
Lost Within Living Color, and we had Married with Children.
Living Color was on Fox.
Mm-hmm.
Tales from the Crypt was on Fox.
But that wasn't right away. That came later, I thought, because Tales of the Crypt was HBO, and then somehow
originally it was HBO.
Yeah.
But their Saturday night wasn't that. I mean, they managed to retool their Saturday night the fair and get better programming on there. But yeah, and then of course they started expanding out more and more throughout. Having more shows over the week. I mean, they kind of did it right. They started small and worked big.
Yeah.
And what helped is a lot of stations had Fox also had Star Trek Next Generation, which was syndicated. A lot of people assumed
Space Nine.
In
certain areas.
In certain areas, but not in our area though. That was on the Channel 9 that was before. But the thing is, that's where led a lot of people to believe that Star Trek Next Generation was a Fox series, which it wasn't.
No, it's not. It's CBS.
But a lot, back then it was just a syndicated Paramount show.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Right, but a lot
Isn't that all part of CBS?
Well, not back then.
Oh,
it was Universal. It was not Universal. It was just Paramount Gulf Western.
Interesting.
And I don't know when they were bought out by the other one, but back then, but they were CBS. But no, they weren't CBS at that time.
Yep. Yeah, that Yeah, and of course it's funny. Like back then, before all these crazy streaming services, way before that. I mean, you had three
The
networks.
show that I was talking
You had
about,
ABC,
Space
you had
Above
Fox,
and Beyond.
and NBC.
That was one of the original shows that was launched on Fox when they started out as a TV company. Moving as the Big Four. But yeah, after Married with Children was Space Above and Beyond. And
Yeah,
ran like a year.
that was one season. Yep. So was the
Go ahead.
The one thing we didn't get that they got down in Australia, Fox had Fox Sci-Fi.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't get that, but it was it was kind of like the Sci-Fi channel, but it was under Fox.
Mm-hmm.
And to this day, I don't know why they gave it to Australia and we didn't get it.
Probably because the Sci-Fi Channel here, because that was basically, that was USA Network.
Yep,
that had that one. But originally, when it all started out, there was 4 networks when TV started out. That was NBC, ABC, CBS, and DuPont. DuPont went under, and for some reason, virtually their entire library got destroyed. So a lot of the stuff from the DuPont network does not exist anymore. And that's where Jackie Gleason was. That's where the Honeymooners came from, was the DuPont network.
You know what did that in? When they broke up all the companies, the DuPont. Remember, DuPont was a monopoly. They had under the umbrella, they had the DuPont Corporation. They had General Motors. They had the TV network. They had the radio network. There were the big 4 that they had under, and they considered that a monopoly. And they took the DuPont company and they split that in 3. And they made DuPont sell the majority of their stake in General Motors. And the DuPont family technically folded the DuPont network. They pretty much had no choice because they got hammered worse than what happened eventually with the Bell Company.
Right.
What happened to them.
And of course, that's like back with radio where you had NBC Red, NBC Blue.
Yep. Too. I mean, look at these, and it's funny too because the shows that everybody here pretty much grew up with stuff: Seinfeld, Star Trek: The Next Generation, of course, Cheers, Night Court, Simpsons. I did not. I was too young when Miami Vice was on, so I watched that later on in syndication. That's a good show. I would recommend. The movie wasn't bad either. The movie was pretty good.
Really?
It was pretty good.
Back then, you were into Miami Vice. You weren't into T.J. Hooker. What's wrong?
I was too young for T.J. Hooker, dude.
Well, he doesn't like Captain Kirk. That's why.
Really, you didn't like Kirk as a cop?
No, I think TJ. I did finally get to watch some TJ Hooker. It's not a bad show.
He traded a Starship for a Buick.
and you mean to tell me you didn't like Magnum PI?
Oh, dude, I've always gone back to watch Magnum PI, but I was too young when it first started.
I never really watched them.
But watching it because the Hallmark mystery channels, like I said, Hallmark is only good for old shows. That's it.
Yeah.
When Hallmark
I don't care what anybody says.
movies,
They're only good for old shows.
When Hallmark used to make movies, TV movies, like The Real Story of Jack the Beanstalk, excellent movie, man. Even though it was a TV movie. But I don't know what happened, but when they bought out the U.S. network and so they got Sci-Fi, Hallmark, they all stopped making original content.
Right.
But before they got bought out, the Sci-Fi network was making shows. Hallmark was making actual movies, and they were really good. Like I said, if you ever seen The Real Story of Jack the Beanstalk, that movie's good. It was based upon Jack the Beanstalk. They did, I forget what other movie they did that was made by Hallmark. Hallmark was really kicking out movies.
Oh, Hallmark was.
What is? Go ahead.
I was going to say, Hallmark was almost a must-watch when he came out with something.
See, there's, like when I was growing up, I did watch stuff like The Cosby Show. I'm looking at a lot of these old shows. Knight Rider, I was too young. I mean, that originally came out in 1982, and that went 5 seasons?
Yeah, 4 seasons, yeah.
I think it's 4. And so I just been watching syndication episodes, because before they were on Sci-Fi, then they decided to put on Quantum Leap, and I finally watched some Quantum Leap recently, and I went, wow, this is a good show. But once again, it's Mr. Bakula. The man just he's a leader. So anything he's usually in, I liked him as Archer still. I know people have problems with Enterprise, but
Since you mentioned it, you do know why they came out with Knight Rider, right?
I
Because
don't.
CBS was kicking butt, and they were getting the great ratings with the Dukes of Hazzard.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's another fun show. Yeah,
the real and I'll never forget when they were announcing Knight Rider. They compared the cars, and they were going, "Well, this is kind of old '70s, and this is modern looking '80s." That was NBA's and not NBA, NBC. For wanting you to watch the show, and they particularly picked the car to be a Firebird because they were trying to get people that were loving the what was the movie?
Smokey and the Bandit.
Smokey and the Bandit. They were trying to get people to jump on because look, here's another dude with a Firebird.
Well, no, it was a Trans Am and Smokey and the Bandit.
Still Firebird.
Yeah, I know, but Jim Rockford had one too.
And it's crazy. Also, go ahead.
The dude from the Rockford Files. Yeah,
Rockford Files. One, by the way, I know Crit's not here, but I always find it. I get a chuckle every time when Crit tells how much he loves Columbo, and I'm like, it's a good show, man. It's a good show. It's a well-written show.
It's a well-written show, and you get to find out, who done it.
Yep.
Well,
this is my Peter Falk impression. I know it's not very good, but it's the best I got.
Well, yeah, I mean, what it was kind of like Sherlock Holmes, where you knew who it was. It's just this is how basically this is how they did it, type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So I hated that bird that was on Columbo.
No, that's Beretta.
Oh, that there you go. Sorry, there you go. Thank you for
Beretta.
I hated that bird.
So since we're on this topic, what's your guys' feeling about the Golden Girls? Did you guys like the Golden Girls? Do you guys like to go back and watch the Golden Girls, or is it just like I just don't care for this show very much?
My wife.
I thought it was all right, but my grandmother and my mom liked it, so growing up,
the Golden Girls,
and you only had one TV at the time.
Yeah.
Well, guess what?
You watched it,
right?
I admit I watched it, but at first I was forced to because my mom loved the show.
Right.
But then after starting to watch it, I enjoyed it. I think
I was not a fan of
that old lady. Forget her name.
Murder She Wrote. You're talking about Angela?
No, the one that was on Married. Not Married.
Mother.
You get me confused.
Mama's Family.
Golden Girls. The real old lady.
Estelle Getty. Estelle Getty.
Yeah,
who played Sophia.
That lady. That lady is the same height and is identical to the way my mom acts, talks, and walks. Everything. Really? It was like I shut it off. I can turn, and it was like I had the Golden Girl grandma there.
Yeah. Another show that does.
And the funny thing is about that one, she was about the same age as everybody else. In fact, I think she was even younger than one of the cast members.
Yes.
Yeah.
She did a movie with Sylvester Stallone where she kind of played that way.
Don't shoot her,
my mom will shoot.
Another show
that's terrible
that I ran into recently is the Old Dragons Lair show. I did 84, the cartoon. It's good.
Yeah, I used to watch that as a kid.
Good.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Of course I did. I'm 44, almost 45 years old. Of course I did.
The one cartoon of that age that never got enough credit was Thundar, the Barbarian.
The Barbarian. Oh, yeah.
Area, Uklar, right. And I always thought they ripped Uklar off of Chewbacca.
That was.
It was. What about Street Hawk? Have you guys ever heard of Street Hawk?
Oh, Street Hawk. Oh, my.
Do you want to bring him in, or do you want
I'll
me
bring
to-
him in. I'll bring him in because I got to take off. I got a show in about 10
you got the
minutes.
Canes coming up. You got the Canes coming up.
I got to go bathroom with the dogs out, get in there and drink. But here he is, Hollywood Crit.
Hollywood Crit.
What's going on?
You can take over for me, buddy. I gotta go, everybody. Talk to you all later, huh? And if you're done with this stream, come on over to the Kings.
Yeah,
Definitely.
go on to the Kings.
Hail to the King, baby.
So Crit, I was bringing this up earlier, and since you're here, why do you like Columbo
real
so
quick,
much?
real
What?
I was gonna let Baron promote a little bit more, but he already left. But
Hello.
ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lord Crit, and please, even if it's while the stream is still alive, I can't stop you. Go over to the Primetime Kings on 24/7 Fusion Media.
Go to the Kings. Hello.
Hello, Crit.
Hello, Crit.
What
So
were you
Crit, why do you like Columbo so much? What do you like so much about it? Is the main character? Is it the storylines?
Well, you see that. Okay, that's actually a very interesting. That's a very interesting question. Give me some time. I'll have an answer for it eventually.
Okay.
Why do you like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory so much? Why do you like that film?
Well, I mean, I think I've talked about this before, man. I like that there's more backgrounds that we had even in the original. I like that the kids are meaner. Those are the two things I like the most about the movie.
And real quick, I do want to thank Phil for being here as well.
All right.
Yeah, Phil. Go get them coupons.
But I don't want to keep going, Mike, if you're going to wrap up soon.
Oh, you guys just got here. I want to give you time to talk about whatever, you're passionate about. If there's an article that you wanted to talk about or a topic you wanted to talk about, go ahead and talk about it.
Crit brought this to my attention. For some reason, Kenny versus Spenny is now eliminated on YouTube, which I don't think is good. Yet there is some crude stuff in there that's just a little bit too far, in my opinion. But I don't canceling shows like that people want to go back and watch over and over again. It's not good. The idea was not bad at all. You're screwing over your best friend supposedly with these competitions, and the one guy Spenny thinks he's gonna win, and then
welcome back, Paul.
Thanks.
So.
I love Kenny versus Spenny.
Yeah, Kenny gets.
It shouldn't be censored
all
on
the time.
YouTube.
No,
So luckily I backed up the episodes on my hard drive. So
yep, that's good. And
how you
Paul
doing, Paul?
Hello, Paul. How you doing, man?
So
How you doing,
I'm
Paulie?
good. I just finished a nap that probably was longer than it should have been.
Nice.
So I want to read you guys a story. So there's a new thing called character AI. I've been talking about it a lot, and someone gave me a scenario.
Oh no!
Someone gave me a scenario.
This is going to be dangerous. I'm
So
just
someone
saying that
gave
now.
me a
This is going to be
scenario.
dangerous.
So someone gave me a scenario. What if Darth Maul met Gandalf and they had a reasonable discussion on who they are? And
First,
you know what?
Gandalf would say, "You shall not pass."
Oh no, it went way deeper in that. So I'm gonna. So if anyone wants to volunteer, we're going to narrate this little discussion of since, if you don't mind, Mike, or actually no, but I was interested in here. I'll read some passages.
All right.
All right. I'll do Gandalf's voice, and then I'll do. I'll begin. So Gandalf, and I suppose next you will tell, or no, we'll do it from the beginning. The light serves the purpose of creation. It serves life and the balance of all things. The dark side serves chaos. It cannot do a single thing to support or maintain the existence of life. And so chaos must destroy to give itself substance. Chaos is the cancer of all life. It's the root of evil. Therefore, I serve the light. And you? And Maul replies, I am an agent of chaos. I serve evil. I serve the dark side. I feed on chaos and destruction, and it fuels the dark side within me. I crave it. This is a computer that wrote this conversation. To me, the light is cancer. It serves to oppress, bind, and enslave. I, Darth Maul, am your enemy, Gandalf the Grey. And someone needs to get Sam Witwer to say these lines. But
can you share your screen, Chris, so we can see them?
Yes, I'll show you the whole conversation. But this is a very interesting program, and I'm interested. You can ask the AI anything, and then they will. But I thought you guys might find it fun. Let me see. Character AI, is this it? Let me see.
Well, all I can say so far is the AI writes better than Hollywood in 2022,
Yeah.
2023, 2021.
I also asked Lieutenant Columbo a question. Hey, Columbo, why do you think Cash Money has a butt chin? A butt chin and a head like a cue ball. It's a signature look of many criminals. Just take a look at some famous bank robbers and you'll find the same physical features. It's my belief that a butt chin and a cue ball head has something to do with a lack of character.
Wow.
You gonna take this, Cash?
Is Columbo right?
I'm not really sure what he's trying to deduce here, good sir.
And then, okay, here's the conversation. So all I did was this. I put a prompt, said characters have a discussion on politics and different views. And I thought they were going to have just a weird discussion on real life politics, but they actually discuss the difference between light and dark, and they actually have a reasonable discussion. And it is a computer, but is insanely good writing. And it's for some reason it keeps. Oh, Darth Maul came back from. Come on, it ended good. I wish I didn't pick this. You have not seen the last. Darth Maul somehow has returned, but basically they have a discussion. I'm gonna have. I want to do a really narration of this whole discussion because it is interesting the look at the difference between the light and the dark and what Gandalf perceives as light and what Maul clearly he basks in chaos and destruction and darkness. And Gandalf he here in this conversation, he kind of just questions why Maul feels that way. He analyzes it, and it feels like what Gandalf would do rather than. But the story ends before Maul. I don't count this as canon. Oh, well, I can bring him back to life, but I don't count this as canon. It ends with Gandalf. Gandalf destroys Maul. No doubt. It reminds me a lot of that Kenobi scene.
Mm-hmm.
But to imagine that you could come up with a topic and have fictional characters talk, and the writing is just better than what Hollywood comes up with. It is very intriguing. So I highly recommend, if you like writing or you like doing text adventures, do character AI. I've been doing some TNG related character AI stuff too.
I'm actually trying to build one right now.
But you don't need a chat room. You can just play around. But that's what I've been doing the last day. And so, did Cash disappear? Did Columbo catch on to him?
Cash, are you still here? Come in, Cash. Do you read me, Cash?
That's very suspicious. That's But
So, Paul, was there any topic that you wanted to talk about, or an article that you'd seen that you wanted to talk about?
Well, let me look for one.
Okay.
But
The
really, I
Golden
wanted to
Girls
cop
thing,
on.
dude, like that was a series again of its time. I remember watching that with my grandmother. So, and I was kind of shocked where there's some people that I've met that are in their 30s, like that were still watching it. So I don't know. It's kind of one of those endless classics, though, that just seems that hopefully will survive no matter what. Hollywood changes and does.
Mm-hmm.
So I gotta ask you. I'm gonna put. Here's an article, Mike. I'm gonna put it. You're gonna probably groan, but
No,
I want.
This whole show's been about articles or topics that everyone wants to talk about.
But
so you're a guest on the panel, so I'm gonna go ahead and
well, before you get to that, I think I have an answer to Cash's, and because Superfan mentioned Columbo, and I think I really just love the character of Columbo, and I like the format. It's interesting how Columbo nabs the bad guy. He is pretty much an old timey hero, but the way the show is like, the way it just feels timeless. And even though some people say it's old, it does feel timeless. So that's my answer to your Cash Money question. Why I like Columbo. And I also like In the Heat of the Night with Carol O'Connor. So
Well, I don't.
Oh.
And would you like to read this article, or shall I?
I suppose I'll read it to. I gotta ask you, Mike and Superfan and Cash. Do you think Hollywood just hates its audiences? Do they just think they hate you with a passion? Like
they don't give a fuck. Period. They don't care. They're gonna push no matter what, man.
Do they think we like to consume garbage, like eat it like a dumpster? Like
because they don't listen to us. We don't exist. You got to understand they're creating their own world with their own people, right? So they're going to push this in the what? 10 people that like it, they're going to keep doing it even though the rest of us don't. And it'll end up drowning and dying like it always does. It's just another wasted, killed project that they never should have started. Like, make your own stuff instead of taking what we had in the past. Go make your own characters and do this stuff.
But I do agree with you, Adam. But I'll read the article So Hollywood hates you because Velma season 2 is reportedly in development, according to Screen Rant. Or let's read that, and let's get into the article, I guess. This show is a sin, especially if you're a fan of now. Yeah, I know a lot of people are fans of the Harley Quinn show. Some people have said it's woke or whatever. I don't know, but it had it's a meta comedy. It's for adults. It's mainly for adults. And that show has its fans. But I don't know what the hell they were thinking about with Scooby-Doo of all things. Let's make Scooby-Doo, but not Scooby-Doo. Like, let's make the characters not like how they are other than wearing their clothes. Let's make Shaggy not a stoner. He's anti-drugs. Let's race swap him, by the way. And let's have him act nothing, remotely anything like Shaggy from the cartoon you grew up with. It's just some guy wearing Shaggy's clothes. And then also let's make jabs at a certain majority race because, for some reason people think all those people are rich. So let's make fun of that race and rich. So Velma season 2, I'll read it. Despite its controversy-mired season 1 premiere, the Scooby-Doo spin-off series Velma has already been renewed for season 2. Velma is an animated comedy series set before Scooby-Doo's gang's adventures in solving mysteries. The show is focused on the titular member of the group, Velma Dinkley, self-inserted by Mindy. I think it's Kaylin.
It's Kaling. It should be Kaling. Yeah.
And her life in high school with Shaggy, or they call him Norville. His name is not Shaggy in the show. Daphne and Fred. Without the iconic talking dog Scooby-Doo, Velma's comedy leans heavily towards adult humor, making it a very different venture. According to Yada Yada Entertainment Identifier Registry, Velma Season 2 is in the works. And Zaslav complains about Warner being broke, but stuff like this is somehow people pay for it. So it shows season 2 on its own. The news comes just a couple days after the premiere of episodes 1 and 2. It currently has a low 70% refresh rating, audience review, and a 53 rating amongst critics. What do you think,
you
Mike?
know why they do this, right? I mean, you do understand why they do this. Because it's just like the hit piece we saw earlier. It's so that all the man babies on fucking YouTube will start whining, bitching, and moaning, whether or not this actually happens or not.
Mm-hmm.
And
No, wait,
it'll happen because of the hatred for it.
I thought this show was. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's so any of us who are on this platform will make a video about it, whining and crying about it.
I mean, this is the problem with entertainment today. So many people still, we went from an era where we were fighting for something because we didn't like it. And a lot of us are still here fighting the same fight. Then you've got those that got money off of the fight. And now their narrative has changed. I'll let me watch it so you don't have to. That's the biggest line of bullshit I've ever heard. Because 90% of the people that you're talking to are already watching it anyway. So you're not doing anybody any favors.
It's the same thing when they're like, oh, well, this is not for men and women, like She-Hulk. She-Hulk's only for women. If people really believe that, it's silly. I don't believe it's for anybody. I believe it should go in the trash. That's what I believe.
I
believe it's one of the worst piece of garbage I've watched. I literally lose brain cells watching one or two episodes of that show.
This show is made by people who hate Scooby-Doo and hate your kids.
It's not about Scooby-Doo, though, man. That's where you're wrong. It's not about Scooby-Doo. It's about attacking things we loved and then turning it the way they want to. Like the reason that it's not Shaggy is it's not Shaggy because this shit ain't Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo was for kids. This is not for kids.
Anytime you see, the Mystery Machine and the Mystery Gang, Velma, Daphne, Shaggy, and Fred, they revolve around Scooby. Scooby is the center of that universe.
Right.
It's not the other way around.
No, but the thing is, they forget why these shows were good in the first place. They could make a mature version of Scooby-Doo with blood, but the thing is, it's always got to have some kind of stupid message. So instead of they could follow the whole format, they could race swap everybody or do whatever they want. But the thing is, they forget about what the show was legitimately about. That's
I disagree. You don't forget. You're giving them too much credit, man.
I'm giving them too much credit.
They didn't forget. They don't care. They didn't even look.
Yeah, okay, they don't care too.
It's like, it's like, hey, I came up. Mindy Kaling is like, oh, I came up with this show about me and my friends and whatever, but I want to take, what? I really like that Scooby-Doo. Warner, would you consider doing this where, even though it's something totally different? So they're like, yeah. And the way it's designed, the way the characters act, the way the jokes are, again, politically lean. This is manufactured. I'm just wondering, why should this is nothing to do
why did this seems to be on purpose, this garbage, and the fact that it's getting a season 2. I'm just wondering why. And then the people say, oh, if you don't like it, well, you're just this and that. You're just a hater. You're just one of those people that post thumbnails with red big text in the thumbnail complaining about stuff.
But here's the thing, Crit. You've actually watched it.
Mm-hmm.
You know your thoughts on the show after watching it.
Yeah.
So you can
and bravo for
legitimately
doing it, 'cause I
say,
wasn't gonna watch it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You can legitimately say, I don't like this show. I've watched it and I don't like it. I can't say that. Now,
yeah,
I'm going to be watching The Last of Us. I'll
Yes,
give my
me
honest
too.
thoughts on the first episode.
Mm-hmm.
And Mike, I'm like you. I've never played the games or anything, but this is something I want to. I'm kind of like you. I want to check that out. Where I wanted nothing to do with it because this is all that they've been doing for fucking year after year, and it's going on a couple decades. Entertainment's been taking this turn, but it's not been this bad. Okay, the Harley. Okay, and again, I have to say it. It depends on your definition of woke. If there's a female in it and you go, it's woke because of that, then go punch yourself in the face. I'm sorry.
Right. Agreed.
Punch yourself in the face.
Okay, I'm punching myself in the
Harley Quinn was
face.
made for adults. I watched it. There were a couple episodes that were but it wasn't like full wokeism. It still had, it was about Harley and it was more adulty, and whatnot.
Yes,
but
yes.
I agree. I agree, Adam. Like Harley Quinn, it knew what it was doing, and for the most part, it was fine for what it did. This show is like if they took the Harley Quinn concept, but like tripped over it, and it fell on the road, and it got scrapped, and and then some piece of it fell in dog doo doo. That's what Velma is. Is basically this is like, man, I dropped like Jesus Christ, like you dropped my Scooby Doo in that dog shit. Zoinks.
Yeah.
but yeah, I'm the fact that this thing is getting a season 2. It shocks me. And Zaslav is here canceling these shows and stuff left and right. Yeah, it's a cancel apocalypse, but this show for some reason lives
because of the narrative of Hollywood, bro. I mean, it's as simple as if it's the Harvey Weinstein effect, dude. You do what you do on that casting couch to get done. They're writing this shit because that's the narrative, and it's not going to end until people stop watching it and stop bitching about it and talking about it. Because if you don't follow Twitter, you don't know a lot. I don't follow that shit. I use Twitter only to promote shows, and I use Facebook for the same. I mean, I do use Facebook more than any of the other platforms, but that's, again, mainly just talking back and forth.
Right. But I can't blame these YouTubers for bashing this stuff either and criticizing it. It's also pretty easy to do.
Well, yeah, it is.
It's in your face all the time, so it's
but
like,
if you want it to change, I mean, okay, we're going since what? They say 2016 is when everybody noticed it. Well, let me tell you something. We had woke ass shit back in 2010. You know, and again, we're going over 13 years of the same bullshit, guys.
What did you consider woke in 2010, though, Adam?
This, can you go into
it's just again, it depends on your definition of woke. If you've got a strong woman, they say that's woke.
True.
You know, and then you've got where we have that, they start changing all the way back in Daredevil. Michael Clark Duncan was a great Kingpin. Kingpin wasn't black, yo.
Right. He's not.
It's no matter how you look at it, depends on your definition of woke.
There's always been like race swapping and stuff. Again, I agree with you. There's different woke.
Yeah.
There's good. It's fine. I don't complain always like when they race swap. Like, again, I don't mind a black Shaggy, but this guy in the show is not Shaggy. He's just a guy in a shirt with a Shaggy shirt and pants.
Well, the race swap to just race swap too, dude. Like, that's stupidest shit ever.
And
it's just lazy. It's very lazy to do it.
And Fred, Fred was the brave one that would always set up the traps and stuff. But in this one, he's a spoiled rich boy, and they always mock him because he's white. and he has a
Well, yeah,
little
that's
dong.
the trend,
Apparently,
though. Let's pick
Yeah,
on
exactly.
Whitey, but we have to be
Right.
nice to every other race. But not white people. We can just spit on them because they're
it's a technical foul.
you know.
And it makes you laugh, but it's also annoying too.
It is. It is. But you know what? I will say thank you for watching it and confirming that it's garbage because, again, I mean, I had no intent on ever watching it. I don't think many people here were going to, but it is nice. See, I will respect somebody that watches it and it's like, yeah, this. That's great. That's fine. And again, that's not just, it's just some of the bigger channels. The only reason they're doing what they're doing instead of still fighting that same fight as us is because they got paid to not do it. Now they changed it, and they go on bitching, moaning, and complaining about it. Still got some of the few good ones that are still out there that are still preaching. Hey, this is how it is. We'll watch it, give you what we think about it. You make your own decision. And that's kind of how I've always been.
That's how it should always been. Yeah.
Yeah,
Make your own
and
decision
with
about
independent
it.
comics, it's the same thing. I hate to say it, but the indie market, really, the Comic Artist Pro Secrets, that killed the industry. With him doing Ethan and all that shit, and then they decide who they want to promote. I know so many of these newer independent guys that can't even get a pusher on the channel because they haven't bent the knee and kissed the ring and sent super chats up the ass, so they won't even talk about it.
Oh, right. I know. That
Guys
is
like
a
us
problem.
that spread
That
the
can
smaller
be-
guys around when we find something we love.
when it comes to when it comes to Scooby-Doo, I'm passionate about Scooby-Doo. I grew up with Scooby-Doo, and when he was in my town, I met Tom Cook, the animator for He-Man and Scooby-Doo and Scrappy-Doo. I know Scrappy gets a bad rap, but I had him sign me a Scooby-Doo cell, and I have that. I don't have that framed, but it's somewhere around here. But
awesome, bro.
just seeing this getting tarnished is some Gen C garbage. It's like, and the thing is, you could tell that this is a self-insert of the actress that voices her.
Yeah,
the one from this is not Velma. This is not. And I know people had some qualms about the whole Velma sexuality thing. I don't know. I never saw it that way. I just thought she was really smart. But apparently, if you're smart, you're gay. I don't know.
Right. Thank you. I didn't watch it, but such nonsense, right? Like, okay, could you say that, Fred's winking at Daphne saying, Daphne, come on, let's go get it on. Okay, maybe in the Hanna-Barbera thing, maybe it was a little bit kind of there. But I never thought she was a lesbian, or I just thought she was your normal, at the end of the day, when you watch it as a child, none of that shit went through your mind. Why do we have to have her now be a bisexual and this be so important in an era where we've got Hollywood basically, molesting children?
Because
and then they do this shit.
Well, I
It's like
mean,
you're taking us as children and something we love.
I know where
bending
you're
us over and ass raping us and going, "This is what you get now." There
that's
you go.
one way.
How I feel about it. Without even
that's
seeing
one way to put it, Adam.
It's like
Sorry, that's just me, guys. I apologize if it's offensive.
No,
that's how I
I'm
feel
getting-
about it.
I'm
It
getting-
pisses me off.
You gotta say how you feel.
Yep. So just speak your mind, bro. Just
Because I'm sitting here with Velma, the real Velma, at least flashing Scooby and Shaggy.
Oh, yeah.
That's is that what I thought of when I saw Scooby Doo? No, but I'd rather look at that than this crap. See, that's better. That's way better than what we were looking at. At least that's the proper Shaggy.
there was a show that did the whole meta thing right, and it was called Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated.
Yes, it did. Yep.
It was like Velma, but it was still Scooby-Doo. They made fun of those old tropes that they did in the 70s, 80s, and that was a good modernization of the Scooby-Doo stuff. But it's kind of just sad that this stuff is coming out.
Well, it's also it's the combination of laziness. It's the combination of it goes along with I don't care, and if you don't like it, then don't watch it. That's always my favorite one. If you don't like it, don't watch it. Okay, then when people don't watch it, then they still get mad, and they say, "Oh, well, they're this, that, and the other." But it's so funny to me that, and that's why I was saying before, Adam, that you can take a show like this, but you have to keep the integrity of what the show was about. The foundation is important.
Oh yeah,
and they just go away from that and they don't care. And it's just a mess.
It is. All we want is good entertainment, man, and this ain't good.
And by the way, Adam, thank you for ruining my virgin eyes with that picture.
You're welcome. Hey, keep it up, and I'll pull my wiener out on stream for you.
His wiener
he's already
dog.
made a couple appearances.
His wiener
here and there.
dog.
You know what happens.
All right.
That's good.
Do we want to continue on with this article, or shall we move on to?
know.
I have my
that
article
Paul
ready.
provided?
Are they actually going to renew this though? Because the last
Yes,
thing I had heard, they
maybe.
were going to cancel this.
Well, remember,
You
take it
just
with a grain of
cancel it.
salt, boys
Yeah.
and girls.
Cancel
Anything
it.
can happen.
It's like every season something like this comes out. Last year is Santa Inc. Let's make fun of
Oh,
Christmas and
man,
desecrate
yes.
traditions. And now it's let's
gosh, that
desecrate
was
Scooby Doo.
horrible. If you ever get in an interview with these people, like we'll say these celebrities, Seth Rogen, you go, dude, you were in movies like Knocked Up. What has happened to you? Why did you feel you need to change? Are you making more money? Because he actually had a good role in The Fabelmans, but are you making more money? Is that why you feel you need to go to this wokeness? I don't get it. You also worked on Preacher. I wouldn't really call Preacher woke. It just boggles the mind. And then he's going to have the power with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, a great cartoon that we grew up with. What?
Yeah, I don't agree with
what
that.
gives him the right? What gives him the right to have that power? And who gave it to him? It's ridiculous.
Not us.
No,
Not us.
not us.
Because they
And
bent the knee to the agenda they're pushing. It seems
with the lazy art, the lazy this. That's another problem, Adam. What is up with this lazy art, dude? It's just whatever.
Disney, right? Like, come on, they got the budget. And see, I told you my wiener would be on this stream. At the end of the day, man, what happened? Where's the stories? Where's the love? Where's everything?
Right.
You get nothing, man.
Yeah, I know. And dude, that's why I can tell you guys 100,000 times %. I can't believe where like Pixar went. But anyways, let's continue.
Real quick. We've got someone.
Done,
Okay.
Yeah,
we've got someone backstage, and I know I played this for him earlier, but I'm gonna play it for him again.
Where the hell have you been, soldier? Training, sir! Training, sir! What kind of training, son? Army training, sir! Army training, sir!
Because that's exactly what he's been doing. He's been playing Shadows of Mordor over on his Twitch channel.
I thought that was going to be Phil.
I see.
Sorry, DDOD.
That's a fun game, though. Can't say it isn't. It's a fun game.
Hello, fellow culture warriors.
Hello. How you doing, brother?
How's it going?
Oh, my sleep schedule was all jacked up, so woke up.
That's why I haven't bugged you. I don't know what your work schedule is right now. And I don't want to call you at a time where you're comatose.
Yeah, no. Hey guys, long time no see.
Yes.
Hello.
And that is a sick new picture you got there. I see.
Mm-hmm.
Crown of Borg.
Well, actually, Crit, would you like to tell him about Mid-Journey? Which I did send you the link to it. You'll have to check one of the previous messages I sent you about Mid-Journey, which is an AI that you put in the description, and you can provide an actual picture, and it'll create an image.
Oh.
So, Crit calls this Doc Pop.
I see. Mm.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I may have to upgrade. Upgrade complete.
Yes.
I've been listening, guys. You guys, this is a war that's going on right now. Like, these people in Hollywood, they do not care whatsoever about making money. All they care about is trying to smash the message. If you guys look at like the Marxist playbook so old, this is the same tactics. The only difference is there's an internet, an open and free internet where people can exchange information to counter the bullshit that they're doing. If you guys have been paying attention right now, like what's going on over here in America with certain things, which will be left for a political podcast. But as you can see, it's like they're using the same tactics. These people, they treat us like we're all idiots.
Well, no, we're not. Why do you think we talk about the things that we love? To fight for the things that we love.
Yep.
If you don't stand up for something you love, then what's the point in fighting?
Yes. True. Now take that, as ridiculous as it sounds, and apply it to Hollywood and their side. That's what they think. They think they're doing the right thing in their twisted, heads. So you have two forces that think that, then you're going to see things that doesn't make sense, because Hollywood is the only, entertainment industry is the only industry.
Aren't they? I mean, they're gods and goddesses. We need to worship our Hollywood overlords, don't we? I'm being an ass.
I know. I used to think that Twitch was a terrible, horrible, horrible thing. Now I think it's one of the greatest things ever, because Twitch allowed us to be free of the Hollywood stars myth. As they open their mouths, they prove how ridiculous and insane they are, which completely destroyed the magic. It's like they do it to themselves. It's like, wow. I mean, it's been fun. The quality of movies has been going down steadily, except for, of course, some exceptions. But the entertainment,
I'll give you an exception. It's not really one of those movies that has a big budget. It only had a budget of $12 million. Megan was actually pretty decent. It's worth watching once.
Well, I mean, I wasn't necessarily talking about Megan. I was talking about the last.
I know, but I'm
true movie star.
Tom Cruise is the last true movie star.
Indeed. So I was talking about that, truly.
Okay, I'm going to get thrown out here, but Iron Eagle is a better Top Gun movie because Top Gun sucks.
Adam.
Kick him out.
You know what? Oh, gosh. Adam.
You're gone!
Oh, my God. Now, the Iron Eagle franchise.
And you know what? For that statement, saying Iron Eagle's the better Top Gun movie, well, I got one thing to say to you.
Right, youngster, out you go.
Don't come back! Ever!
Apparently, that man has been sipping on a little too much Romulan ale.
I'm just saying, man. Again, it's one of those. It's a nerd topic, right? Which is better, Star Trek, the original movie, or Khan? And I mean, it's meant with love, and Mike knows that. That's why I said I was doing that.
No, that's a poor example because everyone knows it's Khan.
Well, see, as a movie though, actually shot and frame for frame, dude. The first movie, I'm telling you, it's stupendous. But again, there is no real wrong or correct answer. It's all
you guys are both
with
wrong.
With that logic, we say The Last Jedi is the best movie in Star Wars.
But as far as Star Trek movies, you guys are both wrong. We all know the best one truly is Star Trek V.
Even though everyone hates The Last Jedi, they can't admit that movie looks beautiful.
Excuse me, I'd just like to ask a question. What does God need with a starship?
It's all about. No, okay. It would depend on what we'll say criteria that you're using. Okay, mostly what people would say about a movie that's going to be the impact that it left on the franchise and the impact that it left on popular culture. You go around and you ask people what an Iron Eagle is, they'll have no freaking clue what you're even talking about.
I don't know, man. I knew a lot of people like Iron Eagle and Top Gun the same. The only thing that made Top Gun brought back up was the new Maverick movie. Because other than that, if that didn't come out, y'all motherfuckers wouldn't be talking about Top Gun. Nobody would be, or Iron Eagle would be. I mean, we would as we brought it up, because we've seen this stuff and went and saw it in theaters when it first played, and I'm sure. Well, I'm going to guess on your age, brother, but I'm going to guess you're going to be closer to the older. I'm later, almost 50. So yeah, I went and saw the stuff in theaters. And again, I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with the Top Gun movie. I personally myself liked Iron Eagle better than I did Top Gun. You know, it's to me, it was more fun than just, and this is movie to movie. And again, I guess it just depends on your jet porn. I guess we need Jet Sparks back in here, right? For this.
So, I mean, Top Gun 1 versus Iron Eagle 1, me and my sister, we watched Top Gun over and over and over and over again. We didn't watch Iron Eagle over and over and over again. Iron Eagle 1 we watched a few times. Yes, we watched it when it popped on TV. But Top Gun was the only movie that me, my sister, and our next door neighbor walk around saying line for line and getting screamed at by our parents because we were doing it accurately, line for line.
So you're doing it proper, right on,
exactly.
Right, and again, this is coming from. I'm not saying that I hate the movie. I'm just saying, for me, I liked Iron Eagle better. That to me was, if it didn't have Tom Cruise in, I might have liked it a little more. I do not like Tom Cruise.
So what about Iron Eagle did you prefer over Top Gun? Besides, the jet porn, because there's Camp F-16 sexier than this Camp F-14 sexier, but besides the aesthetics of the two military warbirds, well, what did you like better?
It was just one of those movies, man. I like that one better than, I found that Top Gun was more, fucking boring. We had more action in Iron Eagle than we really did. You got the love story, you got Goose getting killed. Oh, by the way, spoilers if you guys haven't seen this. Anybody that's watching this after in the chat, those of us on the panel have seen these movies probably a million times.
Oh my God, I can't believe you spoiled Goose's death for the world.
I know. I'm such a cunt. What do you want from Frank Cock? I mean, he's not going to behave. Frank Cock is here. But yeah, man, I mean, it's one of those overall, the flow. I like the flow of the movie better, to be honest with you. Both movies are shot very well, dude. There's beautiful shots in both of them. I can't, say that enough because I love art, man. And when it comes to, I worked for Kodak. I developed film. I've seen, so I mean, I know a little bit about film. Not an expert, just my opinion on it. But for me, that was it. I like the storytelling style a little bit more, the action. Again, both movies had it, but for me, it was Iron Eagle over, Top Gun. I haven't seen the new one yet, though. We were supposed to go see it in theaters, and unfortunately, illnesses and wasn't able to. But I still, because it's out now, right? Isn't it on one of the apps finally?
It's on Paramount Plus.
Yeah, I don't have Paramount. I'll have to wait till it comes to Peacock. But it is on the app, so it'll be
number one. Hands down, the king of jet porn. It's 100% undisputable. You
can't No, the best jet movie is Best Guy, way better than Top Gun and Iron Eagle. So,
that's where you're completely.
Look, I mentioned his name and he pops back up. I love it.
We all know the best of the. If you want to go best of the best of the best of the best, then it's Shotgun Part 2, or Hot Shots Part 2.
Yeah.
Okay, that is the best jet and the most realistic dogfights I've ever seen.
And that's where you guys are both wrong because the best is JJ the Jet Plane.
Oh my God.
Oh no.
All right. So I found this.
Hold on, Paul. You haven't even watched DS9 all through. And
I know,
judging.
I know, which is why I'm bringing it here because you guys have watched it.
It's gonna probably spoil DS9. Are you sure you want to take that chance? Are you sure?
Can't, bro. You gotta finish it.
Do you want me to read the article, Paul, or do you want to read it as a fledgling Niner?
You read it.
All right. This comes from CBR.com. It says 10 Ron lessons new Star Trek learned from Deep Space Nine. Nobody messes with the Cisco, plain and simple.
Right? That's a lesson everyone learns.
Deep Space Nine radically changed the Star Trek franchise, and its stylistic and narrative choices are still applied to new Star Trek content today.
Are they gonna release?
Wait! I got a clip for that. I'm gonna play this clip because it's appropriate.
I would say Picard was influenced more by The Last Jedi.
Hold on, Mike. There's a new one that you're going to need to add after you finish the article where we discuss the evidence that they get. You're going to have to get the one with the ramen going, it's fake.
It's a fake. All right. So this article says Star Trek Deep Space Nine radically changed the Star Trek franchise when it premiered 30 years ago in January 1993. That was January 4th, 1993, for anybody keeping track. DS9 introduced a number of concepts that were novel to the Trek universe. DS9 relied more upon serialized stories and dark and morally ambiguous stories and characters. The characters were more fleshed out, they were more real. Its influence continues to be felt in modern interpretations of Star Trek, going back to the J.J. Abrams produced films. New series such as Star Trek Discovery and Star Trek Picard follow elements of the Deep S9 template. Really? But it seems the lessons of Star Trek Deep Space Nine didn't fully sink in with modern Trek creators. Today, Trek seems deeper at a glance, but a closer look shows that Star Trek hasn't fully understood the lessons of DS9. Oh, I got another clip thanks to Baron.
The hell you say?
All right, so 10 out of 10. DS9 let the mirror universe run wild. So Hulkamania wasn't the only thing running wild, brother.
Oh, yeah. Step into a Slim Jim.
It says some of DS9's most enjoyable episodes dealt with excursions into Star Trek's mirror universe, where our heroes are depraved, evil versions of themselves. They were opportunities for the actors to cut loose and choose some scenery, but DS9 knew to do them sparingly. Yes, they did. That's a little bit of a spoiler, Paul.
Hey, that spoilers to me just makes it something to look forward to.
All right. In the case of Star Trek Discovery, half of its first season takes place in the mirror universe. After a while, seeing evil doppelgangers of the Discovery crew became boring and even tiresome. Indeed, the state of Michelle Yeoh's Empress Georgiou from the mirror universe remains one of Star Trek Discovery's lingering questions. Star Trek Deep Space Nine knew to pop in for a fun visit before popping back out. That is very true. They didn't overuse the mirror universe. Giant Star Trek fleet battles aren't their own reward. Oh gosh. Call to arms. At the end of that episode, when you see that scene, Paul, at the end of that episode, it's a season 5 episode. You're gonna be amazed.
I'm looking forward to it.
The whole show.
Hey, that, like I said, gives me something to look forward to.
It says the Dominion War arc in DS9 was the singular focus of the series during the last 3 seasons. In that time, Captain Sisko led enormous Federation fleets against even bigger Dominion fleets, resulting in some of the most epic space battles in Star Trek. It says, but as much as viewers love seeing the captains of Star Trek in battle, some of the new series missed the point. The space battles in DS9 had huge ramifications for the rest of the series. In the series premiere of Discovery and the first season finale of Picard, the fleet engagements are more spectacle for the purpose of moving the plot forward. Okay, it goes on to say, more power doesn't make enemies more evil. It says, with the exception of the Borg from Star Trek The Next Generation, one of Star Trek's most dangerous alien species, no enemy posed a greater threat to the Federation than the Dominion. DS9 saw Starfleet come
close to collapsing against the Dominion, whose ships were more powerful than their Starfleet counterparts. What made the Dominion a danger, though, was the threat it posed to Star Trek's ideal of peaceful cooperation. Going back to 2009's film Star Trek from J.J. Abrams, it seems the only way for filmmakers to clearly identify villains is to give them more powerful ships. What helps DS9 is Dukat.
What?
As a villain, Dukat is a great villain.
Oh, yeah,
What
he's
little I've
probably
seen of
the-
him so far, I like him.
Yeah, he's probably arguably the best of the Star Trek villains compared to Khan. Like, I put him up there at around Khan level of holy shit.
It says
Original
the
Khan, original.
Yeah. I know exactly which Khan you are referring to. He tasked me. He tasked me to.
I shall leave you as you left me, as you left her, marooned for all eternity in the center of a dead planet. Buried alive. Buried alive.
Now we have to play the clip edited for goats. You got to find that one, Mike. So.
Never get old.
And I want to say hello to Positive Candor. Hello.
Yo.
It says in DS9's third season, another spoiler for Paul, the show introduced the USS Defiant, Captain Sisko's pimp hand, as a lot of us Trek fans call it.
Yeah, I'm about to say, you mean the USS Cisco's motherfucking pimp hand?
All right. It goes on to say, described as the first warship constructed by the Federation. It was one of a kind, both in terms of form and function. The Defiant was a symbol that not everyone in Star Trek was wholesome, and that the Federation was willing to push the envelope of its ideals. And as Commander Riker noted in Star Trek First Contact, she's a tough little ship. Well, the whole purpose for designing and constructing the Defiant was to battle the Borg. Another spoiler, Paul.
Huh.
Spoiler.
That's fine.
When it
Another
comes
spoiler,
to
it gets really good when Worf shows up and it becomes the Worf show.
When it comes to new versions of Star Trek, though, every ship seems primed for war. The Enterprise of the Kelvin timeline films has endless ports for firing torpedoes. Picard's La Serena is incredibly maneuverable, and the galaxy jumping drive of the USS Discovery was technologically exploited for war. And it goes on to say in DS9, warships were the exception. They seem to be the rule in modern Trek. I'm going to give another spoiler, Paul. In Deep Space Nine, the Galaxy-class starships, the Miranda-class starships, and Excelsior-class starships are all refitted to fight in the Dominion War.
Wow.
And even then, not all of them come back. Just like in real war.
I know, I believe it.
And real quick, before I continue, I want to say hello to Das Wolfen. He says, I have a PowerPoint to create my final assignment for the current class. So I just popped on to say congrats on 350 subs and leave a like. Well, thank you, Das Wolfen. Thank you, John. I really appreciate that, brother.
Very cool.
Excellent.
The article continues to say, unfortunately, New Trek uses Section 31 for its name because up here I skipped it. I'm sorry. Star Trek Deep Space Nine introduced the concept of Section 31, a clandestine organization that engaged in espionage, including assassinations and
This is
manipulations.
Hold up. This is spoiling way too much.
I
even
don't
for
care.
Kat. You're
Chris.
not the only one that hasn't seen DS9 fall.
Chris, I don't care.
But
I agree. Anyone who hasn't seen it, who doesn't want to be spoiled, is going to either have to stop watching the show and affect the viewer count, or sit there and be spoiled. So I was like, I'm just going to go.
I'm talking about Cash too, not just you, Paul. You're not in this club alone, you know.
All right. I'm going to be diplomatic here. Do you want me to continue the article knowing that there are spoilers, or do you want me to stop?
I say yes, continue.
Also, major spoil warning for anyone watching the show who may want, the stream, who wants to watch DS9 and not be spoiled, because you forget, not just you, it's the audience as well, or future watchers of the show. Woo! Because some of these moments are epic moments that put your jaw on the ground when you first figure it out. And I'm like, my God.
I know, but the reason why I'm asking is because the point of today's show is either to pick a topic to talk about that's pop culture related, or an article. And since this is Paul's article that he chose, I'm giving him the common courtesy and saying, do you want me to continue, or do you want me to go to all stop?
Then I suggested the post stream thing. You put you pull a Doomcock major spoiler alert if you do not want the show spoiled for you.
The article's already in the description. If people choose to read on and be spoiled, that's on them.
Not for the ones who don't, because I watch a podcast. I usually just click on the damn thing and watch. I don't, read any paragraphs anyone put in their descriptions. Go, oh, I'm interested in this content, and click on it.
Don't worry. I'll put in the description. There may be some spoilers in some of the articles.
Okay, I hit play. Next thing I know, what? Vader's Luke's father? What?
I want to compare. I can't compare those two. I can't.
All right. Please continue.
All right. Let me get back to where I was, including assassinations and manipulations of foreign governments and protection of the Federation. Like many aspects of DS9, it was meant to challenge the fundamental ideals of Star Trek in an engaging but thought-provoking way. Unfortunately, New Trek uses Section 31 for its name value alone. The Kelvin timeline name-dropped the group as a top-secret weapons department, and Discovery has all but made the organization Star Trek's version of S.H.I.E.L.D. It renders the sinister intention of the group's introduction toothless and undermines its meaning to the Trek universe.
Can you real quick highlight what Gap just said in the chat?
I will.
Well, that's like just your opinion, man.
I can play that clip again. So limit on how many times I play a clip.
I know.
Yeah, well, that's just your opinion, man.
Yeah, just know that Paul considers Predator a boring film.
And I stand by that. At least the most boring out of Arnold.
Friends, this is the third time I played this particular bit
I don't think
today. Hold on. Friends, do you or a loved one know someone who likes to play a game on easy mode? Do they say that they do so to progress the game's story? If you do, please call this number that you see on your screen right now, 1-800-555-NOOB, and get them the help they need to play at a higher difficulty level.
Huh. It's hard to get a better difficulty level if you're Grethor.
If you are going to counter with 1-800-555-DEAD, that is because a certain someone plays on a higher difficulty level, and he may die a lot in the game, but at least he has the honor and courage of a Klingon.
Exactly.
I agree.
Well,
I agree.
I don't care. I'm going to say it anyway. So listen, folks. If you know someone that has lost countless sleepless nights trying to get past that one hard level on a game, call 1-800-555-DEAD. Why dead? Because that.
He said, "Today is a good day to die."
Anyways, call 1-800-555-DEAD, and we will get them the help that they need. That your pride will not be hurt by playing on easy mode, and you'll have a much more enjoyable experience.
Those who play on easy mode should dial 1-800-DISHONOR to you and your house.
There is no glory to you or your house when you play on easy mode. So remember, friends don't let friends play on easy mode.
McGruff.
Or you could go the whole next level out and outright cheat, like I do.
No, and if you let friends play on easy mode, McGruff is going to come and take a bite out of that easy mode. Play on normal, you little bastards. I mean, what?
I heard you, Cash.
Why did it say that? That's not what I wanted you to say.
And Gap After Dark is saying, I say we send Paul to the Delta Quadrant with no way to return.
Oh.
I haven't seen Voyager yet, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
And when I was watching Fallen Order, he took down that AT-AT ST. I think it was it was a small AT-AT, so it was an ATST, right? Yeah. He took that down very easily. Yeah, very easily. Yeah.
Hello, Gap. How you doing, brother?
Hey, guys. How are you?
America. Doing good.
Gap, I ran into some technical issues yesterday, but they're all fixed, buddy.
I certainly think you did with a black screen.
Yes. The game crashed.
I sat with my Pop-Tarts, my lollipop, and my Coke, and I was waiting for a stream.
I know, dude.
The game crashed. The stream crashed. Cash crashed.
Yeah.
Boomer.
It just sounds like one of my game streams.
I wish I could control it, but the game crashed and it was just too much. And then people were like, "I can't hear you, Phil and Paul."
Yeah. Phil, Paul, and Crit. You guys were going, "Hey,
I can't hear, man. I gotta fix my hearing aids. I gotta fix them.
I was so tempted to say that to you guys. What, your hearing aids run out of batteries?
Too low,
man.
It's too low. Why does Cash Money sound like Bill Clinton when he does that voice?
No. Wait a minute. Crit. You gotta understand, Crit. He did not have any problems with that stream. You just got to understand. It wasn't a problem.
He was very clear in what he was saying.
Well, it's not like a blue dress was in the same room with you, Cash, that you got distracted.
Oh my.
Well, actually, I meant to come on to bug Paul. Paul, shouldn't you call 1-800-555-DEAD? Since you're already dead.
Is that a suicide hotline? Like, what?
No, YouTube, it's just a joke. 1-800-555-NOOB and 1-800-555-DEAD aren't real numbers. They're
That's
just
why they
jokes.
have 555 in them.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I'd like to know what's going on in that data chip in your brain, Paul, with your rankings, because I get so pissed when I read your list.
So did
Would you like to see it again?
So did a lot of people.
Oh no! Oh no, Paul, you're not gonna destroy the stream by showing your list.
He has done it to us.
Hey, I drink the tears of those that cry over my list.
My only sadness
Listen to this. I drink the tears.
My only regret besides
aliens
you
very low too.
My only regret besides you not comprehending the point of Predator is you didn't put Godzilla versus Destroyer at the top. You should have kept that at number 2.
I mean, you probably put Velma at the top of your TV list.
I won't touch.
Oh man! Oh,
are fighting words.
Oh, man.
You just got neutered.
Oh, oh, God.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
You know what?
Even
Just
the
for
wiener
that
dogs
gap,
are hiding after that one.
just for
Yeah,
that
they're
gap,
like,
I challenge
man.
you to a lightsaber fight, much like I did to Mexican Iron Man, and totally didn't lose.
Yeah, you totally look. I'll take up that lightsaber challenge Wednesday, and I'll just boop you real quick like Iron Man did.
That was that may as well have been a low blow what he did.
What did I miss?
Oh my gosh, Paul, if you could imagine Paul in real time, but it actually looked like slow time, and Mexican Iron Man just took his lightsaber, and Paul had his arms up too high, and he just went boop in his stomach, and he's gone.
So to catch TKO up on this, Paul went to ICC Con in Nashville, and Mexican Iron Man and a few other YouTubers were there as well. It was a meetup for Echo Base Network, and
Coach
Paul, yep, and Paul challenged Mexican Iron Man to a duel. We even did a live stream here on this channel where they basically trash talked each other, and I was the MC, Baron was the MC, and Cash was Paul's manager. He was.
What do you mean? He still is.
You're
I still might be, but
I
he's
never,
gotta-
I never accepted his resignation.
Well,
So Paul and Mexican Iron Man have their lightsaber duel, and long story short, Mexican Iron Man, is leading. I believe it was 2-1, or maybe it was tied at 2-2.
It was tied 2-2.
It was tied, yeah.
Yeah, tied 2-2. The referee said go, and Mexican Iron Man went, and he defeated Paul.
Yeah, like within seconds, Paul was like,
No, we're talking about some Obi-Wan versus Darth Maul for the final time shit. Gotcha.
I knew you were too short to be a lightsaber guy, Paul.
I'm 5'11".
I challenge Cash Money to a I don't know, a arcade game fight at GameWorks when he comes here in a month.
Arcade
you
fight.
know?
He had
Yeah.
Craig got really upset with me when I beat him in Mario Kart. So it's all right.
As he did with me.
I let you win, by the way.
Let me win. Right?
Yeah. We were on Parsec, so no wonder I would let you win.
I'm working on a song. My list sucks. My list sucks. My list sucks.
All right. Do you want me to continue with this article, or
Yes, please.
All right. Early in DS9's run, Jadzia Dax, Terry Farrell, reunited with 3 Klingon warriors from her past: Kor, Koloth, and Kane.
And Cola.
All 3.
Cola.
We watched that one.
Already mentioned all 3: Kor, Kane, and Koloth.
Cherry Cola. Yeah.
Cherry Koloff. All 3 Klingons had been villains in the original Star Trek series, and foils for Captain Kirk, Captain James Tiberius Kirk.
Yeah, I forgot how long Klingons.
The role model for every Star Trek captain that followed. The characters weren't just used for the sake of nostalgia, though. They were integral parts of Dax's character, and Kor went on to be as significant to Worf when Michael Dorn joined DS9. It says newer Star Trek, particularly Discovery, seems to use legacy characters in the same way it used Section 31, an unnecessary gesture to gain credibility as real Star Trek. Simply using TOS's Harry Mudd as Discovery did in its first season has no impact in the end of itself. It also goes on to say, nor name dropping TOS's Guardian of Forever in Discovery Season 3. Fan service is fun, but it has to serve a story function to be important.
Right.
Goes on to say war is not the answer in Star Trek. Goes on to say, as mentioned, the Dominion War was a turning point for Star Trek Deep Space Nine. The prolonged conflict made for fun, and it also says interstellar intrigue and presented opportunities to develop for the main characters as well as for DS9's extensive list of recurring characters.
Oh yeah,
Nog.
DS9 was also the first Star Trek in which they actually show the war.
Mm-hmm. They don't
Yeah.
just talk about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember that because I mean, an actual conflict happened because Next Generation, they managed to talk their way out of every significant, we'll say, altercation.
And it brings up the episode AR-557, where Nog, the young Ferengi ensign, suffered an injury during the war and was forced to face hard truths about himself. In the case of Star Trek Discovery, the first season war between the Federation and the Klingons had no such personal impacts. It was a catalyst that didn't offer much in the way of character development and did little to test or study Star Trek's ideals. Likewise, 2013 Star Trek Into Darkness used the threat of war with the Klingons as a flimsy framework for the main plot. And number 3, a little serialization goes a long way. Goes on to say, one aspect of DS9 that was controversial among fans and the show's own producers was its reliance on serialized storytelling. Now, you have to understand, as far as when it came to the Dominion War, Rick Berman was against it, but it was either Stephen Bear and Robert Hewitt Wolf who were pushing for it. So it goes on to say, up until that point, aside from the occasional 2-part cliffhanger, Star Trek was strictly episodic. What happened in one episode didn't directly affect the next, but DS9 began its second season with a 3-part installment. Years later, the show did a 6-episode story to open season 6 before closing out the series with a 10-episode arc. Goes on to say the arcs were well planned and there was more than enough story to make them full without stretching them. It also goes on to say, but in an effort to keep up with the modern television landscape, new Star Trek, especially Picard, takes fairly thin stories and stretches them even thinner by running them across entire seasons. Number 2, moral ambiguity should raise questions. The Pale Moonlight. Paul, you are going to enjoy this episode when you see it.
I'm looking forward to it.
Arguably, the most famous episode of DS9 is in The Pale Moonlight, in which Captain Sisko, the former Cardassian spy Garrick, conspire to bring the Romulans into the Dominion War. Sisko makes multiple morality questionable decisions, each one weighing heavier on him. In the end, he is forced to face his actions and decides that he can live with the outcome. It was a gray area, and it questioned the strength of the Star Trek ideal. It also says, contrast this with the first season finale of Star Trek Discovery, where peace is brokered with the Klingons when Starfleet plants a bomb in the Klingon homeworld's core, essentially holding an entire race hostage. The season ends with an uplifting Star Trek speech about idealism, but completely ignores the moral quandary of the cost of peace. And number 1, going dark for the sake of it is boring. It goes on to say, for years, DS9 has carried the stigma of being the grim and gritty Star Trek. Its subject was darker than the adventures
fare of its predecessors, and its setting was a grimy and inhospitable. It goes on to say, all of these aspects were used in service of the story and helped define the characters and the world they inhabited. It says, by contrast, Star Trek Picard's fifth episode features the horrific torture and painful death of former Star Trek Voyager character Icheb. The scene is unsettling, but ultimately serves no purpose other than to bring Jerry Ryan's 7 and 9 character to the series. Going dark has to mean more to a series than shock value. It must have long-lasting value, and DS9 got considerable mileage out of the dark scenarios to which it subjected its characters.
They
O'Brien
killed him?
must suffer.
They killed him. They killed him.
Yep.
Oh, jeez.
Knew I didn't touch that for a reason.
I have not watched one lick of Picard. Unfortunately, watched the first season and second season of Discovery, but that's it for New Trek. 10 thing lessons Star Trek learned from. Okay. Hey, Kathy.
See, what I liked about I think I like one of the reasons why DS9 is my favorite is because they add this more realistic aspects to a galactic. Well, I'd say parsec spanning organizations like Section 31. It's like that makes sense because you have to have a clandestine organization willing to do questionable stuff to make sure you stay alive. Because like a lot of people are like current political thingies, people colonizer this and that. I go, no one on this planet is on land that they were magically poofed on. Everyone has taken the land from someone. Okay, all the people who decided no, sunshines and rainbows, let's all be nice, they're not around. Why? Because they got conquered and killed. Like the Federation would be too nice for a realistic galaxy to just be all sunshines and rainbows and let's be friends. If no one's out there doing questionable stuff to make sure the monsters stay on the other side of the fence. If you get what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that DS9 went, yes, there are people doing horrible things, so we can sit up here on our high horses. I was like, that's more realistic. That's more believable.
Well, I always refer to the first introduction of Kira. She didn't want the Federation there.
No,
she wanted Bajor to stand on its own feet.
Yeah. Which would have been a terrible idea. It's like, you're going to just be reconquered. You know that, right? It's like someone else is going to step in and conquer. That's how this works.
Well, now that my article's been covered, I'm going to go ahead and split for the night. Real quick, if I can plug something, Mike. I know I said tonight that we were going to cover A New Hope, but I think tonight's just going to be a gaming stream. So, I think it's going to be some Skyrim tonight. So I'll see you guys in about an hour, maybe an hour and a half on my channel, the Star Wars Guys. We'll be playing some Skyrim. Phil will be there because he's always there for Skyrim. And
do you want to watch?
He's a Skyrim junkie.
I'll watch it with you if you want.
Not particularly.
Okay.
And so see you guys later. Okay.
All right. Thank you for coming on, Paul.
Bye.
May the force be with you. I do got to play some more Mordor myself.
I wanted to ask Adam, what do you think about Vince McMahon selling WWE?
Wait, who's talking to me? Hold on.
It was Crit. It was Crit.
Above me? I had the window minimized. Okay,
it was Crit. Hollywood Crit.
Okay, gotcha. So this is going to be a hard punch in your balls. Who the fuck said he is selling it? Right? WWE announced a few things, and then the rumor mill went fucking nuts. We announced it on Tuesday that, hey, Stephanie's stepping out. Vince is supposedly taken back. And we mentioned this way back when. If you thought Vince McMahon was out, go ahead and smack yourself upside the head again. You're an idiot.
The man created WWF, man. He was never out. It's a work. They're not going to sell it. You know what might be even more funny? If Vince buys the whole fucking company back and makes it his again, and we go back to territory days. That would be awesome. But to get it off of how it is now and go back to being private, I'd be all right with that. But yeah, it's just so funny because all you heard was everybody lose their shit. He's going to sell it to the Middle East. Hey, you know what? Sell it to the Middle East because you know what? AEW will get more female wrestlers, and right now AEW has some of the strongest female wrestlers in the wrestling atmosphere, dude. That kick ass and do better than most of the males in WWE.
What?
So current product has been shit for a long time. So yeah, sadly
Full disclosure. Full disclosure, I haven't followed WWE since the glory days of Rock and Stone Cold.
WWE was getting a foothold because Triple H was bringing. He needs to just run the writing.
Well, mind you, though, you're wrong. You're wrong, and I'll tell you why. Until Vince leaves for a solid year, half the shit you're watching, he's already had in your brain for 6 months. He's already put those irons in and got the shit going and starting. So again, if Vince left, right, the day they said he left, until he's gone for a whole year, then yeah, now maybe a couple of the current things that happened was him, or is it all just a work? Again, it's all imaginative, man. It's all make believe. None of it's fucking real. So I mean, take that with a grain of salt as well. I enjoy wrestling. I'm a huge fanatic, as you know. But when it comes to works, the life story right now of Vince McMahon is the biggest, best work I've ever seen, whether it's a work or not, because that storyline has grabbed more attention in the wrestling world than any fucking wrestling event in the past 10 years, in my opinion, because that's all they're talking about. Is he going to sell to the Saudis? Is he going to sell to the Saudis? No.
Why would they even want it?
Yeah. I mean, the only way he would sell to the Saudis is if somehow he still owned 99.9% of it.
And you know what, Adam? The only company I can see actually wanting to try to buy WWE besides Comcast Universal would be Tony Khan and AEW.
Yep.
That's one of the rumors stemming right now. They're
Yeah, but he never do it, dude. He knows how to build the business.
Guys,
like Tony knows. He's not going to buy it.
No. He knows that he's not going to do it. It
isn't Tony Khan that's interested. It's his father, Nick Khan, or not Nick Khan. Whatever his father's name is.
Yeah, but again, then you're looking at a monopoly again, and it's like you already saw what happened when WWF bought WCW and it went to shit.
Yep.
I mean,
Oh yeah.
We know this. Yeah, I don't see that happening, and I don't understand why everybody was. I mean, now the memes. Oh my gosh, the meme. Wow, we've had some great memes, dude, coming out of this stuff, but I still don't see. I just don't see him selling it to the Saudi. I don't see him selling it to anybody, to be honest. He's a greedy old bastard. I love him, but it's this is mine. If anybody's going to kill it, it's going to be me.
Well, if he sells it, what if the stipulation is he gets full control back?
See, and again, do you really doubt the McMahon, Mr. McMahon? Do you Mr. McMahon? Dude, I don't. I know that, man. I got a feeling that it's all a good work and it'll be really funny. But I don't think Vince ever left. He might have left certain positions, but when it comes down to it, he is WWF. He always
learned
was.
from George Lucas. Don't sell it. Don't do it, Vince. Look what happened to Lucas.
Exactly.
And thank you, Alan Copeland. Good to see you, brother.
So yeah, that's my take on that, because that was something as funny as the article came out. We're all like, oh, okay, well, Stephanie's stepping down. Good. Go take care of the kids. Nothing happened to Helmsley. He's still staying. Paul's still there. Levesque's still working. So it's not like Vince walked in and they both like hightailed it. And again, keep in mind, Steph and Paul's kids are still pretty young, man. They're not that old. So now what's really going on? Who knows? But I'd like to see. Has Vince fucked up? Yeah, he's made some mistakes. But again, we don't know all with the board and everything. Like, we don't know how everything truly goes these days in the WWE.
No, and another thing is when Vince announced his retirement, even though it was short, Stephanie was on a leave of absence before she was named co-CEO of WWE.
So it makes me think it was all the work. Like he had to go, let's say he had to go have a procedure or something done, or maybe something was going on where like something family wise, like legit, like let's be real, they are humans. Maybe there was a, so he kind of had to go do something, and now he came back, and now she's, back to how business was. We'll see what we get. All we can do is hope and have faith, at the end of the day.
And we may never get the whole story.
Oh, hell no. Maybe not unless a documentary, which still doesn't mean it's real. Look at all the different documentaries. Jesus, go back to Hogan. All the stuff he said. I mean, he contradicts himself and comes back around and keeps going. So.
Oh, come on, brother. I revolutionized wrestling, dude.
And I'm not even a Hogan fan. I never was a Hogan fan. I was a Savage fan, so.
A Savage fan, you say. A Savage fan, you say.
Flair.
Oh, yeah. Dig it, man. I dig where you're coming from, Adam. Oh, yes, I do. I dig it.
Oh, my goodness. That is...
Oh, yeah. Macho Man Randy Savage, Intercontinental Heavyweight Champion. I am the Lord and Master of the Ring.
Yes. That's right.
The glory
days. Lord and Master of the Ring. The cream of the crop. Oh, yeah. But dude, no, I mean it's been look at how much fun we've had talking about WWE, which I fucking hate because it's not. I
don't watch the current product.
Better than AEW. Yeah,
I tried
WCW.
watching. I tried watching AEW. I just couldn't do it after a while.
People like overhype it.
With Draven and the guys, and he does the Wednesday and the Friday show. So like we all stream and we actually watch it together. I mean, we rip the shit out of it. Like we'll watch and we'll tell them where they're doing right, where they're doing, but we're wrestling fans. Like we would get thrown out of it. We would be arrested. I guarantee you. You throw the guys I hang out with normally, and you put myself, Etep Wakuli, and Tony Tone Deaf, Vinny Tartamello, Chris Fisk. You put us in an arena together with Jeff Hicks and Kendo and the World Class Bullshitters guys, and all of you, we would be fucking thrown out within 5 minutes for like just yelling shit at people, and because the fans are some of the dumbest fans I've ever seen. They are so soy. Laughing at Billy Gunn and the stuff that they're doing where it's a version of DX with Billy Gunn and Chuck Palumbo when they were going to get married and shit. Like, scissor me daddy ass. It makes me laugh. I mean, Billy Gunn it's funny because Billy Gunn was a shorter guy in the wrestling field of The Rock and Austin in that era. But he is 5 times the size of these young kids. Like, he's just this huge. And you're just like, Billy always looks small. It looks like he's wrestling children now. And his kids actually do wrestle, his 2 boys. But again, there's bits and pieces that are great, but the female wrestling bits that we've been getting, man, they've had some old school, basically hardcore matches. They had a backstage brawl thing this last Friday, and oh my God, man, it was gory as hell. Those girls gave it all, and when she got done, and I can't remember the gal's name, it's escaping me. Soho,
Ruby Soho.
Thank you, Ruby Soho. She hit the tax, and at the end of the match, you could see where like the pain hit her, and she's like fucking like the adrenaline had worn off. She had tax in her hand, a Foley move, but great match, dude. It was. The only issue with AEW is they really need to fuck off with their commercials right when the good stuff's happening towards the end. They start off strong. Yep. Middle so-so, and then it's picture-in-picture, but if you're watching on the app, you miss it all. And they need a network. They need a good network to, something like the WWE network and Peacock, maybe we'll get it, because with Ring of Honor and AEW, man, and WWE trying to, fix, WWE needs to build characters and get off of the champions for a fucking decade. That's the problem that I see with current wrestling. You shouldn't have a guy with a belt that's never on the damn screen on TV and or the pay-per-view. We're old school. We're 90s guys. We're Toys R Us kids. We want to see our fucking champions, and we want to see them defend that title, no matter what the title is, except for the 24/7 title, because fuck that title. It's garbage. Bring back the hardcore title.
Where's that Willy Wonka clip? You get nothing like it.
I don't have the clip. I have the soundbite. Let me just get to it real quick, because it's among a lot of
among a million.
Yeah,
I got you. But no, dude, I don't know, like a lot of people bitch about, female wrestlers, but the thing is,
You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
but they do. They brought back Paige. She's doing pretty good, dude. Because she was out for a minute, and it's kind of nice to see. It's kind of like the old Savage days. Remember, Vince didn't want him wrestling. What did he do? He went to WCW, had a career again, and then he hit a tree and died. But he had that, if not, he just would have been on the sideline and not been happy. And some of these wrestlers, they still got some bumps left on that bump card. And Edge came back after his injuries. Michaels did the same thing. So technology has kind of moved, and they do wrestle sometimes safer, it seems. But they do take unnecessary risks in AEW, as we do discuss all the time.
Yeah. And that's one of the things when my friend and I were actually watching AEW and talking about it, we would notice things and we would point out things on his podcast, say, they were very unsafe in this match. This match could have been better, but there were too many botched spots. And, again, like you're saying, the commercials during the matches, I don't give a flying fuck about this ad for Little Caesar's Pizza. I'm a wrestling fan who's tuning in to watch wrestling, not to say, oh, we've got a new style of pizza that we're trying to sell. You got pizza on one side, breadsticks on the other. It's like, no, that's not what we want.
No, and it's always the most like, I get it. When you're doing an interview, that's part of telling the story, but I don't give a fuck about this asshole that's babbling about whatever that's like 3 months from now. Like, put the commercial and do the split screen during that shit. So that when we've got the main event, which is, again, was a hardcore match, and I'm talking, it was Chainsaw Charlie McFoley, Cactus Jack style, gore and blood and shit everywhere. Awesome. The one girl I think she took a power bomb and they missed the table and she took it straight on the concrete. We didn't see her at the end of the show.
I saw that clip. I'm all, ooh, really?
Oh, buddy. Yeah. So, and we're hoping they're okay. But you've got, here's the positive side, right? You've got AEW with Ring of Honor. They're bringing in the New Japan Wrestling, which WCW used to do back in the days. And it does feel more like old school WCW. But we've also got Jarrett's back, Double J's there. We've got a lot of good guys that were in the Fed that are there to help these young guys to not maybe kill themselves doing this if they listen to your big shows and Mark Henry's and Jeff Jarrett's and Foley's and again Terry Funk's and all those guys that went there to help that business.
Well, think about it. You have Taz there and you have the son Hook.
Yep.
In AEW, and Hook's learned everything there is to know from Taz and how to be safe. Now, granted, I know someone's going to say it's safe. Didn't you ever watch any of Taz's matches? Of course I did. I watched his matches in ECW. I knew they took a risk because back then they took risk.
Like football, like baseball, when it was a fucking sport. Not baseball, I'm sorry, football. When you could actually just, when you're already in midair tackling tackling the quarterback, you can't hit me with a fucking flag when I'm already midair and the asshole has the ball and then he throws it. Like, I'm sorry, he had the ball when I go.
Unfortunately, man, football's still football, Adam. Don't worry. It's just it had to become safer because guys were getting hurt. It's a violent sport.
Well, I get it. It is, but
now,
you can't, again, it was the pussification of the sport.
Right, but what's the biggest problem about football in general in the NFL is the commissioner, the pandering, those are the big problems, man, right there.
Not standing.
Where the money's going, the stupid, that all counts under pandering, but football is still a violent sport. It's just, it had to become safer, but I understand people think, well, he got brain damage, but no one put basically a gun to his head, as in no one said you will do this or else. But
how many millions did you make? That's
right.
Part of the profession,
right?
No, that's a rugby.
But that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be safety regulations in these sports. These players should be protected to an extent as
Right.
well, even though they're making money. I mean,
But
even
if
baseball
my
can
goal
be-
is to stop you with the ball,
Right,
and you're
right.
back with the ball, and I go to
Right.
tackle you, and then you throw
Yeah.
the ball away, and then you hit me with rushing the pass.
Yeah.
That's some bullshit, dude. Because again, that's not how there's no logic when you're already in movement. Now, if I just walk up to you and like plow you and decide to power bomb
Right.
your ass, sure, I
Right.
get that.
Yeah,
You know?
and like targeting a few years back, especially with stuff like Favre, where they were literally targeting him and getting paid more money. That was wrong for the Saints to do. 100% wrong.
To hurt the quarterback, yeah, man, exactly.
Exactly.
Like I'm not
to go
that
out and
kind
just
of
hurt a
fan.
player.
I
That's
want
horrible.
a good game. I hate the games where there's bullshit. Like give us, and that's any sport, man. Like if you're gonna sit there and just cheat right in front of us, why am I gonna watch this shit? Like this isn't any fun.
Right. Well, the NBA is the worst. It's like they get slapped on the wrist and hey, get a foul. Yeah, stupid. They don't
That's
play
why we like
the-
baseball more so in wrestling. But yeah, I mean, again,
baseball's
just one of those-
still my favorite sport to watch, followed by football. But baseball is definitely still my favorite sport.
Oh yeah.
I'll still complain about the rule changes.
Yes, me too. Yes, they're garbage.
And again, we all agree that the athletes should be safe. But again, they didn't go take a job as a trash man or anything that any of us do, in the world. So again, that's kind of, you we don't want you to get hurt, but that again, Pee Wee football to high school football to college football to then the NFL if you're lucky enough, if
you're
love
lucky
that
enough,
sport,
yes.
we don't want you getting hurt.
No,
we want you to have a good career.
Yes.
But don't change shit that shouldn't be changed. Make it safer.
Yes.
At that point, why are we not just playing, flag football or tap? Okay.
Well, yeah. I mean, like where are they going to grab them? They can't grab them on the legs, or they can't grab them this. But if they're going to put their head down and go into them like a bull, then that's pretty much target. There's no excuses for that.
Correct.
So then you're just going out of your way to actually hurt a player.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and that's what players do. There are players that intentionally go out there to hurt somebody.
Yes, unfortunately.
Well, there was basically like the Deadpool, but not being dead, but to take him out, dude, in the NFL, like he was saying. I mean, they were trying to, and Rodgers, same thing. It's like, hey, man, let's take him out.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's sadly enough. I mean, we've lived that, and then the whole crap with the pandemic, and then the kneeing and the dumb shit that was going on. That didn't fare too well for the NFL. But then the NFL got mad when WWE had more fucking people watching Monday Night Raw than they did for the Monday Night Football game. So.
And who would have ever thought that would have happened? Usually, it was the other way around. Monday Night Football would get more ratings.
Hell yeah.
Than Monday Night Raw.
Yeah, I mean, it's still exciting. Like, I'm watching the playoffs right now. It's Giants and Vikings, and it's a close game. But the thing is, it's the bullshit around sports is always going to be the problem going forward. And if you have a commissioner who's willing to say, no, we'll just pander, instead of saying, no, we're not going to do that.
Right.
Then, it's going to always be a problem. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You know what's not a problem? Oh, you lovely people in the chat and wonderful people on this panel. This has been a blast. Holy cow.
It has. And I think now's a good time to wrap up the show.
Yeah.
We've been going almost 6.5 hours.
We got a bunch of different topics.
I was worried I was going to miss it.
But you know what? It was the 350 subscribers celebration edition of Pop Talk, and we all had either an article to talk about or a topic that we brought up, and we were having a good time. There was no time constraints on this episode.
Nope. And you had a blast, my friend, and it was a good celebration.
Yes. And I do want to give you all the opportunity to promote your channels and talk about what's coming up. And I'll go ahead and put the links into the chat. They're already in the description. So let's see. Crit, how about you go first?
Well, I'm working on my movie, which you provided voice lines for. I know Cash plays a bartender. That's gonna take another month before I start like advertising it.
Movie? Tell me more.
Yeah, all will be revealed soon. But this Thursday, I've asked you, and I asked the Booligans, and maybe Phil McCracken. Although anyone is invited, there might be open pop-ins, but I'm gonna do a retro review. I've usually let Paul or Mike do the reviews, but it's my time. It's mine now. It's John Cena.
It's your time.
It's my time. We are going to talk about the movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger, Total Recall, this Thursday at 8 p.m. I think PSD, and we're gonna do a watch party before then. Or no, not PSD, EST.
Eastern Standard Time.
Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, so that'll be about, I think, either 5 or 6. So that'll be on Thursday. Again, anyone is invited if they want to talk about Total Recall. We're going to talk about the movie, and if you saw it on opening day or you saw it on VHS.
You said Thursday, yeah?
Yeah, If you and it's on my Everest channel, it'll be the first one I've done. But I figured I've been doing streams a lot on my server, even though my server is like mainly like fan film stuff. But I'm gonna I want to talk because I really like this movie. So get people's thoughts on it. See if anyone has really seen it. I don't know anyone who hasn't seen Total Recall. And then also question why the hell there is a remake for this movie.
There's a what? What are you talking about? I don't. What fake news are you spreading right now? There's only one Total Recall. What are you talking about? Come on.
But yeah, that's what I have coming up, and eventually that big movie will be revealed soon. So
nice, very nice. All right, Gap, what do you have coming up?
Absolutely nothing.
That's not true, Gap.
Dang it, Gap.
I just put out 7 toy shorts last night, and I am going to be modding, and that's about it. I don't have enough energy to stream lately, but and if Phantom Hooligans ever has a panel or a stream that works, maybe I can appear on it.
Oh yeah. Well,
yeah.
We had some. I ran into some technical difficulties I didn't expect, so unfortunately.
Okay, Phil, with the excuses.
I'm not. I'm being honest. I was honest. No excuses. Dude.
I mean, you should have heard me. I was sitting there and I'm like, damn it. What the hell? And I'm like, 5 minutes later, it's still black. Do y'all know there's a black screen?
Yeah, I know.
But that's all
I didn't expect the game to crash, Gap. Sorry.
Yeah, dude. I got you, brother. But that's all that's coming on. I did 7 shorts yesterday of my Entertainment Earth box that came. Y'all, I got some kick-ass deals.
You did, man.
Most of them were $3.98 a piece. I was like, whoa. But that's all. Maybe one day I'll do a stream. I don't know.
You should.
Awesome. And I'll show up if you do a stream. I'll be right there in the chat cheering you on and sharing out the stream and making sure that the stream's liked.
We won't troll you like we do Phil, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what I'm afraid
We like
of.
you better than Phil. Phil's nice, but
Did you get my clip, Mike, that I wanted you to play?
I played it. I played it earlier. The British are coming. The British are coming.
Yes, he did, Gap. He sure did. It had me laughing, you son of a.
That's the new intro.
Which don't you dip out on us after the stream either. I need to talk to you for a minute before, after we get off air, if you can.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, cool.
I just got to get some. I got to get a cool intro going. I don't know. I don't know. But anyway, that's it.
I know a certain someone.
All right.
Met them.
And TKO,
Pit Viper, the chaotic one, Chaos. What do you have coming up?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as your commander and commander-in-chief and guardian of all Earth and things in different dimensions. Not much. I recently started a campaign in Mordor, went old school because Dove, I don't know, some of you guys who watch me may know of Dove, decided to buy the game, and so I was like, I named the stream this Orc Massacre is sponsored by Dove, and so far Mordor is one of the most interesting and fun gaming experiences I have ever had. So I will probably be streaming in an hour or two of that over on my Twitch channel, which General 414 can drop those links because he has all my information.
They're already being displayed. They're already being displayed.
All right, so if you guys are interested in watching me extract several thousand metric tons worth of orc blood later on tonight, you'll know where to head over to.
Nice.
Oh,
all right.
And
Yes.
Adam, your baby is in War Thunder. Just letting you know, she's there. The F-16.
Oh yeah, I got you. Sorry, I was dealing with the dogs.
There's one thing I remember though. Okay, the dog fights in Iron Eagle were kind of booty cheeks. Just now that I think about it, I'm like, they didn't have any real good dog fights, huh? Damn.
All right, Adam. What do you got coming up, brother?
Dude, I'm fucking stoned. Yeah, so a lot. Holy shit. So yeah, you will always find me World Class Bullshitters. Tonight you will see me at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time on with Vinny Tartamello of Vinny Art for the Sunday Round Table. We're gonna have a blast. That happens pretty much every Sunday, man. Every Sunday it happens. I have no idea what I'm doing. What day is it? My channel will not be, y'all can sub. I will be streaming back on my channel, but not until after March, not until like April, when all the strikes are dropped off. I'm sitting on 2 right now. I'm not doing anything. So Fun University, yep, that's me. That's where we will be streaming when I do stream for myself. Now, this Thursday at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, myself and Nelson the Gentleman are going to be talking some sci-fi stuff. And we're going to talk about, possibilities of things that happened after the moon. That's 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on his channel, which I also put in the chat, the direct link for that show. We're going to have fun over there. And of course, let's see, Monday. So Mondays, E-Temple Cooling's Place to Be reviews along with Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective, usually around 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tommy sometimes does a stream. E-Temple Cooling's about, I think it's at 8:30, right around there. Tuesdays is kind of up in the air. But again, just like Janet said, check out Drew. I'm usually in the chat for Drew's stuff. Wednesday's the big day, of course. We've always got a whole lot going on Wednesdays. But right now, as I'm taking a break, it goes Holy Shit News for E-Temple Cooling's Place to Be reviews. And then, like I said, Thursday we'll be doing that. Plus, I'm always with World Class. And anytime Mike does something, I try to sneak in and be in the chat or obviously jump on the panel because nothing but good people here. Friday, Vinny Tartamello. Well, actually, Thursday, Wednesday's Lasso True Streams as well. Thursday, Vinny Tartamello. Sometimes we'll do a stream. We'll have the stream with the Talking to Guineas, which is him and Tommy, and sometimes Lasso. Talk about toys, man. They bring up old school toys, and we have wonderful conversation. It's just, again, if you're looking for entertainment, we're trying to give it to you. A lot of the people I keep listing off, everybody's listed on my page. Like when you go in there in the descriptions of the past videos, these are the people that I hang out with, and these are the people I have fun with, and it makes my day a lot better. And I hope that we all brightened a little bit of your day. It's been a lot of fun. Mike, again, thank you for always doing this, man. It's always fun to come on here and hang out with all of you. From those damn
Thank you for coming on.
Gun lovers to non-AEW it's literally just, man, it's so good to have nerd talk. Just be able to come on here and let's talk about the things we're passionate about. Have fun. Congratulations on the 350, man. Like I said, you've seen I talk about you on the other streams too. I'm guilty, but when I'm happy, I want to talk about the people that give me that happiness and share with everyone so they can come be a part of it, so we can all grow together, because together we will grow. So that's how it works. And thank you.
Exactly. Well, no, thank you. And Cash,
What's up?
what do you
Yes.
have coming up?
So either today or tomorrow, I'm starting back up with Saints Row 2. We had some technical difficulties yesterday. I was all pumped up, wanted to do at least 3 hours or so, and it was going to be great. Freaking Phil. So random, but yes. So we're going to be doing that, and that's going to be either today or tomorrow. I'm thinking after The Last of Us 2, The Last of Us premiere tonight of the TV show. We'll see how that goes, Mike. But I'm thinking I'm going to schedule the stream, and going forward, the Phantom Hooligans are going to have all their stream scheduled, because there's certain people in this community that could be more structured, and I want to be more structured than them just because. And Mike's not on that list of people who aren't structured, because Mike's more structured than some people in the community. Yeah, I said it.
Yeah, you said it.
But yes, so that'll be coming up, and then next week, possibility, I'll have to get with my co-hosts that there's going to be a panel stream on the Phantom Hooligans, a possibility, I can't say yet for sure, of Avatar 2, The Way of Dances with Wolves meets Whales, or whatever. So
that was Dances of Wolves Waterworld. Or is it Waterworld with wolves?
We'll see how that goes. Crit liked it. There's some other people I know liked it. Some people didn't like the story, so we'll see how it goes. But I'm going to go see that in 3D next week. So.
Nice. Dances with Waterwolves?
Yeah.
Right.
Hilarious,
All right.
Phil. Anyways, yep. So that's what's coming up.
Very nice. Very nice. And real quick, let me just get your link, because I realized I didn't show your link at all. So
it's all right. But I just wanted to also add that there is usually going to be each week at least 2 games played. It's not going to just be Saints Row 2 for 10,000 weeks or whatever. It'll be Saints Row 2, and then it'll be some other game. I haven't decided what it is yet.
Wow.
So
very nice.
Yep.
So to be determined. All right.
Yes.
Right on.
all right. So as for me, well, of course, as you know, Wednesday is PACIFIC414 Pop Talk. Again, it is going to be at 6 p.m. Eastern. That seems to be working out just fine as far as the new start time, since we do have some big competition at 8. It's the future world of Earth. And on that edition, that is when myself and this gentleman will talk about The Last of Us, what we thought of the first episode, which airs tonight.
When are we going to do that?
We're going to talk about it Wednesday.
You want to do that Wednesday?
Mike, did you play part 1? I mean, the game?
I haven't played the game, so I'm going into this with a completely, fresh set of eyes that, is going to look at it from a different perspective than those who have played the game.
Oh, that should be interesting.
And, that's one of the reasons why I want to do this, is because I've never played the game. So what if I
just
do?
Play it after you're done with your reviewing and fresh eye stuff to see the comparison after.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's my whole point. Go into the series, watch the series, not going, oh, wait, no, they did this in the game. Why are they doing that? And then play the games and then do a comparison.
Ooh, that's going to be interesting.
But, the comparison won't happen until after I played the games. And
right.
Oh,
but
I down the line. Yeah.
Yeah. And of course, I don't know if Cash would be up to this, but I will continue playing Gotham Knights.
Mm-hmm.
And as Cash and I said, the first night we played it a few weeks ago, we're glad that we got it on sale on Steam, because the game is not worth $60, but it's still worth trying out.
Right.
It's got some fun to it. The combat's actually pretty fun, surprisingly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I know Cash and I were thinking about
streaming a few other games, but over on the Twitch channel, I also started playing the first State of Decay game.
Okay.
Just to compare it out compared to what I'm used to in State of Decay 2.
Huh. You're playing one? Holy crap.
Yes.
That's going to be difficult for you to adjust to.
Yeah, it is. It's got some of the same elements that you see in the second one that they carried over, but then there are other elements. It's like, oh, I love how they do it in part 2 compared to this.
I see.
But as far as the channel is concerned, there's going to be Pop Talks. I might, have a short coming up here soon just to, promote Pop Talk and, of course, the game streams and, just have fun. Just enjoy what I'm doing here on the channel and, meet each and every one of you. I do want to do another collector stream at some point. I just don't know when that's going to happen.
Yeah. Well, if you do the married with children thing, man, make sure you hit me up because I
will.
That.
I will.
Don't forget to have Phil in the Easy Bake Oven collection.
Yeah. I thought that Al Bundy would be one of the best champions for men ever. It's like that man spits so much wisdom that as an older person now, you're like, wow, he was right. He was right.
But of course, I wouldn't be a good host if I acted like I've done this all on my own. I haven't. I've met a lot of great people on the way to get me to 350. And 5 of those people are here on the panel right now. I'm a super fan. That edition of Pop Talk where you came on and we went 8 hours when we had a great time talking.
Yeah, brother.
I'm so glad you saw the link in the Twitter group that we're in and you took a chance, especially after Tommy said, check him out. Either you'll like him or you won't. And meeting Cash Money on Tuesday Night Trek with Paul and Nerdporial and Brandon and Spock. So I'm grateful for that. But
happy to be here.
I'm also grateful to have met Crit because again on Tuesday Night Trek, that's where we met. He already knew Cash. He didn't know me. But I'm grateful to have met you, Crit.
Yeah. I'm glad that I've met you, man.
I know we don't always agree on everything, but there are some things that we do agree on, and
agree to disagree.
Okay. Exactly. And of course, I've known this man for a very long time. You've heard me tell you how long I've known him for, but DKO.
Yo, buddy.
Pit Viper.
Brother.
PDOD. My fellow Klingon warrior brother. Thank you, brother.
We're getting old, Mike. We're getting old.
Age is a state of mind, man. Age is a state of mind.
I know. Our
but
history.
I appreciate you taking the time to come on, and I know it's been a while, but you know what? I thought
I plan on being more active.
I need him to be there. I need my wingman. If I'm Iceman, he's Maverick, or maybe I'm Viper, or maybe I'm Cougar. Cougar turned in his wings.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to get you and my sister together for us to continue our Honey I Shrunk the Kid series.
Nice.
I need some backup. This
Nice.
giant bugs
Grounded.
that need squashing.
Nice. And Gap. Gap.
Oh, Gap.
Yes, sir.
I'm grateful to have met you. I mean, the first time I saw you, like I showed you last week, was on Captain Phantom Nerd stream. And the fact that we've all taken chances to jump onto streams and get to know each other, and we see each other in chats and constantly communicate with one another in chat. It's been great to get to know you.
Well, I appreciate it. Likewise, you're a good guy, and besides Captain Fandom Nerd, this is the only other stream I would want to jump on to immediately. When I notice it, I'm like, ooh, I haven't been able to be around a lot, but I'm there for you.
I know, and like I tell people, I even told a few people who messaged me that were saying, "I'm sorry, but I can't be there." Nobody's obligated to be here. Nobody's obligated to come watch a live stream or a video.
Yeah,
No,
but we all when we can't, because it's not that we feel that way, but it's that respect thing. Hey, man, I can't make it this time, because we like being here. We all enjoy.
Yeah, definitely. It
like is though. It is a high sign of respect, and we appreciate.
I understand
that. Have an open door policy, brother. We really do.
Yeah, and I mean, me, it's just like today, it was hard for me to get up and walk around, and and the back is real painful, and I don't want to have another operation, but I may have to. But the pain medications they have me on has my whole life screwed up. I thought I missed your show today. I was like, oh my God. But yeah, we're here for you, Mike. You're a good guy, and this is one of my favorite streams to jump on to. It's the only one I would want to be on all the time, just to hang out with everybody.
I don't know what to say.
And P.S. There's a Stargate marathon coming, is on right now, and starting Monday at 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 Central, is Stargate SG-1 is back on Comet TV.
Nice.
And if you guys could help me, by motivating me, maybe I can get back onto streaming. But like I said earlier, but we're here for you, and if I can jump on, I'll jump on.
Oh, Mike, while we're here, we gotta definitely seriously sit down and talk about restarting Friday Night Frontiers.
Yeah, we got to figure out a day and time that we can do it. We used to do a Friday night Star Trek Online stream that we called Friday Night Frontiers.
Oh, that would be cool.
Yep, we all played our characters. It was pretty fun.
And we haven't done it for almost a year.
And he's got a really sick background for it, too.
Yep. Well, hey, do it. I'd watch that. I mean, that would be really awesome. Because, I see a lot of streams when people do it, but, when you do the characters and you break them down and you break down the story and you relate it to real life, and, it makes it more interesting than, people who have just photographs of stuff and talk about the episodes, generically.
We shall show you as we bring glory to our houses.
That's right. Bring some glory, brother.
Yeah, it's really fun when you play our Klingon characters.
I tell you who my favorite.
I have the heart of a Klingon.
My favorite Klingon character, and I'd have to go back through the original series to find clips of him because he was only in 1 or 2 episodes. John Koliokis. He was my favorite Klingon, and I mean, I had a hissy fit fanboy when I realized it was the one from Battlestar, as Baltar from the original Battlestar Galactica. I was like, ah,
that noise. What was that noise? Yo,
that was my fanboy / girl scream.
Captain, lock onto location for that signal.
Yes.
I want a full spectrum scan. Right.
But he was a damn good Klingon, and I've got the original. I'd like to be able, if I know in a way in enough time, if y'all do that, I'd like to talk about the toys from the show too, because I got the original Spock Mego and the original Captain Kirk, and then I've got the new ones, and I just got I finally, after all these decades, I finally got a damn phaser. You know,
I've got the new Migos, bro. I've got the Weird Universe ones they did. I've got them down there. I actually sent one set of them to Doomcock back in the day.
Yeah,
give me an idea, so we could do like a little bit of Frontiers, like we.
Well, I mean, that sounds like a collectible stream. That sounds like the third collectible stream where you
I
can
got
show
Star
off.
Trek stuff. I got Star Wars stuff. I got wrestling stuff. I got Joker stuff. I got Deadpool stuff. I got a Highlander sword sitting right here, signed by Adrian fucking Paul.
You know what else?
Yeah, when it comes to collector stuff, Mike, you've got the people, and I mean, it's not just me. We, and again, we all come from other areas, but people that and that's the fun. Again, bringing everybody together to do this, like with Gap. Gap came on one of my shows. It was awesome when he was, and again, when he's able to, the man does show up, and he's always in the chat. It's sharing stuff out and being a pillar of this community. But then again, that's what we all do, because we want everybody to get together and have fun, and that's it. That's all it is. We're all having fun.
You know what else I'd like to throw out as the idea for that show that y'all might do is, can get the Mego figures and do like kind of like the Adult Swim version, but kind of act out. I don't know, as the part of the intro, you could have the Mego figures come out from Star Trek and start talking. I don't know.
Dude, like if you have a camera and you're not shy coming on and whatnot, but you could even, if we couldn't get it shot right, like we could come on and then and I'm just going to grab whatever. But, and we could be like, hi, I'm the puppet dog that holds the telephone. You're getting me a little bit not normal tonight. Again, the pain pills is just in the tooth. But yeah, it's still me though. It's just I'm gonna be a little bit more sillier than normal. But something like that would even work. It's for an opening idea. Because a lot of times with openings we'd have to, not that we couldn't, but film it, then shoot it, then whoever put it together. Draven's done a lot for the AEW stuff he's done, and again we do. Gap, you and I are all over the place, and
yeah, that's true.
Networks. So we know people that could help, do something like that. So it's always out there, Mike. Don't think it's not. You're doing great, man. We love you. You're entertaining as hell, bringing us together. Like I said, dude, I look forward I know there's some Sundays where you don't really hear much, but I'm usually watching on the TV because I'm either suffering from a massive migraine or again, I broke my back, dude. There's days I can't move either. So I know what Gap's talking about. There's those days, man, where as much as you want to be here, man, you just can't. It's all you can do to get up and make it to the bathroom,
Yeah, that's true. And we're not going for sympathy, but
no, we're not. That's how much we love you guys. So when we say, hey man, I can't make it, again, it's not that we feel, again, it is 110%, respect. We want to be here. We want to be a part.
If you're looking for sympathy, you can look in the dictionary between shit and syphilis.
My God.
No, yeah. But
lock phasers on that location and fire.
I've even told.
Don't you?
I've even told Baron and Cash, who I do consider my official co-host.
Yeah.
I've told them if there's a time where you can't be on Pop Talk, you don't have to apologize. I understand. It's like I said on the December 18th edition. There may be editions where I have to go solo, and I'm fine with that.
Right.
Brother, you should never have to go solo.
But I've also told you too, sometimes I just forget. And again, all you got to do is poke me. You got my cell. Did Discord, Facebook. And so, you never really have to, but you always can. This is because you are talented enough. You don't need us. We know you can do it on your own. By all means, but it is more fun together. And again, like I told you, I've loved watching the baseball reports when you were doing that. So again, you brought, because I quit watching for so long. I didn't have anybody to talk to about it anymore. So I just kind of quit watching. And then, you lit that fire under my feet again. I got so excited, us talking the little bits that we have, and that's just it though. It's everybody's gonna find what they like. Luckily for us, we like you and you like us. So see, we're gonna have nothing but gold, man. That's what this is. It's
and see, here's another thing. I do need to correct myself. Even on the shows, if I don't have a co-host, I'm not alone. My co-hosts are the chat.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. I'd also like to see a Star Trek thing episode show where somebody goes over all the games and the comics. You know, I found yesterday on I don't know how I'm gonna on DVD-ROM all the original Star Trek comics on DVD-ROM. You know, like an episode where you can go over the comics and stuff. I don't see anybody doing that on YouTube at all.
I don't either. I mean, I've seen streams where people have tried to, read, the different comics. Of course, Paramount and a few other companies frown on that. But you know how these companies are. They're finicky.
Oh yeah. It's not about the fans; it's about the dollar.
Yep. Well, I tell you what, I can't wait for the day they cancel Star Trek Discovery. I hope this was the last freaking season.
It's still a thing.
Yes, unfortunately, it is still a thing.
They got Strange Woke Worlds replacing it, so
they haven't finished fornicating with Star Trek's corpse yet.
Not yet.
Nope.
What an abomination!
I do want to take the time to thank other members of the panel who were here earlier today. I want to thank Jet Sparks 373 for being here. I want to thank Anonymous. Anonymous. Joker Voice. Janet from Another Planet. Paul the Star Wars Guys. Of course, we had Whoopa Troopa. We also had
No snap. What up, Whoop? If you're still
we
there.
also had Phil McCracken. And we also had the Smoking Patriot. I almost had the triumphant War Thunder trio back together.
And you had the worst man who rates movies on
Yep, that's Paul the Star Wars Guys.
The one who says Predator is a boring film. I'll remember that. First one.
Is he out of his damn mind?
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. But I also
give me a Samuel Jackson moment. I'm sorry. Hold on. Ooh. All right. I'm good.
I also want to thank Kathy Skywalker. Thank you very much, Kathy. She's always here. Each and every stream, she's always here.
Wonderful.
Alan Copeland. Thank you very much, Alan. And as I scroll up, we also had Positive Candor. Thank you very much. And Das Wolfen. Thank you, John. Really appreciate it. And as I scroll up here, I, of course, see Phil McCracken's name, so I'll highlight it along with Jet Sparks. And, of course, the previous mentioned Star Wars Guys, also known as Paul, Master Paul. As I scroll up here, because we've been going for a while, there were quite a few folks. Old Man. Thank you, Old Man. I tried not to leave anyone behind.
I was about to ask about him.
We also had Green Lantern 345.
Oh, yeah.
We had Nelson the Gentleman. Thank you, Nelson. We also had the previously mentioned Anonymous. And as I scroll up, I see Lord Thoth. Thank you, Lord Thoth. Thank you very much. Appreciate you stopping by. And scrolling up some more, Okay. Still scrolling. We also had Dempsey here. Drunken Poet. Thank you, Dempsey. We also had Black Dragon. Thank you, Black Dragon. We also had, as I scroll up here, we also had Dragon Ruse. Thank you, Dragon Ruse. Good to see you. It's good to see everybody. And scrolling up. Scrolling. Keep that mouse scrolling.
Get those.
I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm going with this. We also had Welcome to My Madhouse. We also had
as I scroll up here, the long-suffering Mrs. Tag. I hope you're doing well. And of course, Frank and Shawhan Wiener Dog Clan.
That's right.
And we scroll
Hey,
up.
y'all
we
got to
scroll-
hear them when they bark, and I don't get the microphone muted in time, so I might as well at least jump on there and say hi.
We also had Bucky's Crafting, formerly known as Bucky Icom. Thank you, Bucky.
Hello, Frank.
And I'm scrolling some more. We also had. Wait a minute. We also had somebody's alias, Pit Viper.
That's my other freaking account.
That's why I said somebody's alias.
Oh, at least it's someone else.
No. Alias.
On my phone, it always logs into that account, and then on my computer, my real one.
Gotcha.
We also had the princess of the internet, the princess of YouTube, Leia Rose. And as I scroll up here, A-Man Fate stopped by. Thank you, A-Man Fate. And still scrolling. Yes. Emperor Woopa. Yes. And scrolling up. Scrolling more. Remember, folks, this is almost an 8-hour stream.
Oh, yeah. What are your guys' thoughts on Shadow of Mordor?
I like the game. I've
quality
watched a few
game.
streams of it, and
Yeah, man, the funny, you feel like, I don't know how to explain the amount of badass you feel once you've got the combat system down. Like, very first stream, I was running from groups of 10 orcs. Now I'm walking around looking for groups of 30. Is that all you got? I know you have more family members than this. I saw you at a picnic on Tuesday with at least 40 orcs. Bring them.
Just watch out for the generals and stuff, because once that game will punish you if you die. They're going to tell you to go F yourself somewhere.
So the last stream, I think I had the most epic battle I ever had. So I went to a specific mission. I get there. One general dude pops up. There's like 20 of his homies. I'm happily slaughtering. A third dude just wanders around the corner and starts throwing up gang signs at me. I'm like, I bet. Let's go. I'm fighting him and his boy. Then a fourth dude shows up and talking all kinds of shit about my family. It was epic. So I'm running around doing Metal Gear shit. I'm like, run over to the side, hop into a bush, stab one dude in the neck, jump up, climb over a building, come down like Ezio Auditore. I mean, it's on my Twitch.
Sneaking around.
Yes.
What the hell fun is that?
Oh, come on, man.
Are you kidding me? I was doing full special ops. Okay, I went full SEAL team on the asses.
Sneaking around, if you play on easy mode, you don't have to sneak around. You can kill everything in your sight.
Computer.
Friends, do you know?
Please define easy mode. What is this?
It's called Paul mode in some countries. Do you know? It's called
analysis complete. Easy mode is what drunk humans with no honor use to avoid difficulty in their challenges. What?
But I also want to thank Joker Voice.
Yes.
Thank you, Joker Voice. I also want to thank a good friend, Pops. Thank you for stopping by, Pops. And I need to get you on for that collector stream.
Sorry to interrupt, but second analysis. Easy mode is also known among some circles of humans as game journalist mode. Oh.
And you call yourself a gamer.
I see. It's what the so-called game journalists use to play. Okay. Makes sense.
And I also want to thank Janet from Another Planet. And if I didn't say it earlier, I'm saying it now. Thank you for being on the panel.
Wonderful.
Janet was on
excellent
earlier?
cosplay.
Yep.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, so when you
Janet,
go back
ought
to
do a-
rewatch the show, Jan and I kind of came on about the same time. I came on, and then shortly after that, she did. It's just been a ball ever since. And I mean, it was great watching you guys
That's
prior to
awesome,
being
man.
able to.
So, and guys, I have a quick question for you guys. I just recently restarted watching Andromeda. Would you guys be interested in discussing that?
It's pretty good. Andromeda is pretty good.
Like,
It's a pretty good show.
It's so different from Star Trek.
It was on Tubi at one point.
On Tubi, okay.
Or you can watch it on YouTube.
Yeah, dude, I'll check it out. I haven't. I know I started watching. How many seasons? Is it like 2 or 3?
5 actually.
5. Okay, so I'd seen like the first. I'm behind, bro. I'm behind, but I wouldn't mind rewatching. That's why I was asking because I'd be down to. Yeah.
Like it's strange watching it because it's like Gene Roddenberry's Andromeda. I'm like I can see bits and sprinkles of Gene's in it, but it's like it's so different. It's like wow. Like it's kind of like it kind of feels like like a classic Gene Roddenberry Star Trek, but he put all the covert operations and like dirty things that governments have to do to survive in this show, and I'm like, huh, right. It's interesting.
I also want to thank
Sorbo's
Captain Phantom Nerd.
Go ahead, continue.
And I also want to thank Raquel SSG2211. And as I scroll up here, making sure I don't leave a name behind. That's just how I do things. Leave no name behind. Scrolling. Bush McFadden. Thank you, Bush. He's also a new mod. Bush McFadden.
I was like, CC? What?
No. I doubt she would ever watch this channel. I doubt.
I think I was going to be shocked. I'm like, what the? You didn't give me warning?
I also want to thank the lovely Sherry. Thank you, Sherry. Appreciate you coming by.
Sherry, baby.
And let's see. I don't want to miss anyone. Yes, Tim Stock. Thank you, Tim. He's on our left. And let's see. We also had author extraordinaire Adega Outlaw.
Doc.
Yes, I know of him.
Good dude. Got his books.
And I also want to thank Pop Culture Mechanic. Thank you, Pop Culture. Gotta get him back on his stream.
Yes.
And of course, he wasn't able to be on the panel, but I do want to thank once again the Nerdporial Live Forum because he's been in my corner ever since I've been in his corner, and he's a great friend. So, Brian, thank you, brother.
Mm-hmm.
And before I leave, I'm going to the bottom because, in case anybody missed it, Wednesday I made an announcement, and that announcement was you can find PACIFIC414 over on Rumble. But that's not the only place you can find PACIFIC414. You can also now find PACIFIC414 over on Odyssey. All the links to the Odyssey, Rumble, Twitch, Discord, social media are in my link tree. Link that is down in the description below. So please be sure to check them out. And with that, thank you all once again for joining me for 350 subscribers. I greatly appreciate it. As I had said before, I even mentioned it Wednesday, the goal for this year, and I've said it for the end of the year, is to reach 1K. I can't do it without you. Because you, each and every one of you here on the panel, each and every one of you on the chat are why I'm still here. So let's keep this thing going.
Yeah.
Yes. And, one of these days, we'll all have to watch a Cub game together.
Oh, boy.
And we'll have to stick somebody in the ivy.
Yes, Phil and his demands to get rid of the ivy. I don't know
Hell,
why, but
to the core for bulk space.
Hey,
maximum
we
bulk.
could bring.
Oh,
we
wait.
could bring.
Yep. We'll wait till the
could
lights
bring-
go off, Gap, and then we'll just shove them in the ivy. It'll be fine.
Well, or we could tell him, the ivy needs some trimming and give him some shears, and then he can get arrested.
Crit. I've tried to end this stream on a good note, and you put that picture of Wesley Crusher on the screen.
If Wesley
Will
Crusher dares
Wheaton.
step into this chat room, I will unleash the full power of the dark side.
Why do you want to bring up a picture of Will Wheaton?
No,
Shut
if
up,
you're gonna
Wesley.
do a picture, it's got to be like this. Because that's how we roll, yo.
This is how we do it. That's not. I don't think that's
Like that's so Scoop. Like Jesus Christ, she has like big bazoinkas.
Now that's what I call voice rap.
And we've just lost our mind.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. Lost their minds yet.
Never underestimate the ability of Velma's titties to disrupt the stream.
Yep.
Have a good night, everyone.
All right, see you guys later.